$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings. $1,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of the devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Sulaiman Rahim here. Welcome. National Covenant. Work of the Seven Seals. Sisters and brothers, this is wartime. Anyone can see the world is going to war. Actually, the world is in a state of war right now. But it's about to hit the boiling point. And most people, 99.9% of people on the planet, have no idea what to expect. Most not even aware that a war is about to take place. But those who are aware, they have expectations. Some want the war. They have anticipations again. However, they have no idea how this is going to when they think they do. They don't. 90% of people on the planet that's even thinking about this war expects it to go in a way that's not going to go. They talk about prophecy. They talk about the Bible, the Quran, and both those books tell exactly how it's going to happen, but they must read them. The abomination and desolation, that's the key. That's the trigger. Because most people understand that this whole reality we're living in, the entire reality we're living in, right, boils down to the abomination of desolation. What is the abomination of desolation? What is it? Abomination of desolation. You need to know what it is. I mean, it's paramount that you know what it is because it tells you that. Because then when you see it, flee for your lives. Because that's what you're fleeing for. You're fleeing for your lives. You're fleeing for your very lives. You better read that thing carefully. You're fleeing for your very lives. But you have to flee immediately. But if you don't know what it is, how can you flee immediately? You see? And this is a time of unprecedented trouble. Didn't I explain these things correctly to you, brothers and sisters? These are all the time of unprecedented trouble coming. It's going to be Armageddon, right? It's going to be the rapture, right? And all these different things. That's not scriptural. And if you just look at the abomination of desolation, that'll bring everything into focus, a lot of things into focus. Because then you got to flee. So that means there's not going to be no rapture for those people. It says flee. Right? Immediately. Don't think about it. You can't go get your cell phone. You can't make a text. You can't tell your brother, sister. Right? You can't tell your mother, father. You just have to flee. That's an emergency. I mean, you're fleeing from death. That's an emergency. Think about it. That's an emergency. Like you've never seen before. It's kind of unprecedented trouble. That means all the things that you can imagine that's happened to Earth as long as Earth has been here. Some people say billions of years, some people say trillions of years. But all the things that they say is happening, if this is going to be worse than all of that, anything that's going to happen in the future, is that you have to flee immediately. But don't say you flee to heaven. Don't say you flee to rapture. You flee to the mountains. And when you flee from, they don't tell you. But if you feel like that, you must be fleeing about somebody. You must be fleeing about things that's around you. If you have to flee like that, if you can't go back in the house, that means somebody in the house tonight is the one that's going to take you out. A neighbor. If you're fleeing like that, you need to think this thing too, brothers and sisters. And the thing that's triggering this whole affair is the abomination of desolation, but you don't even know what that is. You have no idea what that is. But that's what you're fleeing. You're fleeing when you see it. So if you don't recognize it, think about it. If you don't recognize it, then you're dead. Because you have to flee once you recognize it. No, you have to flee immediately once it happens. Not when you recognize it. Because you may recognize it after it happens. Oh man, that was happened. Yeah, that happened yesterday. No. You have to see it as it happened in real time. You have to recognize it as it happened in real time. You have to flee in real time. You better put this together, brothers and sisters, but you have no idea about any of that. So if it happens right today or tomorrow, how would you know? That means if you don't know, you're dead. You're dead already. Because you don't even know what you're fleeing from. And you don't even know what you're... Pick up here. Well, you don't even know what you're fleeing to. You don't even know what you're fleeing to. You don't know what you're fleeing from. You know where you're fleeing to. It's flee to the mountains. I'm not talking about real mountains. If it is, what mountains? Is that the whole world is fleeing? Who's fleeing? It said those who are in Judah, you think that's over the Middle East. That's not what it's talking about. I don't even know if there's any mountains over there. I guess it is. You have no idea. See, it's a universal thing. It says flee. But you have to know who Judah is. And then it tells you, where is this abomination, desolation going to take place at? Where is it going to take place? It says it's going to take place in a holy place. Where holy? Where's the holy place in the world? Where's the only place in the world that is considered holy by almost every religion? We can't say Mecca because then you'd be talking about just the Muslims. That means the abomination desolation be staying in Mecca. Right? That means that people have to flee. Those people have to, and Arabia has to flee. So you're saying those, are you Christians? Are you saying those two people that Jesus is going to protect? You need the abomination desolation be staying in Mecca? That's the holy place? That's not a holy place to you. So what was going to be in Beijing? Nobody said holy place, but maybe the Chinese. See? In Delhi? Right? In India? No, the holy place that recognized in the world is Jerusalem. It tells you. It says you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, so that's the place. So it said when you see abomination and desolation standing in the place where it should not be, in a holy place, and it should not be there. It's standing in a holy place, but it should not be there. It's standing in Jerusalem, but it should not be there. It's standing in Jerusalem, but it should not be there. Read it. So who's standing in Jerusalem that should not be there? See? That's the question. See? Who's standing in Jerusalem, in control of Jerusalem, that should not be there? You're saying the people over there that you call Israel, you're saying that's them? You're saying they should not be there? Should they? That's the question. Because you're the one saying that they're Israel. See, it's in the name Israel. Where that name came from? Israel? Is it real? Brothers and sisters, the scriptures are amazing until you understand them. But what did Jesus have to say about that? What did Jesus... See, you don't put these things together. There's these preachers out there that are demons. You know what a demon is? A demon is master's children. They're the master's children to rape. So they look like us. They walk like us, talk like... They ain't us. They're master's children. The master's seed. It told you about that. About how the chaff was sown amongst the wheat. But let them grow together to harvest. And they be separated out. That's what demons. That's master's children. That's some preachers out there. See, They're doing the same thing I was doing back in chain slavery, convincing you to obey master, to go to American dream. No. Don't talk about the Abrahamic covenant, which most of you have no idea about. The Abrahamic covenant, that's what it's all about. It's all about the Abrahamic covenant. Now, what's the Abrahamic covenant? What is the Abrahamic covenant? It says, your seed will be in a land that is not theirs. For 400 years, they had to be taken away because it ain't their land. They had to be taken there, this land. See? And they'd be oppressed and afflicted for 400 years. And then after 40 years, right, plagues would begin to start. The first of the plagues would be to kill the firstborn, which is the elderly. As a series of 9 plagues, the last one forcing them to force us out of here. To drive us out. When you drive somebody, when you drive somebody, that's under force. You get back to fleeing again. Or somebody driving you out under force. Put 2 and 2 together here. 2 and 2. Right? It's not 22, it's 4. So, you go back there and look at, well, what did Jesus say about it? Jesus said, no, you said, you're not Jews. What it says in Revelation? It says, those who say they're Jews but are not, the synagogue of Satan. What did Jesus say about it? Jesus said, no, you're not. He said, you're false the devil. He said, you're not seed of Abraham. And then they validated what he says, because he says, know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. And what did they say? What you mean free? We ain't never been in prison by anybody. Now think about it. This, according to what they tell you, happened 2,000 years ago. The prophet Jesus was around, right? But the Exodus, this slavery that they claim they went through, happened 4,000 years ago. But they're saying they've never been in prison or slave by anybody. That means they're telling you that never happened to them. That's not their history. Good, admit it. And Jesus said, it says in nature history. They said, Jesus said, no, you're not seeing Abraham. They said, yeah, you're right, because we never been enslaved to anybody. But we have, from 1619 to 2019, 400 years. 400 years. 1619 to 2019, 400 years. 2020 came out a plague that killed the elderly, the firstborn. There it is, brothers and sisters. I'm not making it up. It is. And the plagues keep coming and coming and coming. And America's been under divine plagues since 2020. You never seen anything like this. One problem after another. 9, the weather's one of the plagues, right? Locusts, another, you understand locusts, but all this crime, all those other plagues. America's, and they're not coming out. They keep saying, oh, we're going to come out of this, it's going to come. No. And once these things start, they never get better. They get worse and worse and worse. These plagues, they get, they think, oh, it's over. No, the worst is yet to come. America's on divine plagues right now because of us. Because it's time for us to go home. See? And they got the demons all over the place. It tells you in Mark. The chief demon Pharaoh, he's telling you, he's speaking all over them. He's saying, you ain't going nowhere. But he claims he's representing Elijah Muhammad. He claims he represents Master Muhammad. If you read Elijah Muhammad's teachings, and Master Muhammad is, that's the whole purpose, that's the whole reason why they did what they did, made the sacrifice for all those years. They prepare us to go home. Elijah Muhammad said, and we have the tapes, we'd be fools to want to stay in the land of imprisonment. So why is Farrakhan follows the devil? His follows the devil. Makes him a demon. He ain't one of us. He's skinful. He claims he's son of man, but he ain't got no woolly hair. He ain't got no brown skin. Plus, on top of all that, he got 2 feet in the grave. How you gonna accomplish all these things he claims he's gonna accomplish? He can't even walk. But he's telling you, no, you ain't going nowhere. And devils ain't devils anymore. He's hugging and kissing on them. You have to put these things together. He's the son of perdition, because it tells you what happened. Aaron, who followed? First you had God. He came and talked to Moses. Those you claim with Elijah Muhammad. He first came God. He raised Elijah. Moses would go for approximately 40 years. Then he would depart. Then he would leave. He would depart and go back to the God. In his absence, Aaron was only a spokesman. That's all Aaron was, just a spokesman. That's all he was only attribute, even in the Quran. His attribute as a spokesman. That's all. He wasn't an attribute as intelligent, as a Messiah, as anything but a spokesman. And he couldn't even do that. And all he did was got the people all confused. He lied to them. As in Malachi said, he robbed God. That's why he was cursed with a curse. He was cursed with disembowelment. He has a crap and pee in the bag. He says he'd be cursed with a curse because he was stealing from God. He said he stole from the whole nation because he not producing anything for us. So he's taking the money that he from the people and using it for himself. He doesn't produce anything because he's working for Massa. He's telling you, you're not going anywhere. And plus, he want to make devils and say, all right. And said, he's son of a bitch. And said he would make war with the saints with his mouth. He was called the mouth in Daniel. That's what all the bullshit. So he made war with the saints. And he rebelled against them for 42 years, which he has. And he's a son of a bitch. He lies about everything. He says, the son of a bitch. And it said, when you read about the son of a bitch, right, it says, be not deceived. The falling away will come first, and then the man of sin will be revealed. But he switched it. He says, the Jews are the son of perdition. See? And that's an individual. But he says, all the Jews, right? See? And now he's exposing them. Now because he's exposing them, right? Now they're being, for people are falling away, whatever that means. But they said, be not deceived, the falling away will come first. And what's the falling away? That's when the nation of Islam was beheaded and it fell away because they had no leadership. I was there, I was present. So I'm not talking hearsay. It fell away. And then, a couple years later, he pops up. After he had abandoned, like they say, he's the good shepherd that stands for the sheep. He wasn't a good shepherd. I was right there. He tore down the nation of Islam right with walls. They were standing right together. He tore it down. He thought he was going to get some money out of it, which he didn't. He put him to the curb. He banned everybody. People went bankrupt. People starved. It was terrible because they lost everything. People put their whole lives into it. And then what he did, he ran away. They said when the wolf came, he abandoned the sheep and ran here. Just to dig his ass out of some shithole in Arizona 2 or 3 years later. He had to go get him. Because I never out there trying to get back on stage, shake his ass for Massa. That's a fact. Now tell me I'm lying. Tell me, Farrakhan, I'm lying. You didn't come back because you loved the nation of Islam. You wasn't coming back. But they wouldn't put Massa wouldn't give you position back on the stage, and so you was broke. You didn't have nothing. And then that brother came out there, and he gave you an opportunity. And you come back and revolt the nation of Islam. That's exactly what you did. That's why it says, when man robbed, he had robbed the whole nation, so you're cursed with a curse. He's cursed with disembowelment. Ask me, tell me any man get a choice. Disembowel me or electrocute me. Turn on the juice. Turn on the juice. See? So he's going to be crucified. God already crucified his ass. So he's trying to get you to forget about going back home. Because the Sunnis are paying him. Why are the Sunnis paying him? Because that's our land. Because they're over there lying too. See, because you see, the covenant of Abraham says the covenant went to Abraham's youngest son, the one by Sarah. That's Isaac. But Ishmael, Abraham's son by his maid, the oldest one, God didn't bless him with the inheritance. He blessed Isaac. But Ishmael was angry about it because I'm the oldest son. But you weren't the son that was blessed by God, because God blessed one, Abraham's wife, called Sarah. And my understanding of it, Sarah means she laughed because she was old age. And God said, you have a child. She laughed. I think that's what they tell me the word Sarah means. So you go there now, and Sunnis, they tell you, no, Ishmael is supposed to get the land because the Abrahamic covenant says the promised land now, Abrahamic covenant, the promised land, right, is Arabia. It tells you about borderlines between Euphrates and Ethiopia, I believe it says it. That's Arabia. Arabia is North Africa. Technically, really North Africa. That's what it is. They don't tell you they call it Middle East. That was North Africa. That's our land. Okay. And they didn't want us thinking about, because they didn't want souls in slavery to begin with. The story of Joseph. That's another story here. They didn't want souls in slavery to begin with. See, because we came over here in 1555, but it took 64 years to turn us into slaves. That's a whole other story I'm going to talk about another time, right? So, and that's another, get back to another point. See, I was telling people about this years, but I broke the seals 1990. I've been telling people about this. I got the proof. My video, I didn't go and get rid of my archives. All my videos out there. Right, so I'm going to get rid of them. They got rid of this, but what they was been saying all this time. So, I've been saying 1619, that's Elijah Muhammad's official date. That's gave his master's official date of slavery, 1619. So 2019 would be the end of it. I'm saying 2020 would be a plague that killed the firstborn. He came out around time. See? Farrakhan didn't say anything about it. He never saw it coming. But he claims he's his master prophet. See? So it hit in January. He's already into February, 2 months later, at his so-called safest day. Didn't mention it one time, not one time. He talked about Kobe. So I guess he got Kobe mixed up with COVID. I don't know what, because he's a liar anyway. Never mentioned it one time, not even a hint of it, to my unraveling of America. But then he claims, 7 months later in July, then he talks about it. Then he claims that, oh, well, nobody knew about it until March. That's bullshit. Just people was aware of it at least in January. He never mentioned it. On top of that, he should have got that one because 1619 or 2019. But then, see, in response to, I'm kicking him in his ass, right? Oh, no. We started slavery in 1555, which was a damn lie. Elijah Muhammad says a lie. Even the record says a lie. Elijah Muhammad said there was that mystery 64 years that they hid from us because it took 64 years to convert us into the ends, right, to make us slaves. So slavery actually officially started in 1619. So he tried, because that would have meant that that would have meant that in 1955, 1956 should have been the plague then, and there wasn't. So that means that really doesn't apply to us. That's bullshit. Everything I said I can prove. So we get back to this abomination of desolation. See, this thing was set in 1948 because when Elijah Muhammad proclaimed that we're the true seed of Abraham, remember, the people that's there right now, the West hated them, America hated them, the whole world hated them. So much so that they was destroying them in the 1940s in the war. The whole war was called a final solution, and that was the point. And everybody was sitting back waiting because they was going to find that was called the final solution. But they was finally going to get rid of them. They hated them. They called them Christ killers. For thousands of years they hated them. Thousands of years they hated those people that was oppressed and everything. Think about that. No respect, anything. They hate them. The only refuge they ever got was back when the Moors controlled Spain, because they ran in Spain and hide from the Europeans. Everybody hated them, and nobody tried to save them. Even when they escaped from Germany and came over here in ships, America turned them back. They knew they was turning back to their death. They hated them. And then when Elijah Muhammad said, "We the true seed of Abraham," because see, they was walking around talking about they just spiritual seed of Abraham. We said we're the true seed of Abraham. That was a problem. Because we had the proof. We had documentation. They could not have, I'm not getting too much detail here, brothers and sisters, because I didn't mean to get a lot of detail here. I'm trying to understand what the abomination of desolation is all about. See? Because the Europeans claiming that they the spiritual seed of Abraham, because they said the covenant was taken away from the people call themselves Jews and given to them, then they became the spiritual Abraham, and of course they're reading out the Bible and say, we're Ham. See, we came from Shem, who was cursed to be slaves for the rest of their life. All the sinners descendants will curse be slaves the rest of life. That's the whole idea. See? And so this was the promised land. So by them coming here and eradicating, taking the land, eradicating all the inhabitants, then they was doing God's will. They was good people. They nothing wrong with that. And enslaving us, nothing wrong with that either. Because God said we was cursed to be slaves. See, so in other words, they hold their head up, they're righteous people. If that's true, if they the spirit of Abraham, and this is the promised land, they say, then all that's true. So they're good people. They can say we're good people. Doesn't matter, they was genocide, raping, killing, murdering, stealing people's land. No, because God said it. See, those people, they was born to be slaves, so we enslave them. Right? And if we can be good to them, then we could be good. We even good people if we treat them better than God said that they should be treated. Right? And if we don't, if we take the land, but we'd be nice to some of the people that was just behind us, see, we better. We see, we even better than God said we was. You see, so they didn't steal the miracles that God promised them to them. So these people was just in the way. They was against God's will. They should have been destroyed. You see, so therefore they got this idea. But if we're the true seed of Abraham, all that's turned on his head. Because then they're rapists, murderers, killers, they thieves and robbers. Just like the script said, it says, devil, he goes out seeking to kill, steal, and destroy. So then that applies to them. See? So when Muhammad made that statement, said, oh, we can't have that narrative out there because everybody's thinking we're good angels. We're good people. We're angels of light. And if that's true, it's just the opposite. So then all of a sudden, the whole attitude towards the people that was just hated for 1,000 years changed. Just changed overnight. Bam! The essence became honey pots and everybody's eating honey. Overnight, the attitude changed. And then suddenly, bam, a couple of years later, they got to put them back over there to prove that they're true seed of Abraham. To destroy our claim, because we got to claim, they got to make our claim illegitimate. They got to make up a copy like that. Oh, I got all this money, right? Well, can I make a counterfeit money? So it looks like my money doesn't mean anything. I say, look, how do you know? Just look. His money is a counterfeit. See, because if you got money, so if it's a counterfeit, then it's a question, which one is the real one? See, before there's no question. So now you got the question. See? And everybody over here is going to go along with that idea because they don't want to look, they know what they'll turn to. So now they love these people. They put them over there, take other people's land, they murders and kills over there, right? Understand that. So if what I'm saying is correct, that means they shouldn't be there. And they're liars, they're an abomination. See? Because they pretend they're evil, but they pretend they're good. That's an abomination in itself. They take other people's land, claiming that that's God's, doing God's will, which is abomination. You see where I'm coming from, brothers and sisters? Okay. So they're the ones standing in a place they should not be. While true seed Abraham is right here. We're the ones going to have to flee. Because remember, once they return, if they're true seed Abraham, once they return, they will not be uprooted. That's the covenant. It will not be uprooted. They cannot be uprooted because God's going to help them. That's why the Christians, the evangelists, right? Evangelicals, right? See, that's what, so forth, because if they go to war, say they pray for war, because that means that Jesus going to return. Because if they under attack and they down on their knees and they about to be destroyed, God ain't going to let that happen because He promised they would never be uprooted. Because all armies gather around Jerusalem, that's what they think. It's all gathered around. So that means Jesus is going to return, man. He's going to kill all the Muslims, everything. He's going to get rid of all our enemies and we're going to heaven. See, that's what they're hoping for. That's the expectation. And all the preachers, these demon preachers, T.J. Jakes and Creflo Dollar and all these other Farrakhan and all these liars, he's on board with all of that. Just soon that's my house. They're on board with it too. See, because they've been around a rock and a hard place. See, because they know those people over there are not the true seed Abraham. They know we are. See, but they got to go along this facade. Otherwise, they have to concede that we're the true seed and there's that land is ours. So They're all compromised. See, excuse me. So we see the war, the winds of war gathering. We see the pots about to boil. It could happen any day now. And at that time, it was told that America and Britain, which is Gog and Magog, see chapter 20 is their history. Let me say this briefly, let me say it quickly. Read chapter 20 carefully. They tell you that's the future. That's the deception. That's already passed. That's 1,000 years. They was in the dark ages. They made up a shithole. It was a shithole as hell. It was tyranny, disease, murder, constant war, right, oppression, and everything else over there for 1,000 years. They was locked up by the rise and resurrection of the Islamic Empire. That's chapter 20. It's after 1,000 years they will come out. Gog and Magog, they will cover the whole world. That's exactly what happened. That's America and Britain. See, for a season. And then they were going around the Holy See, means the Middle East. And they would have bring fire out of heaven inside of them. That's the hellfire missiles. They bring down on the Arabs over there. And then they would be destroyed. That comes back to, that's chapter 20. So, that's the deception to make you think that that's the future. No, that's past. So that comes back to, that brings everything back together again. Because what happens? That's where over in the Middle East right now. Why is everybody focused on the Middle East? That's what it said, chapter 20. And they go to war. That's Michael and his angels go against the dragon and his angels. Michael's angels, that's Ra, the ones you're talking about, there's UFOs, they don't know what they're all about. They're going to find them in it. And his angel is Shia, who's a dragon. So they were once furnished. If it wasn't for him, America and Britain would have the power they have. Because they get cheap energy. That's a whole other story. So how the sword or the right? That's the dragon. And his angels are America, Britain, and false Israel. See, there's angels. That's 666 thing. Because it was 3 of 666. One was the image of the beast. So false Israel has the same government type as Britain. That's what I mean by the image. But it was given life from America, right? Who gives it political cover, economic cover, military cover. See? And if you don't give them, if you don't worship false Israel, and if you don't obey them, then you will not be able to buy and sell. It's not bargains you get. They say you will not be able to buy and sell. We say that's sanctions. All we're doing as American, sanction all over no more. That's the 666. They got you so confused, brothers and sisters, and it's right in front of your eyes. So I'm bringing all this together. See? So think about it. Just think this through, because they don't want you to think. They want you to watch Jay-Z and all these demons confused. They want you to think that way. That's not even thinking. False Israel, they're not real. And they go, this war takes place, they go down. Everybody's expecting them to win eventually, because God help in the end, they're going to kill the enemies. If that doesn't happen, they go down, which is not supposed to happen. And that means if they go down, if they are the abomination of the place they should not be, and they go down, as it says, then what happens? There'll be shock waves through the world. Shock waves. Immediately. And that immediate calculation takes place. If they're not true seed Abraham, then we must be. And America is, am I saying it? They get that idea about they was angels and everything, that come face to face, look in the mirror and see who they really are. They make that calculation in a second, split second. And we are the ones that true seed Abraham. They've been oppressing, and that's what it's all about. And they always suffering always plays. And all you think you're seeing, it's getting worse. Crime is going to get worse. It says they're going to be starving, right? They're going to be eating their own children. All this is going to happen. And when they say the abomination of desolation, because this is all the way you see stuff is built up towards that already, with the economy going down, the distribution change, all this stuff's already building up. The extreme weather, right? That's That's what's going to be the end game. The time of unprecedented trouble. Make children ready. So, because we have here now, it's going to move. It's going to move to like exactly in a minute. But when that goes down, and they've been told in the church, because once the war starts on this, it's about to break out, they're going to be rejoicing in the church. They're going to be rejoicing, yeah, man. Because everybody's going to know about that. Because you go on the internet, so on the internet, yeah, false Israel getting ready, Israel getting ready to take down, the war will take place in King's coming. And when that happens, that they're taken down, they're not supposed to be. That cannot happen. Imagine the shock. They're not Israel. They're not Israel. And Jesus ain't coming in to save them. That calculation takes place in a nanosecond. And they look next door and realize that you see Abraham, that God's going to take vengeance on them through you. And they know what they've done to you. And they see all the things happen, because the war in Russia is going to break out immediately. The war with China is going to break out immediately. They're on this trip, on the tense division right now. The crime, the demons going to go crazy as Christmas. And they see you, right? And some of you see the dread with them. Cut your throat. That's why I tell you to flee once you see it. Don't wait till after it goes down. Once you see false Israel under siege, because it won't take, how long will it take? A day? A week? No. Because they're going to eat their own children over there once they're going to siege. Because those Palestinians, right, they're going to be part of it. And they have no mercy after what they've been through with those people. So when you see it, because they're going to make that calculation. And why you got to flee? Because your next door neighbor, maybe the one you sleep in the bed with, will cut your throat. That's what abomination of desolation all about, brothers. I think I'm going to leave it there. I'm trying to get you to understand this. You better read it. But if you don't understand, you're dead. You're already dead. If you hesitate, you're dead. But you have to know what it is. My job to make you tell you what it is. Because this gospel, what Injil represents, means gospel, it's in Arabic. We'll be preaching all the world, then you will come. That's my job to tell you, make you aware what this is about. So, because if you don't recognize it, you're dead already. And if you recognize it and don't move immediately, you're already dead. The wise ones, they're already, once they war start, they're already out the way. Because you don't know where to go, even if you're eating. That's why you need the message of the covenant. They talk about Malachi, that these liars that come to you, you know what talk about. Because they said, he would come to Elijah's temple. So the next person would be Joshua, because Joshua would be Jesus and God, Moses, Elijah, Aaron for 42 years in the wilderness, and then Joshua. Joshua's same name as Jesus. One is just the way you say it in Arabic, Hebrew, in Aramaic, or Hebrew, and when you say it in Greek, you say Joshua in Greek, that's Jesus, that's the Greek name for Joshua. Joshua is an Arabic, I guess it's an Arabic name, I know it's the Aramaic name, which is a sister language. Abomination, desolation, brothers and sisters. I'm going to spend all my time just making the next few days. I always said my commitment is totally to the subject, because that's what you need to know about abomination, desolation. So you don't have to believe it. All that crazy old man saying stuff, just be aware of it, brothers and sisters. We're not worried about what you're eating right now, whether you eat pork or whether you're whatever, because like I said, this shit ain't in you, it's on you. Because we're on this shit all over here. All of us, I'm in it. So we blame everybody who got shit all over us. Because shit ain't in you. Because once you get out of here, shower and you're good to go. But your captors, the shit is in them. So if you wash away shit, you try to clean up shit, you can't clean up shit. You just wash it away. But you understand, brothers and sisters? Abomination of desolation. Abomination of desolation. Abomination of desolation is in a place where it should not be. False Israel. Read the scriptures. Stop listening to these demons out here, because their whole purpose is to deceive you. They're being paid Yet everybody around you are your enemies. Only friend you got is Joshua, Solomon, the God, Elijah. So where does being Solomon come from? Oh, okay. I'm gonna say this quickly. This statement says, Son of Man's father, right? It was David. That's what it says. No, David is his father. It said, that's what it says scripturally. David is Son of Man's father. So that means Son of Man will be the son of David, right? That's what it says. It says Son of Man, son of David. What was David's son's name? Solomon. Son of Man. That's what it really could doesn't mean a son of a man. When you say, well, Elijah said they know everything, the scriptures, I'm not going to go into all that. Solomon. It's Latin or Spanish, Sul's son. Oman. That's how Son of Man comes from. See? Because he was the son of David. See, David represents Master Muhammad, the spiritual son. We understand, brothers and sisters, abomination of desolation, stand in a place where it should not be. When you see it, flee. See, and we're going to tell you what to flee to. But first of all, if you don't flee, you don't pray, but then doesn't make what you're supposed to flee to you, it ain't going to matter. Because I think you ain't going to be around to flee. Because it says you will not have a time to think about it. They say your destruction will come quickly if you don't flee. You can't go back in the house, you can't do anything. That's how terrible it's going to be. Because you have no idea. Now, I'm leaving with this. It says a time of unprecedented hope. When people eat lunch, it's going to be split. I mean, you can't even imagine right now, sitting right here, right? Eating your chitlins and shit things, drinking a beer, watching you from Jay-Z and stupid Kanye West. I don't know why they went to that damn thing. I was so stupid, I didn't understand damn thing he was saying. Okay, no, sisters, it's your life. Assalamu alaikum.
Basic biology teaches us that the father carries a seed, the mother has the egg. But as a seed, you start as a sperm, you're alive. The egg is not alive, it's living material, but it's not alive. But the sperm is alive. That you start as a sperm, you're alive, and you went to the egg and you develop. But you start as a sperm, that means the sperm is a seed. So you are whatever your father is, period. That's basic biology. Now we know that Farrakhan's father is Percival Clark. And you can Google it, his father's a devil. So Farrakhan's a devil. He's skin folk. He's not kinfolk. He's like, they said, oil, black on the outside, white on the inside. He's a devil, which the scriptures refer to as a demon, half devil, half man. That's basic. So he could not possibly be a seed of Abraham. He could not possibly be a seed of Abraham. He's a devil. He's an enemy. That's why he don't want to call devils anymore, because he don't want his children, right, to know their grandfather's a devil. He don't want to have them call their grandfather's a devil. That's why Elijah Muhammad never told him that that's a lie. I was there. I was there during that time, 1970s. Elijah Muhammad never told him not to call devils, because he used the term all the way up to his departure. So that's clear. So why are you deceived when that's clear biology? He doesn't deny it. He's kind of changed his soft. His father's a light-skinned Jamaican. Just look it up. You can Google it. Percival Clark's father, a devil. And he missed it in interviews and things. So there's no confusion there, brothers and sisters. And there's confusion, it's confusion in your mind. Right? And scripture refers to him as Legion. Louis Eugene Grounds, that's his real name. Louis, he had some dispute about the grounds, but his real name is Louis Eugene Grounds. That's why Legion were demons that was confused, was betraying us, not betraying us, but deceiving us, right? Using us, right? He turned NOI backwards. Now, how would he become a millionaire? He doesn't have any business, anything. And his son, who's also a devil, because he's a devil, he's a multimillionaire, and he's an idiot. Think about that, right? You are what your father is. Now, the way they try to get around it is, oh, well, it doesn't matter who your mother or father is. Really? Then why you need sperm egg? It says, God made you in the womb. That's what counts. But what did he make you with? You see? And if you buy that, you buy it. Basic biology, brothers and sisters. Basic biology.
Farrakhan claims his father may have been a Jew. By J. Correspondent, April 26, 1996. Sign up for Weekday J and get the latest on what's happening in the Jewish Bay Area. Washington, D.C. Louis Farrakhan suspects that his father may have been Jewish. At least that's what he tells Henry Louis Gates Jr. in the current issue of the New Yorker magazine. Speaking of his father's white Portuguese parents, the Nation of Islam leader said, "I'm going to tell you something. You really want to know what I think? I think they were members of the Jewish community." He added, "I believe that in my blood, and not in a bad way. Because when I was a little boy I used to love listening to the Jewish cantors in Boston. They had a program, and every week I would listen. I was struck by the cantor, and I've always loved the way they sing or recite the Torah." Gates, citing an academic source, says Farrakhan's assertion about his lineage is highly probable given that nearly all people of Iberian descent in Jamaica and Barbados are of Sephardic Jewish ancestry. Farrakhan was born in 1933, the son of May Clark, who was from Barbados. He was named Gene after his father, a light-skinned man with straight hair from Jamaica. His father, Gates writes, was a philanderer whom the family rarely saw. "If in my lineage there are Jews, I would hope that in the end, before my life is over, I not only will have rendered a service to my own beloved community of black people but will also have rendered a service to the Jewish community," Farrakhan was quoted as saying. In the interview with Gates, which reportedly lasted 9 hours, the Nation of Islam leader also made reference to wise Jews who plan evil, the international conspiracy of Jewish bankers and overwhelming Jewish complicity in the slave trade. Jewish groups expressed outrage over Farrakhan's latest public statements. Farrakhan's effort to make it appear that he is merely criticizing the evil he finds in his own Jewish antecedents is a reflection of the bizarre and ludicrous nature of his entire behavior towards Jews, Phil Baum, executive director of the American Jewish Congress, said in a statement. Meanwhile, a planned protest against the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith fizzled last week when Washington, D.C., police denied former Nation of Islam spokesman Khalid Abdul Muhammad entrance to the B'nai B'rith office. Flanked by 4 bodyguards in black fatigues, Muhammad took a moment to rail against the ADL and the Jewish community before he departed the scene. This is a criminal organization and a criminal enterprise that has lied and spied on black leaders and black organizations, said Muhammad, who was dismissed as Farrakhan's spokesman in 1994 in the wake of a national controversy surrounding a vehemently anti-Semitic speech he delivered at Keene College in New Jersey. Muhammad called the ADL and its parent organization, B'nai B'rith, one of the main arteries of improper propaganda and nefarious activity that has greatly influenced the larger American Jewish community. In brief remarks to reporters, Muhammad said the black man and black woman are the chosen people of God and we want to put an end to this lie of the so-called Jews, these people who crawled out of the caves and hills of Europe just a few years ago claiming our birthright. Standing astride Muhammad was Malik Zulu Shabazz, the leader of the Washington, D.C.-based Unity Nation who gained notoriety for leading anti-Semitic chants at Howard University student rallies in 1994. Shabazz said the ADL is an oppressive organization that comes from a people that are by nature evil and wicked. Tommy Baer, international president of B'nai B'rith, called the protesters messengers of hate that are harming relations between blacks and Jews, and between blacks and whites. We would prefer that there be serious dialogue between responsible Jewish and black leaders who oppose this hateful rhetoric to improve relations and discuss important issues, Baer said in a statement. Muhammad said that by locking their doors, B'nai B'rith and the ADL showed that they are afraid to deal with us head-on. He added, "It would be better to just deal with me because there could be an occasion where we would return with an army." After the abortive protest, another rally against the ADL planned by Muhammad and Shabazz fell flat when officials at Howard University announced they would not be allowed onto the campus. The two have been barred from the university since 1994.
He's getting the fame so that when he turns hypocrite on me, the whole world will see him. I'm telling you what he said. I died at the table. I mean, it was like he had taken a spoke and drove it right through my heart. I couldn't understand why he said it. I didn't know why he would say something like that to me. I was faithful to him in my own way, I thought. I was obedient to him in my own way, I thought. Why would he say that to me? It is because he knew tomorrow better than I knew yesterday. And I lived through yesterday and don't know what tomorrow is, but that man saw tomorrow. He was the most perfect guy that ever could come to a people, brother and sister. But we blew it, man, because we so hateful of our black selves that we didn't believe that God would dare take a black man and not only make him a messenger, but more than a messenger, deposit in the man himself and make a God out of him for you and me. Now listen, brother, I'm not playing here. That man Elijah Muhammad is the most profound individual you will ever meet. I don't give a doggone if you live to be a million. And those of us that walk with him in faithlessness, walk with him in doubt and in suspicion of his divinity, know it better now than we ever knew it while he was among us. We know it now. Look, and I say this with deep humility, man, it pains me to open myself up and see a hypocrite laying inside. But look, how else can a man be healed? unless he's opened up to the light and the thing that is in him that is not pleasing to God be removed. You understand? Now here's the messenger looking at me. And because Malcolm told me that the messenger was jealous, and members of the messenger's family had dropped it out that the messenger was jealous, I began to entertain the thought because I couldn't see the future. Now listen. I fought it off, but it was there. Hear this now, beloved. One day in New York, 70,000 people came out to hear the words of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. This is the largest gathering of black people, really, I think, in the history of our sojourn in America, to listen to a black man teach wisdom. And this ain't no play. I was so overjoyed, I went to the messenger, and I said to him, the apostle, there were 70,000 people. And back in, again, 3 months later, we did it again, and 40,000 came out on a Sunday afternoon to hear a lecture in Randall's Island. And you know, when I was so exultant, you may use the word cocky, you may use the word vain, self-centered, whatever you want to say. When God gives you success, you better learn how to handle it, or that thing will destroy you. And I didn't know how to handle what God was bringing to me. And I'm just being very frank and honest. And this is not negative, but it's so good to understand how merciful God is. He brings you up and show you the power that can come to you, but he knows you can't handle it. He'll drop you right back down and then bring you up in humility so that whatever he gives you, you'll be able to handle it well. Now look, beloved, when I was telling the messenger about this 70,000 and this 40,000, you know what he said to me? He got real sad and he said, you know, brother, the time is coming when you may go to the temple and there may not be one believer there but yourself. I couldn't believe it. I said, but we got 7,000 Muslims in New York. And here's 70,000 people out there reaching for his teachings. How could I go to the temple and there be no believer there? I didn't know what he knew. I didn't know at all, but he knew it all. Now let me say this and conclude this whole thing. Brothers and sisters, when they announced that the messenger was dead, and his son took the leadership, we all bowed to his son. I think it was a great show of respect for him that no war, no fighting broke out over who gonna be the leader, this, that, and the other. It was one of the most smooth transitions of any black organization in the history of America. But we, in submitting to him, we did not know what he had in his heart. Though we should have had some indication, since historically he had always been in rebellion against his father. But when we saw him standing with his father, we took it for granted he had overcome his difficulty with his daddy, and nothing was more pleasing to me than to see that son return to his father to help carry on his father's work. And even though the father, in truth now, had told the people to listen to Farrakhan. Yes, he did. I didn't feel qualified to carry on the work. And when Wallace stood up, I said, okay, I will back him. And in sincerity, I backed him. But look at the pause now. The man started teaching against the 40 years work of his father. And the more he taught against his father, some of asylums. Some of the, yes, it's true. Some of the Muslims just couldn't handle it. Some Muslims walked out of that beautiful house on Stony Island, which rightfully belongs to you. See, it don't belong to hypocrites. It belongs to you. And one day it'll be again in your hands if it be the will of Allah. Look, brothers and sisters, the believers walked out. Some stayed there horrified and really petrified to hear a son say things like this against his own father, his own benefactor. Some of the Muslims believed it, took the flag down, took our uniforms off, sisters took off their robes, and to think now that this man who taught us for all these years, that he tricked us, there's too much to bear. So some of the brothers went back in the street, picked up their reefer, and was selling reefer. Some of us went and picked up drugs, harder drugs, sold them. Some of us became pimps. Some of us went back and became worse than we were before we met Elijah Muhammad. It's true. Some of the sisters went back to sweethearting with devils. Some of them had never gone with a devil, but decided I'll try it out. Some of the brothers had never laid with a white woman, decided I'll try it out. I mean, we went totally crazy, brother. There's just a handful that held on to the messenger, and they held on by a thread. Just a thread. But look at what happened. Just look. Let's look at the comma. We're talking about a comma now. And what the comma means. The comma means a pause. Now the pause is here. Wallace has done his work, and he failed to destroy his father's name. He failed to destroy his father's reputation. And 4 years ago, this very month, I was awakened from my hypocrisy, from my falling backward. And I stood up and said, I am going to, by Allah's help, rebuild the work of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Not my work, not your work, his work. Now listen, that pause, I went all over the world during that pause, and everywhere I've been, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's teaching showed me that that man was correct, more correct than I ever believed he was. He was not only correct, but he was right and exact. Now, there's a difference between just being correct and being right and exact. That means not one jot or tittle of his message should be altered in any way.
Although the Nation of Islam, does not presently advocate violence by its members, the group does preach hatred of the white race and racial separatism. The membership of the Nation of Islam is organized and poses a real racial threat. The Nation of Islam is responsible for the largest black nationalist newspaper, which has been used by other black extremists. The Nation of Islam appears to be the personal fiefdom of Elijah Muhammad. When he dies, a power struggle can be expected and the Nation of Islam could change direction. We should be prepared for this eventuality. We should plan how to change the philosophy of the Nation of Islam to one of strictly religious and self-improvement orientation, deleting the race hatred and separate nationhood aspects. In this connection, Chicago should consider what counterintelligence action might be needed now or at the time of Elijah Muhammad's death to bring about such a change in Nation of Islam philosophy. Important considerations should include the identity, strengths, and weaknesses of any contenders for Nation of Islam leadership. What are the positions of our bureau deletion informants in regard to leadership? How could potential leaders be turned or neutralized? The alternative to changing the philosophy of the Nation of Islam is the destruction of the organization. This might be accomplished through generating factionalism among the contenders for Elijah Muhammad's leadership or through legal action in probate court on his death. Chicago should consider the question of how to generate the factionalism necessary to destroy the Nation of Islam by splitting into several groups, bureau deletion. Do you think that the FBI just folded and walked away? Read this document carefully. Did not the FBI accomplish each of their goals? Did not Farrakhan deliver everything the FBI wanted? We should plan to change the philosophy of the Nation of Islam to one of strictly religious and self-improvement orientation. Sunniism, Scientology. Deleting the race hatred. Don't call devils anymore. Deleting the separate nationhood aspects. We ain't going nowhere. No existing economic program. The reason why these facts are ignored is because those that surround him are demons, fools, idolaters and FBI agent handlers who make sure he stays on track.
My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You are now turning your face from your own native land, turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel? Acting safe. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you are free. Remember that. We want an equal education so that you will know better. But separate schools up to 16 for the boys and 18 for girls, on the condition that the girls be sent to women's colleges and universities. We want all of our black children educated, taught, and trained by their own teachers. Under such schooling system, we believe we will make a better nation of our people. The United States government should provide free for all of us the necessary textbooks and equipment for schools and colleges. We believe that is nothing but right and justice that they should build schools and colleges and universities and everything necessary to equip them for the teachings and trainings that we so miserably need and desire. The Muslim teachers shall be left free to teach them and train our people in the way of righteousness and the way of peace and self-respect. 10. We believe that intermarriage or race mixing should be prohibited between the two races. We want the religion of Islam for our people, and we want it taught to our people without hindrance or suppression. These are some of the things that we, the believers in Allah and Islam, His true religion of entire submission. We are called Muslims of entire submission. We are called Muslims. We who have submitted ourselves to do the will of Almighty God. We are the people that want nothing other than righteousness. And we are the people that want to leave America for our own. Self-inquiry. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Did you hear today when white will be allowed to join the black Muslim? Yeah. Yeah. And you know, I must say this. I've heard my own brothers be shocked. But you asked me a question, and I have to answer you truth. If you look at the message of Jesus, it started first very narrow among the lost sheep. And Jesus was told, go ye not in the way of the Samaritans, in the way of the Gentiles, but to the lost sheep. And then at a certain point he says, go ye into all the world, to every nation, kindred, and tongue. If you will look at the message of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, his first was directed to black people because he was in the worst condition. But not only are we lost, the whole human family is lost, and therefore the message has
This proves that he is an agent for the FBI because he gave him every point that they mentioned, he gave every one of them. You know, stop, hate, raise hatred, calling devils. He gave every point they asked for. Every point. This proves. So why are people still with him with all this information? He's not seed Abraham, proves he's an agent, right? And further, you're going to see in a minute, he doesn't even believe in Master Muhammad. He says, Master Muhammad is, you can't believe him because he's flesh. And he prays. If he prays, who he's praying to, then we should be praying to him, whoever Master Muhammad is praying to. He's an agent. Skin folk, not kinfolk. It's clear, brothers and sisters. That's who Farrakhan is.
When the Muslims were alive, I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you dead as hell now on both sides.
Yes, sir, brother Millie. Yes, you are. Yes, sir.
That's real, brother. That's real. Both sides. That's real.
Wake us up, dear Apostle.
When we was alive, we set up schools.
That's right.
When we were alive, we had supermarkets.
That's right. That's right.
We owned buildings.
That's right.
We owned farmland.
That's right.
We were busy doing something,
right.
hiring our people.
That's right.
Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on top of the earth, let the worms eat their ass.
The accuser of our people is cast down. What does that mean? Who is the accuser? Let's give an analogy, brothers and sisters, a mathematical analogy. Say you have a car going down this road at 50 miles an hour, and it's going down the road going north at 50 miles an hour, and there's a westerly wind at 50 miles an hour. Then what direction will that car be going? Well, the math tells us that if you're going in northwest direction, because the wind's pushing it west, and it's going to go north, so it's going to be going northwesterly direction as long as that wind is blowing. So whose fault is it that the car is going in northwest direction rather than north? Obviously the wind, because the wind stopped blowing, it's going to continue going north. I mean, that's basic math. So who do you accuse? Who are you blaming for the redirection? You have to blame the wind for that. But if you're blaming the car, that means you're ignorant or you trying to deceive someone. Now that applies to our situation, because we was one way before we came here, right? And now we're going a different way, right? But we impacted by the people that brought us here, right? So they like the wind and we like the car. So now we're going another direction. So whose fault is that, right? Okay, another way. The wind is blowing. You can't see the wind, but you see the leaves. They say, oh, the leaves are blowing northward. That means the wind must be blowing northward. And you can tell how fast the wind is blowing because how much the leaves are shaking, right? So you can tell a lot about the wind, even though you can't see it, by the effect it's having. By the effect it's having. So the same thing us, because you see, if you know the leaves, how they are when they're sitting there. They have no wind blowing, anything, they would just be in there. So they move, that means there got to be a wind blowing. Same thing. If we're different than we were, that means the difference is based on the effect that they're having on us. So if we came over here righteous people, and now we foolish and ignorant and dumb and whores and pimps, that's the effect they have on us. That means that's who they are. See? But they saying that's who we are. They blaming us. right? But that's not where we were here. That's the effect, and now they're blaming us for the effect they have on us. The wind is blaming us for going northwest, when it's the wind that's causing it. You understand, brothers and sisters? Just look at this, okay? And watch this. Now this is using vector, right? Vectors are the math, right? Language of force. So look at this. Now that's us going the right direction, vertical, upright, right? And this way it was going before this happened. Oh, they came and affect us. But see, they're different from us. If they was the same as us, in other words, the wind was blowing, you had a tailwind, that means you're going fast, you still be going north. You're still going faster north because you got that wind blowing in your favor. And the wind the same as, but it's blowing against you, that means you're going slower, but you're still going the same direction. But if you're going, if it's different from you, right, then, right, like this case, perpendicular, so they different from us. Because if they were the same of us, we wouldn't have changed. So, and what happens? What's the effect of that? Vector tell us that this would happen. Now we go in that direction, and the colors change. So, well, why? Whose fault is that? That's their fault. But they blame it on us. And that's what Farrakhan's doing. He blamed us for what his people are doing, because remember, he's a devil, his father's a devil, that means he's a seed of his father, that means he's a devil. Pure, that's basic biology. He's what your father is. So he's not kinfolk, he's skinfolk. He's like an Oreo, black on the white side and white on the inside. So he thinks exactly like they do, and so he's blaming us too. Or remember the so-called Million Man March, the first one? The second was a failure because he blamed, because he had 1 million people out there, and then he came out there to blame them. Your fault. You got to atone. You got to repent. You got to stop sinning. The day of judgment is coming. No, that's all bullshit. That's why they keep pushing that. He's the accuser of us. He's been accused of 40-some years, accusing us for what they're doing, his people are doing. Remember, he's a devil. He's working for them. You understand? So we're blameless. According to, if you understand the scriptures clearly, we're blameless. The blame, the judgment, it says he's not going to judge us. Read the Abrahamic covenant. He's not going to blame us for what happened. He's going to blame and judge the nation for what they did to us. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters.
Look outside of religion to put his ideas together. He looked at Christianity. He might even looked at Hinduism. I don't know. Jainism. Who knows? But I know he looked mostly at Christianity as given in the Bible. Okay? And the Bible says of Christ Jesus, peace be upon him. Not that we follow this, but I'm giving this to show what perhaps influence Mr. Farad. Our Master Farad, he was a master psychologist. He knew how to deal with people with problems and help them. Okay, so he, I said, looked at the Bible too to see what can he get from the Bible. To help the people who are already in the Bible. We were in the Bible. We believed in the Bible in the church. And he found where it said, Jesus said, it said of Jesus about me, that he took mud and he put on the blind man's eye, and the blind man right away could see. Mud on his eyes. That's what God did. He put mud on our eyes. No, I think to keep us from seeing what we were seeing before. And once the mud is washed off, we can see Islam, we can see the Quran, we can see Muhammad. So there is no question that either through the myth or through the methodology, he was an important person. No one will disagree. The question, look what Farad did. He treated all the people who were coming as years of Islam as students. And he said, what means and methods? He asked the question, what means and methods must be used to solve our problems, to wake us? He asked the question himself. Yes, according to what Muhammad said to us, Master Farad Muhammad gave him 104 books to study. And Elijah Muhammad said to me, the best of those books was the Holy Quran. And the other 103 all contained aspects of the life of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. The only picture we have of Farad Muhammad is his eyes looking into the Quran. That's true. So what was he teaching us? And lastly on that, I made a tape as a representative of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and I taught something on the history of Jesus as he taught it. And when I came out to the house, he had my tape with red on the back of it. And he said to me, I don't want you teaching what I taught 40 years ago. I want you to teach the meaning of what I taught. Because truth was hidden inside of that, but not necessarily that. Then he said, I'm sick and tired of my ministers quoting the Bible. He said, the Quran is the root of Muhammad, so study the Quran. So to me, there was a man that was moving us in a direction, but he did not want, if I may humbly say this, the old world of Islam to interfere with our coming up. I agree 100%. And I asked myself, why didn't he want the old world of Islam to interfere with our coming up? Because from a humble heart, he taught us to love Islam, to love our world of Islam, to respect our world of Islam. But he also knew that our world of Islam had deviated. And by our coming to the Prophet, who was without blemish, but yet we had to come to him through those who represented him. They didn't always represent him properly. So by keeping us from the old world of Islam and rearing us in this way, when we would come to the Prophet, we would come in a way that we would not allow the corruption of our world of Islam to influence our behavior. That's right. No one would have any disagreement with that. He shared that with me before, too. Yes. It's the second time I'm hearing this from Minister Farrakhan. He shared that with me before, and I appreciate it because I didn't hear my father say that, but I know he said it, and I really appreciate my father telling the ministers that he wanted them to not to stay in the Bible like they were. He wanted them to go to the Quran. And lastly on this point, there's a picture of Master Farad Muhammad reading the Quran. Elijah Muhammad sitting in a chair, and Warithuddin Muhammad with his hand on his father's shoulder with the Quran in his hand. This is his assignment, to preach the Quran. This is our assignment, whether we follow the Imam or the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, to make the Quran our study. And the more we study the Quran, we will see what needs correction in what Master Farad Muhammad left with us. And to all of the Muslims who follow the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, if you remember in the lessons that Elijah Muhammad answered these questions, and it said that these are very near correct. The question is, who will correct what was very near correct and make it fully correct without disavowing those that started us on this marvelous road toward Islam? I don't think it's a matter of disavowal, because I hear from Imam Warisdin also that there is acknowledgement of the tremendous role that Master Farad Muhammad played in terms of bringing the Afro-American community towards Islam. So that's undeniable, uncontested. But what we were trying to sort of separate out was this whole idea, which is the very raison d'etre of Islam, that is unity of God. And if we had gotten the explanation from you that we were not dealing with Farad Muhammad as God on earth, then we are fine. We can go forward with this discussion, please. And I'm a student of the Bible also. Yes. In fact, I began studying the Bible to find out how was I to preach Islam in America. I knew if I was going to preach Islam in America, I'd be preaching to Christians, and they knew the Bible, not what we were going to be giving them. So I should know also what we believe in. And all of the imams, all of the ministers of Elijah Muhammad were told to be acquainted with what they believe in. Then you know how to talk to them. So what I'm getting at is this. I know that Jesus Christ, according to the Bible, he didn't say, I am God. He didn't even say, I'm the Son of God. He asked one of his disciples, Peter. He said, Peter, who do you say I am? And Peter said, and Mr. Farad asked all of Elijah Muhammad, who do you say? And he gave the answers, and the answers we have not from Mr. Farad about who is the God, but from my father. So he says his answers were very near correct, as you said. And he said he gave us student enrollment, he gave us English lessons, he gave us history, he gave us problem book. My problem book. He's telling us what I'm giving you is problematic. It has problems in it. Yes. It has problems for your destiny, for where I want you to go, to Islam, real Islam. But these problems are going to make your mind work, make your brain work. Yes. So he planned for me to come to real Islam, and it worked. So as we sum up this part of the discussion regarding the belief and the connections with the Ummah at large, are we then saying that we're all here believe in one God and the finality of Prophet Muhammad, and that's where it ends, or that's where it ends? That's where it begins. That's where it begins. Yeah, it could begin there. Let's see. And when are you coming this way? I said, gee, I'll be there in September. I'm coming out that way. He said, well, I'll come and meet you. And right after Labor Day, I went to Los Angeles. And Jabril didn't have any money. He borrowed some money to get there. I think he had a dime in his pocket and had on some shoes that was too big for his feet. But he got there, and he had a book in a paper bag. And we met in Hollywood at the hotel where I was staying. And he asked me about Master Farad Muhammad. I said, well, I love him very much, but I don't believe he's God. And he asked me about the messenger, and I said, I love him very, very much, but I don't see him now as the messenger. I see Prophet Muhammad as the messenger. And he said, well, he said, here, I want you to read this, and when you finish reading this, then I'll talk to you. And I went upstairs in the room, and I took the book out. It was about Jesus. He had written it himself. And he came back the first day to check on me. After the first day, he knocked on the door. And when the door was opened, his book something to see yourself fulfilling Scripture. On the third day, in the third year of my hypocrisy against my Father, I rose from the dead. And when Brother Sabrina came back, the very words that I used told him exactly who I was. I said, brother, your eye operation has been a great success. The scales have been removed from my eyes. Those are the words that Paul used after he saw the light and met Jesus in a vision on the road to Damascus. That very day I got up, I cried. I said, oh brother, I've been a hypocrite. And he tried to comfort me. I said, don't comfort me. I've been a hypocrite through my messenger. And
feet. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You and I, turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel acting such? And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your home? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their arms 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you are free. Remember that.
This picture here is a picture that was in Muhammad Speak newspaper when I was there when Elijah Muhammad was president in the 70s. And it was posted in every FOI meeting. We had a meeting every Saturday morning. It was posted every FOI meeting. And you can't see the small print in the left-hand corner there, but what he's saying, he says, he's speaking to them. See, he's at the end of the boat, right? And everybody's leaving, Right? I mean, you know, but some stayed. And those the one on the shore. What you can't see, I'm trying to find a larger cap, but what you can't see is that those are the people that stayed, that didn't listen, that wanted to stay with Farrakhan, right? We ain't going nowhere. And you see them, they're running with devils beating them with sticks. Devils chasing them, beating them with sticks. That's what I said. Only have believed in Allah and follow me. That's what it's saying there. So it's clear. But Farrakhan, we're not going anywhere, which means he's calling God a liar. He's calling Elijah Muhammad a liar. He's calling Scripture a liar. Because it says clearly, he says, we're not going anywhere. We're not going nowhere. That's what he says. Right? And the Scripture said we are. Elijah Muhammad, that's where he taught. Right? That's what Master Muhammad said, the purpose of coming here. But Farrakhan, why? Because he's one of them. And they're the ones to leave. Because we are the foundation of their creativity. Think about that. They say, oh, they're so creative because they white folks, right? Well, Germany's almost all white, isn't it? And France almost all white, isn't it? And Britain. Well, how come no creativity come out of there? Creativity is because we're here. That's the story about making bricks without straw. You have to be creative to do that. And that's why they want us to leave, because then they'd be exposed. We are the creativity. They're technical, but without a blueprint, without an idea, your technical ability is worthless. Understand that, brothers and sisters. See? But this is right here is clear. That's what Elijah Muhammad taught. Farrakhan, I said I'd give $1,000 to anyone who can prove that Farrakhan is faithful teaching me Elijah Muhammad's teachings and Master Muhammad's lessons. Anyone, $1,000. And I've been saying for years, and no one stepped up because they know they can't. So they can keep continuing fooling you to get money out of you, because that's what it's all about. Farrakhan's a multimillionaire. His idiot son's a multimillionaire. They have no business anywhere. He hasn't produced anything. He hasn't. They say he's brought back Nation of Islam. He has not. He's got a little temple over there someplace. Moses study groups all over the country, right? That bring money in. And they had his sister out in the streets doing fundraising. I mean, he's pimping his sisters. Like father, like son. His father was a devil, raped his mama, so now he's raping the Nation of Islam. He's the one in Malachi says, robbing the nation. There's 3 people in Malachi. It's the God. It's Elijah. I mean, it's 4 people actually. The God that raised Elijah, right? And Elijah was supposed to prepare the way for the message of the covenant. There's 3 right there. The God, Elijah. Somebody raised Elijah. He's prepared the way for the message of the covenant that they should be seeking after Elijah. And then there's this one that's robbing the nations, cursed with a curse. So who's robbing the nation? Master Muhammad didn't rob it. Elijah didn't rob it. And the message of the covenant is not right. He's asking for a dime. Never did. Never will. Only one making money off the Nation of Islam is Farrakhan. Because Elijah left all that money that the Nation of Islam had was in the Nation of Islam name, and they had to go to court to get that money. Farrakhan all went to court to get that money, and they left it. Believers with nothing. Elijah Muhammad left that money to the Nation of Islam. So Farrakhan's got rich. He has no business, anything. So he got multi-millionaire. See, because he's robbing the nation. So he cursed with a curse, right? Disembowelment. Has all his stuff cut out, castrated. That's as any man on the planet. Is that not a curse? That's the worst curse you can think of. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters.
Beloved brothers and sisters, one of the greatest practices in all the religions is prayer. The form and style of prayer varies from faith to faith, but prayer is universal. There is no religious community that does not pray. No prophet of God that did not pray. Abraham prayed, Noah prayed. Moses prayed. David prayed. Joseph prayed. Jesus prayed. Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, prayed. Nastafar Muhammad prays.
Although the Nation of Islam, does not presently advocate violence by its members, the group does preach hatred of the white race and racial separatism. The membership of the Nation of Islam is organized and poses a real racial threat. The Nation of Islam is responsible for the largest black nationalist newspaper, which has been used by other black extremists. The Nation of Islam appears to be the personal fiefdom of Elijah Muhammad. When he dies, a power struggle can be expected and the Nation of Islam could change direction. We should be prepared for this eventuality. We should plan how to change the philosophy of the Nation of Islam to one of strictly religious and self-improvement orientation, deleting the race hatred and separate nationhood aspects. In this connection, Chicago should consider what counterintelligence action might be needed now or at the time of Elijah Muhammad's death to bring about such a change in Nation of Islam philosophy. Important considerations should include the identity, strengths, and weaknesses of any contenders for Nation of Islam leadership. What are the positions of our bureau deletion informants in regard to leadership? How could potential leaders be turned or neutralized? The alternative to changing the philosophy of the Nation of Islam is the destruction of the organization. This might be accomplished through generating factionalism among the contenders for Elijah Muhammad's leadership or through legal action in probate court on his death. Chicago should consider the question of how to generate the factionalism necessary to destroy the Nation of Islam by splitting into several groups, bureau deletion. Do you think that the FBI just folded and walked away? Read this document carefully. Did not the FBI accomplish each of their goals? Did not Farrakhan deliver everything the FBI wanted? We should plan to change the philosophy of the Nation of Islam to one of strictly religious and self-improvement orientation. Sunniism, Scientology. Deleting the race hatred. Don't call devils anymore. Deleting the separate nationhood aspects. We ain't going nowhere. No existing economic program. The reason why these facts are ignored is because those that surround him are demons, fools, idolaters and FBI agent handlers who make sure he stays on track.
Terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people. And you, here today, crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You are now turning your face from your own native land, turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel? Acting sick. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you are free. Remember that. We want an equal education so that you will know better. But separate schools up to 16 for the boys and 18 for girls, on the condition that the girls be sent to women's colleges and universities. We want all of our black children educated, taught, and trained by their own teachers. Under such schooling system, we believe we will make a better nation of our people. The United States government should provide free for all of us the necessary textbooks and equipment for schools and colleges. We believe that is nothing but right and justice that they should build schools and colleges and universities and everything necessary to equip them for the teachings and trainings that we so miserably need and desire. The Muslim teachers shall be left free to teach them and train our people in the way of righteousness and the way of peace and self-respect. 10. We believe that intermarriage or race mixing should be prohibited between the two races. We want the religion of Islam for our people, and we want it taught to our people without hindrance or suppression. These are some of the things that we, the believers in Allah and Islam, is true religion of entire submission. We are called Muslims of entire submission. We are called Muslims have submitted ourselves to do the will of Almighty God. We are the people that want nothing other than righteousness, and we are the people that want to leave America for our own. Self-inclined. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Here they were white looking around and joined the baptism. Yeah. Yeah. And you know, I must say that I felt my own brothers be shocked. But you asked me a question, and I have to answer the truth. If you look at the message of Jesus, it started first very narrow among the lost sheep. And Jesus was told, go ye not in the way of the Samaritans, in the way of the Gentiles, but to the lost sheep. And then at a certain point he said, go ye into all the world, to every nation, kindred, and tongue. If you would look at the message of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, his first was directed to black people because we were in the worst condition. But not only are we lost, the whole human family is lost, and therefore the message has to evolve, and we have to evolve. And I'll close that point by saying, in Christ, there is no Greek, no Jew, no bond, no free, no male, no female. This means that we all are going to have to grow out of rapid nationalism, sexism, racism, materialism in order to claim Jesus Christ. And
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Suleiman Rahim here, Master of the Covenant, breaking 7 seals. Brothers and sisters, short presentation, but very important one, right? Because I talked about it over and over for 30 years. I'm going to make it very clear today. I shouldn't have said it again, but dead weight, that you have to be careful about right now, brothers and sisters. See, that's what the Quran calls the dumb. They call them disbelievers. They try to be nice. They call them disbelievers. They say deaf, dumb, and blind, though. But dead weight, what's dead weight? See, it's something that you have to move it. You have to animate it, because it can't animate it itself. It's just later. So why would you want to mess with anything like that? We got a lot of dead weight, brothers and sisters. A lot of dead weight. See? And right now, a fear. It tells you right here, there's great fear. And they couldn't tell you, Farrakhan couldn't tell you what this means. The devils can't tell you what it means. Right? Those claiming with Elijah, they can't tell you what it means. Right? The Sunnis can't tell you what it means. But they all know everything. But they can't tell what this means. It says, men's hearts feeling for fear for those things looking at those things was coming upon the earth, for the powers of heaven to be shaken. That's very powerful. And they couldn't tell you what it means. If you gave their life, they could not tell you what it means. And I'll tell you what it means every day. I'm telling you what it means for 30 years. See, let's move on, brothers and sisters. See. Now, you have these blind people. They're dead weight. They call them disbelievers, and it's a reason. Because I can tell you, we have seasons. And like Elijah Muhammad taught you, you have 6,000 year seasons, and you got 4 of them. It's 24,000 years altogether. Which come through a 24,000 year season, a 6,000 year season. The season of Yaqub. See? But seasons change. Every 6, you go from summer to fall to winter, spring, right? So you have a different information for each one. That's why they write the scriptures and they give them to you, because they'll correspond to the season that you're in. See? You didn't know that before. I explained to you. That's why. And so you get the scripture, and the scripture giving as the season changes, so you be successful during that season. And it depends on the season, that the information that you're given, so you be successful in that season. And when you got to the season of Adam, Yaqub, who was the rule? Make mischief, shed blood. That means that was a season where making mischief and shed blood, if you had that nature, and make mischief blood, you'd be successful. Wait a minute. That's why the jinn had a problem with it. Iblis had a problem. Wait a minute. You tell me we gotta make mischief blood. See, because he understands. That's why God said, I know what you know not. Because you think it's gonna be summer all the time. But now it's winter, and you gotta submit to the winter, otherwise you won't be around during the spring. And the winter says, mischief make shed blood. That's the nature of the winter. And so they will be successful. They'll be the rulers. You see, that means season of make mischief and shed blood. People that did make it successful. I mean, that's an easy read, but nobody reads it that way. The Sunnis didn't read it that way. The jinn didn't read it that way. Islam didn't read it that way. But it's simple. That's what he told him. He chose the one to make mischief shed blood. Right? He didn't say he won't stop from making shed blood. He didn't say he won't stop from doing that. He said you follow my guidance, right? But you're going to be the ruler. Somebody going to make shed blood, and that's what they would do. We see Gog and Magog come out, and they had ruled. They rule the whole world. They couldn't rule the whole world. This was by Allah's permission, and they would deceive the whole world. So was that Allah behind them? Was he promoting them? No, it was a season. And he said the only thing they had to do is follow the guidance, follow the law. The guidance that was given. What was the guidance? The sealed Bible. But you don't understand it. And people today, right, still understand that concept. As soon as you understand it, we're going to talk about that a little more in a minute. You understand? So that was a season of me. So, wow. You mean people that make me shed blood, Allah will be with them? He's the one that put them in there. So why would Allah put somebody that makes me shed blood? See, you can't understand because you're dumb. And that's why you're a disbeliever. See, Israel was disbeliever. So he's dumb. That's the nice word to call him dumb. Because he was too dumb to understand. That's why I know what you know not. Let me say something I know you not. It means you're too dumb to understand what I'm talking about. Because he asked the angels, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Say, I don't know anything more than you told me. But I'm going to listen to you. I'm not going to be dumb. I'm going to be stupid. I'm going to listen to you. I'm going to obey you. But wait a minute, I ain't man listen to that. He's just dumb. And how you know somebody's dumb? It's an easy way to find out right away. Because first they're blind. Now they come to you, and here you can see. I guess all the time, I get it recently, right? And I don't like waste. I don't waste time with it. I just right away, because you know right away, because they come to you blind. You know they don't see anything. That's why they come to you. They walk around with a little cane. They don't know what's going on. And they're blind. I don't know what's going on. And they come to you. Now you know. Now you can see, but they don't know you can see. A blind person don't know you can see. But you tell them you can see. Well, they don't know. But they come to you. So that means they know they don't see anything. And they need somebody to help them get around. So they come to you, who can see, and try to convince you to walk with them in their blindness. See how dumb they are? Because see, if the house is on fire, you don't have to tell the wise people to get the hell out. Because they see the house on fire to get the hell out. The dumb people, you got to convince them to get out. And if you waste time doing that, you're going to get burned up too. You understand the concept? They come and they blind. They come to you who can see. They don't know you can see. You tell them you can see, but they can convince you to walk with them in their blindness. Now how we know this? Because you see, if you understand how the scripture's written, how they work, how the seasons. Take Moses for instance. Moses come along, he give you the scriptures and what you need for that season. Okay, so people go along in that season. So you got a lot of people that go along because everybody else go along. That's what's going to Farrakhan right now. They don't know because they just took time to read anything. They would be at Farrakhan 5 seconds. But everybody else doing it, so I'm doing it. You know, this what they call the people. I forget what they call people that just go along with the crowd, right? See, I'm in with the in crowd. I don't know where the in crowd is going, but I'm in with it. You know, all go off the cliff together like Lehman's, right? Or they follow the one stupid Lehman, and they all of them go off the cliff, but all the rest of them go, I'm going too. So here they Moses. Okay, so now season change, because you wouldn't need to send a messenger or prophet unless season changes, right? Okay, so then Moses, and then Jesus comes, and they tell you, now the time has changed. Different things have changed, right? And you need a new scripture for the new season. So they blind now. They don't know what's going on. And then Jesus comes. But all right, I'm going to listen to them. Say, try to convince you to walk in the darkness. No, I'm sticking with Moses. But that season's gone. I'm sticking with the winter. It's spring now. I'm sticking with the winter. And they try to convince you, and then they want to attack you. Because you tell them about the spring, because they want to hear about the winter. And the winter's gone. You see what I'm saying? They're trying to convince you of their darkness. So they attack, and what happens? Just like it all happened when the spring comes in, the sun is just, the winter, it just, you're gone. It evaporates, it dries up, whatever. And the people that went, they're successful. Because it's spring now. You can't, if you're a sprinter person, or you fight and hold on to the winter, but you're blind, so you understand? Those are dumb people. The smart people say, okay, it's changed the season, I'm gonna go I'm adjust to the new season. So he adjusts to Jesus. Right? Whatever he's talking about, that's spring. It might be a good spring, a bad spring, but you gotta have knowledge of spring to survive it. And then what happens? And you have these dumb people every season change. Season change again. Here comes Muhammad. I ain't gonna deal with him, man. I want Jesus. See? They can't see. Times change. They understand what's going on. They can't tell you what's going on. But hey, they won't tell you, I want to stick with Jesus. And they attack Muhammad, try to stop the sun from coming in. And as always, the summer prevails. And the spring's gone. They're eventually gone. See? And then those that adopted to that season, they're successful. Right? So they dominated Christianity for 1,000 years. Locked them up, that's chapter 20. Locked them into the abyss and dark age for 1,000 years. They were successful, and the Christians were bottled up. They had them bottled up. The Crusaders kept fighting, all right? And then comes Adam. And they said, man, we've been faithful with you, Allah. We got the Quran. We got Mecca. We got all these great, and you tell us to submit to somebody make men shed blood. Why ain't doing that? Because they the jinn. The jinn is not a people. Jinn is just a condition that you resist change. I'm not going to do that. So what happens? Those make mid-ship blood, Adam, that's Gog and Magog. They came out of chapter 20, came out of the abyss. They all came, the Sunnis. And Sunnis been failure for 500 years. The Sunnis have not had a victory in 500 years. They're victorious for 1,000 years. For 500, they haven't had a victory because Adam is ruling. Just like God said, he's ruling now. And he's doing a mystery of shed blood. We can't, and look at it. We could deal with none of Adam's stuff. And you go over there in the Sunni Arabs, they don't. No banking, no democracy, no cabinet, none of it. They don't want none of it. You know what I'm saying? They're the only ones on the planet that totally resist any possibility, anything that Adam's doing. So that's obviously who the jinn are. Because everybody else stopped some of it. And we submitted. We over here in submission to them. Just like I said. And they want to train you back 1,500 years ago. We want you to train. That don't work anymore. What's happening is working. That world could not survive here anyway. You got, right? Because if you go there, I mean, they would have you go back riding camels and eating camel shit, whatever they're doing over there. And then what happens? And then I am, the God comes. He announced your time is over, Adam. Your time is about over. The season is changing. So he starts a process. He raised Elijah, but he starts a process, right? So the people is with him. He comes over here to the angels that submitted. He came to the angels that submitted. They understand that, right? The ones that submitted. He came to them. Right? See? He said, man, I don't want none of that stuff, man. I want Christianity. I want Adam. I want none of that. They're in darkness. They have no idea what's going on in the world, right? Remember, these people, the time they read, they have no idea what time. They lost the time changed. They can't figure out what's going on. It's spring, but they're winter people. They can't understand the spring. What's this? They understand ice and snowmen and all. They don't understand spring and life, vegetation. They don't understand that stuff. High heat. So then he raised Elijah, and he had the same problem. Because then he left, and now the time within the season, he said, okay, he has a different, Elijah, Master Prophet set up. Now he's got to deal with the people and get them prepared for the next level. They tell you in Malachi, the son of the measure of the covenant. We don't want Elijah. We want Master Muhammad. He had the same problem. Elijah Muhammad had to run for his life for 7 years. Even his members of his own family. Because I want him, we want to attack back in darkness. But Matt Farmer didn't have to deal with the situation Elijah had to deal with. And they was in darkness, they had no idea what's going on. They had the lessons, but they didn't have explanation of it. They didn't have message of black man, they didn't have fallen man, had any of that. Well, there was the lessons. And now it's time to, and then when you understand the lessons, you have one lesson about cracking atoms. If you don't understand that lesson right there was before they knew about cracking atoms. They didn't know about cracking atoms in the 30s. And if you know anything, see how dumb they are if they know anything about science. They say how much does a cracked atom weigh? Well, weight and force is the same thing. Weight is just how you explain force in terms of gravity. Weight is the same thing as force, exactly. It's just like it's like saying black in Spanish and black in English. Black in Spanish is Negro. It's the same word. It's just how you apply it to gravity. So if they change to say how much force does a crack atom? You're talking about a nuclear explosion before anybody that concept even. It's right in the lessons. Matter of fact, I was telling you about a nuclear explosion right in the lessons before they had any concept of it. Now I don't know if Elijah, but even in the lesson, it tells you Elijah didn't have it all. It says he didn't get. He said he got nearly correct, but they tell you, Elijah's perfect. He don't make no mistakes. See, he's a total leader in the Nation of Islam. It was all bullshit because Elijah Muhammad never claimed any of that stuff, and plus Elijah Muhammad on record said Armageddon will take place in the 1970s. 1970s, I was there. He said it take place in the 1970s. I remember my father took me to the temple in I think it was 60 till he passed 63. So 62, I think it was. He was converting, right? But I didn't know it. I didn't know what he was doing. I know he took me there because we lived right around the block from Temple 25, and he took me there, and I had no idea what happened. But I remember the minister saying the war Armageddon would take place in the 70s, and he was wrong about that. Okay? But he was prepared to wait for someone else. But no, he's the last. Nobody after him, nothing. I don't want nobody else. See? So when they come to you with that crap, just dismiss them. Just like you dismiss the other people. Unless you're a dummy, then you grab onto it. Because there's nothing in messing with black man, nothing in how to live, nothing in Father America, now I say it right, explains what's going on right now. Because everybody off guard. All of them have guard. Farrakhan, getting started, 3 years ago? And then he's probably silent. But he's probably the watchman. I'd say right then he was wrong. I've been saying, I got on record, you go back and I've been saying for 30 years, no, the war was starting in the Middle East. And yeah, abomination of desolation was going on right now. Look at the root of abominable. It means the uprising was taken out with great cruelty. That's exactly what's happening over there. It said a war in heaven break, and then it would be a war between. Then the war was spanned to a clash between North and South, or the king of North, king of South, which in Daniel talking about Iran and Gog and Magog and Antichrist. And they say Iran's gonna come after them like a whirlwind. They're gonna push. They're gonna come after Iran. And we're gonna come after them a whirlwind. And people even tell them right now, if they go to war with a whirlwind, Iran will come back like a whirlwind. They don't come back. That's what it says. But they don't know that. They have no idea what's happening. They didn't see any of this coming. They saw none of this coming. And I've been telling them for years. And there's people that's around that know. I've been saying this years before this was even on the horizon. There was no idea of it. They're telling me this very clearly. You see? So they have no idea what's going on in the world. The students have no idea. That you don't hear them on social media talking about, oh well, I think that's Dajjal. They're guessing. How come they see it's coming? They got the Quran. How come they didn't tell you about this coming? They never saw any of this. The false Jews never saw it. Coming with Moses, they never saw it. The Christians never saw it. They never saw any of this. Not even close. Farrakhan ain't see it. Those came with Elijah, they ain't see it. They can't find a message. You cannot find a message, black man, how to live, for America. You can't find any of what's going on right now. No explanation. They're all blind to it. See? But then, you know, but when Aaron comes along, I don't want that Elijah stuff anymore. But this is a deceiver, and he don't know anything either. But scriptures tell you, and the scriptures, all these things it tells you. Jesus said, somebody, he called him Ahmed, coming after him. That's another word for Muhammad. Scripture tell you, after Muhammad will come Elijah. And Elijah will come, line Aaron, to see the people, because they got the same attitude. I don't want to hear that. And then will come Joshua, the messenger of the covenant. It tells you very clearly in Al-Halakai. In fact, it tells you, because it'd be the God, then it'd be Elijah, then it'd be somebody that'd be robbing the nation, cursed with a curse. Ask any man, if you disembowel like Farrakhan was with cancer, that's a curse. Every man will tell you, they cut stuff out. That's not any man will call that a curse. And in fact, he wear glasses. I don't really talk about that too much. Elijah didn't wear glasses. No prophet or messenger of God ever had any problem with their sight, ever. Scripture tell you that. I don't wear glasses either. I never wore them. I'm 76 years old. I never wore glasses day in my life. I wear the shades. Elijah wore shades, but I never saw him wear any glasses. I still picture anything he wearing glasses. Some wear shades, maybe he did, I don't know. But Pharaoh can't wear them because he can't. There's a reason why. I'm not going to get into it, because some people get misinterpreted. Right? But that's a sign right there. But well, he's a son of man. Make mission. What? See how they say stuff? You read it. The scriptures, God wouldn't tell you to follow the scripture. Quran says you can't be a Muslim unless you believe was between you and before you. So you have to believe. So he wouldn't tell you to believe in the Bible. The Bible was no good. Elijah Muhammad called it because he didn't understand it. He was sealed to him. He says the messenger come, he come and unseal it. The sealed Bible, he called it poison because he didn't understand either. You see what I'm saying? Farrakhan never, even him, that lying dog, never claimed that it broke the seals. Neither did Master Muhammad ever make that claim. He said the Lamb would do it. That's how you would know him. But see, like I said, he can see, and they come to you, come to him, blind, and they try to convince him to walk them in their blind. You need to walk with Elijah. Okay, well, Elijah, explain to me, show me what's going on. Tell me what's going on. I can see what's going on. I know you can't see a goddamn thing, but I can see what's going on. But you're going to tell me I got to walk in that, and your ignorance, because part of it you came here because you don't see. Or you wouldn't even bother with me. If you could see, why you mess with blind people? Okay? So and then you try to convince me to walk backwards into the darkness where you are. And I know everything what's going on right now, in detail. In detail. And all you got to do is go out on YouTube and look at everything that's happening right now. I told you in advance before it happened, in detail. Not watch the weather. Not watch the weather stuff. I tell you what Farrakhan's on. Why? I said, no, it's going to break out in the Middle East. And tells you, it says, just before, it says, when they say peace and safety, suddenly, and that's what happened. September 2023, they was saying, Netanyahu, we're going to have peace in the Middle East. Remember the Abraham Accord, have peace, we're going to build this road and all this stuff and everything. And then next day, boom, next month, it's all there. Okay? But they follow this clown here. Okay? Nobody set him up. The God was against him. That was Elijah's idea. Because God told him, you don't need him. He got angry with Elijah for even asking for him. So he was not anointed by God, nor by Elijah. He said, well, Elijah said a lot of same things about Malcolm. Lessons tell you Elijah wasn't 100% correct. The lesson itself tell you that. So it says he wasn't, what the word they say, infallible. So then, here comes the messenger of the covenant. Okay? So you got two groups out there now. Those dumb enough to follow Farrakhan, Aaron, and the other one, well, no, I don't hit it. I want you gotta be Elijah. Okay, well, don't go with that then. Get the F out of my face. I didn't ask you to come here. You walk around blind with your stick, take your stick and your dumb ass someplace else. Get away from me. I haven't asked you for a goddamn thing. I don't ask you for money. I ask you follow me. I don't ask for anything. I'm moving. I don't need you. I don't need anyone. I can see. I can run. You know, if you're blind, you can't drive, you can't run, you can't do any of that stuff, can you? I can run, I can drive, I can do whatever I want. I can see clearly what's going on. I don't even need to be here. I say it most 1,000 times. Only I'm here because the Levites. So just get the hell out of here. Don't come over here with your bullshit. I'm not interested in it. You're dumb, hold on to your darkness. See, each one of those persons, they came and verified the one before them, but they moved to the next level. They don't say, oh, Moses didn't say, Jesus said Moses was no good. No, he verified what Moses said, just took it to the next level. But Aaron, Farrakhan, he denies everything. We ain't going nowhere. Those ain't those no more. He denies. That's sure he's wicked because he doesn't take it and justify, verify what Elijah said. He condemns it. You are wicked, evil. Elijah probably never told that kind of stuff. You can't now it's Master Muhammad now. Before it was years. Originator, make us in the womb. Originated, but now all of a sudden, I know the reason for that. So, see what I'm saying? So they come here, I say, what you come here for? I ain't asked you to come here. I asked you to call me. You don't see me asking anybody to come here, get with me, or give me money, or follow me. I ain't coming. I told you, I don't want any followers. I come to give you information, so you can be the gods who you are. I ain't coming to ask you for a goddamn thing, nothing. I don't want anything from you. I have a special place in my heart for the sisters because I feel bad for these sisters because what they have to go through with your dumb ass. Because they saved this nation and then you trample all over them. Like they nothing. And it says, let us make man our likeness, our image, male and female. They gods too. But you take your strong, I'm a gorilla. I'll kick your ass. Okay, keep on with that. See? But you know that lioness? That lioness, I ain't telling you like a lion, lioness, L-I-O-N, not lie, L-I-N-E. That lioness, she's the wisest hunter in the jungle. And she sneak up on your ass next thing you know, you lying shit. So you keep on with your bullshit. Because you come around me with that bullshit, talking about these sisters, all that, you come to the wrong place. See? Male and female, they're gods too. Quran says two sides to this creation. Everything has two sides to it. But you don't want to accept that side. That's why you're running around here all messed up. With your braids, earrings in your ear, Miss Boogan. Tell me I'm identified as a female. You might as well. You got the braids and every damn thing else. Okay? Fist bumping with your enemy. People that rape your ancestors. Beat them down. Spit on them. Shit on them. For hundreds of years. And you, hey bro. And are you out of your goddamn mind? And then you're going to tell me something? Just keep your darkness to yourself. You're blind. See, the point is, I'm at, like I tell people all the time, I try to tell my children, I say, look, you can walk away from food, but food can't walk from itself. And so it's easy to get away from it because all you just start walking fast, they can't keep up with you. A blind person, all you got to start walking fast in the right direction, and they can't keep up with you. That's all you got to do. Only reason I'm dealing with, because like I said, I'm standing here amongst the blind because there's a lot of people are blind, and only blind because of your ignorance. You're blocking it. So we got to move you and the demons. That's your purpose, to block the light. See? But they got eyes to see, but you done tricked them into keeping the eyes closed. So once we get rid of the eyes open, that's one of the reasons I'm still here. Otherwise, I'd be gone, and I left your ass way behind in your darkness. So it's just those that, that can see, they wait, you blocking the light. And we're going to take care of that in a minute. Hope you understand, brother. Says I made that very clear in the beginning, right? I says, you find a person, they're blind, they come to you, they don't have any idea what's going on in the world, and you do, you can see. But they want to drag you back into the darkness, into being blind like them. How dumb is that? Now, anybody have any idea what Injil, they know, they have full knowledge, full thorough knowledge of what's happening in the world, and thorough knowledge of who everyone is. And it's not some kind of conspiracy or some kind of conjecture. You can prove it factually. Everybody's identified. Dragons identified, the Sunnis identified, the jinns identified, the snake, everyone is identified. Golden calf, all of it. And they don't know anything. They don't know a goddamn thing. But them coming to try to convince you to come back in their darkness. Oh, okay. Come and show me the verses in Message of the Black Man, in the Quran, in your sealed Bible, in Father America, that tells you, illuminates what's going on right now. Show it to me. Because the Sunnis ain't talking about it. I don't see, well, I think Israel going down. You don't see them talking about it on social media. You don't see about the false Jews because they don't see them talking about it. You don't see Jehovah's Witness talking about it. The Baptist Lutherans, you them talking about it. Farrakhan talking about it. He's talking about God told him to shut up. Because he don't know what God did anyway. And there's people talking, I'm with Elijah. Well, show me the Message of the Black Man. Show me the guidance for right now, what's going on. And not only that, show me what we're going to do about it. Show me what we're going to do about it. How we're going to handle it. How it's going to affect us. Show it to me. And I'll kiss your ass and I'll follow you. You can't. So get out of my goddamn face. Assalamu alaikum. soon as we're here. It's the covenant. Breaking 7 seals. The judge. It's future news, brothers and sisters. You know, the whole world is filled with rumors of a volcano. The whole world is filled with it. They know something's big about to happen. It's about to blow. Going to shock waves all across the planet. Everyone's saying it. Now, if you're on social media, right, if you're watching YouTube, you can't find a station on your head that's not talking about this. And everybody's nervous about it. See? Because they don't know what the outcome will be. Okay? See, one of the problems, let's play something here. See, one of the problems you have is they've been addicted this day for a long time. They've been addicted this particular day for a long time. It's not right unfolding that they do it. That's why they're quiet. They don't know what to say. Confused, and they're not calling what it simply is. Because it's going to be public desolation, and there's going to be worries, and that's really going to be under attack by Russia and the Arabs, and it's going to maybe fight some of their lives. And family Jesus going to come. And the family praise Jesus and eternal Jesus. They say is in hell and shit right now. That's what they say. They say look at their books, the Talmud. And they say Jesus in hell, born his own increment. Just saying their estimate. Yeah. So he said, why is Christians with this guy? Why is Christians with them? And Muslims, the so-called Muslims, they believe with Jesus. But the Christians who say Jesus is God, they're backing the Jews who say their God is in hell. Excrement. The people that they're attacking, they admire it and they elevate Jesus. That's kind of confusing, isn't it? A lot of things are confusing. That's why the angels here, the light is all this confusion, darkness. That's what angels here, the world, all the darkness, because looking at the deep crevices, right down in the basement, the deep corners. See? And that stuff's not making sense. That's a... If you got the eyes to see the light, I mean, if you're blind, it doesn't matter where it comes from, does it? And unfortunately, there's no one that sees light yet. Even those that claim to see it, they don't see it. They don't see it. They claim they see it, they don't see it. They tell me I see it. See it actually becoming different what they're doing right now. If you can see light, you can reflect the light. And it's reflecting darkness. But that's going to change in a minute. It'll change in a minute. Scripture says he's looked and every help. So if he says there's no one to help, then those who claim to be helpers, they can help him. But that's going to change in a minute. Because the angel goes in so deep. And it illuminates everything. There's no corner, no crack, no hole, or nothing that they can hide in. There's not even a shadow. Nothing that will give a shadow, they can hide behind the shadow. Because it illuminates everything. People understand that, people claim it, but don't you know, right? Nothing's not being said yet. But
they knew it, they would be saying it. Just parallel going to say, if this goes into a lot of things I haven't even talked about yet. A lot of things I haven't talked about yet. But let's see, but we can't stop what he's doing, I'm sure Injil reveals his motivation. What he was thinking. So we have 2 years, because he knew they were thinking. Why did they come across the border? Why would they explain that? Say, in real right now, people say, you're doing some stuff that doesn't make any sense. You know, it doesn't make any sense because you don't understand it. Injil explains it all. It makes total sense to me. I see it clearly, exactly what every move they're making. And when hidden me, it says, your spirit should pull up my necklace will be revealed. It says, no secrets you have will be remain hidden. So how in the hell, who's going to do that? Who's going to expose all this? There's no hidden, no secrets you have will remain hidden. And everything you have, we're shouting at rooftops. All these things we're shouting at rooftops. Who's going to do that? They can't do it. The Quran has been doing it. The Quran has no idea. Right? Let's say the Quran said, but those have the Quran does not explain what's going on right now. And very general details, always going to be telling the trouble. I'm not sure the Quran says that. But very general details. So they look in vain and never going to find out the truth of what's going on right now. And if they listen to the Quran, they would know what flows Israel got a foothold over there to begin with. Because the Arabs could stop that. Just like that. The whistles were there. And nothing. The Arabs had no numbers, like 100,000 men. They didn't know what to do. Because someone was on board with them being set up. That's actually no insane motivation. Because what was the reason why they were set up to begin with? To refute the claim that we're true to Abraham, and Arabs also have that same motivation in mind. Because they claim they were true. They are seeing Abraham, but they claim they're the one disposed in heritage. See, no, that's still it's not. See? They say, oh, no, Ishmael was the one supposed to, and say, in the Quran, so Ishmael was supposed to be inherit. Does it say that? So then they live with this. Because they don't care about you anyway. They come over here today. Because I have to go to my class and that kind of stuff, right? And then I do the things I have to do. It's amazing. You see them, they walk around, especially the females, right? All covered up and everything else. And right next to them, around the bush was a bunch of devils, naked and everything else. And they just party like brothers and sisters. But you don't see you with them. They don't have nothing to do with you. You can sit around here, man. You have problems tattooed on your face. You have Qurans, you got the Quran coming on your back. You have prayer beads, the prayer robe. You really know she just praying all the time. Oh, pray Lord. And they will have nothing to do with you. And I never yet to see anyone have anything associated with black people. Never. Because I don't really let in this temple. Oh yeah, we love them, we love worship with them. Elijah Muhammad was not, people may know this, they could not come into the temple. They would not let him in. He would not let him in. Because they've been here for hundreds of years. The master from Muhammad showed up, the Michigan was up full of them. That's what he says, first temple up in Michigan. It's full of Arabs. For blacks too. And there's all kinds of monks up there. And not one time they ever come out and say, do to the black people, not once. And they knew how we came over here. They knew us and listen, we came here. Because they're part of the reason we came here, because they betrayed us. There's a whole other story about this I'm not getting to right now. They know who you are. That's why I don't get rid of us, because that's part of it. Help you out. Because if they know that means that, because remember, they know about it now, because he lives over there. You know, this is Egypt. It's like the person outside trying to get out of home to stay there. He claimed he will come and teach my boy. He said he will come back and teach us. That's what it was. He said he was going to give money anything, just stay in Egypt. He says, teach his people. He knew where he went over to teach his people. The point was he was trying to get out of him, stay and come over and teach us. They don't do that, so I don't understand that. So what I mean, but I could have got rid of folks a long time ago. If we had nuclear weapons and everything else. There's no way in the world folks Israel had an army, the equipment, and the air force, especially the Turks. They had all that equipment and everything there, armies and everything standing there, and they couldn't defeat folks Israel. See, now they didn't want to do there, but now they're kicking their ass. How do you think they got white? They wasn't writing about how much around. I mean, just look at that story itself. Can you really believe, I mean, tell me, can you really believe that Prophet Muhammad, the man of the hour, the man of the century, the man of the millennia, I mean, Prophet Muhammad, man, he's changed the world. The world right now is how we do with Prophet Muhammad. Because what they call Islam, the Middle East, oh man, that was still pretty much dominated by the Romans in peace. He took it back to control of Arabia and changed the world. The world we're still doing right now. He's probably a great deal responsible for it. And you mean his whole life, and people meet him, he's going down everything else. He's a great hero. They wrote songs and everything, and nobody, not one person wrote a description of him. Not one person. Not one literary person. Not one artist drew a picture of him. Nothing. Now, if you do that, right, I got something that you could eat that you can't, and you be able to honey. Because that's bullshit. And you know it. This one the man was black. So how did they become white? It's all bullshit, you know it. They knew exactly what the man looked like. Don't give me that crap. But they didn't want you to know he was black. See? You tell me all that. Nobody wrote that description. Did you do that? That's why they killed his son. Black too, because they didn't have a trace of him. And he started his silly stuff. There were no seals and things around. And as soon as they jin anyway, they were jin. That's not a story, brothers and sisters. Anyway, it was a free gift. So one of these clowns are asking for money. Because they're living off of these parasites. Oh, a few more days, literally a few more days, brothers and sisters. I mean, I'm like, I don't even know what to do with myself now. I'm saying, watch. It's pretty neat to keep doing my clients and all that stuff, right? I know it's over in a day or two. But, you know, you can't. Anyway, you gotta keep on moving. Right? Until change comes, I'm not going to anticipate. Right? Because anticipating something, right, can be dangerous. That means if you anticipate by action, it can be dangerous. You anticipate by thought, but anticipate by action, it can be dangerous. Right? Because, like, you know, for instance, right, I think this guy who started Seventh-day Adventist and Jehovah's Witness, I think the same person started. I'm pretty sure it was, so I can't think his name right now, right? And he had wrote down, he had predicted that Jews were going to turn in 1914. That's the somewhere around there. He went to all the numbers and everything else, right? And so he had it all down, right? And it was after 1914, because he had predicted in 1914 that there was going to be this war. And there was a war in 1914, so man, everyone was excited. I can't remember his name, that's what I'm saying. And so, I mean, it was one group, but then they broke into two groups and showed this. Don't get me, because I know I'm talking in general, but there were two groups, Jehovah's Witness and the Seventh-day Adventists. There was one group that we seen this one day, I can't think of it, Calvin or something like that, I can't think his name was. So everybody was excited, they thought this guy really knew how to do it, right? And so what happened was they anticipated, because he said he's going to turn. He's going to turn a certain day, and where he's going to return at. And so everybody sold their house and everything. But I was going to study what's going to sell the house. I mean, we done it. We can't sell it. Don't sell it. What's the point of even doing that, right? But see, they sold the house. What you going to do with the money? Anyway, it's stupid. But people sold the house and everything. Look what they owned from here. And they went to this place where he told them was going to be. And they waited and nothing ever happened. And so that very organization had broke down breaking down. Because they would anticipate something, right? You should anticipate that could be a bad thing. They just kept doing what they was doing. And then when Jesus returned, of course, then when somebody lost and they did kill, that was waiting and did show up. I'm talking about that way. I'm talking about anticipation as far as preparing yourself, right? Because you prepare yourself for a situation. That's what the difference between yourself and everything is different. Anyway, that's my process, because I'm going to get to a little salty here. I'm not going to move on because I got a lot of stuff to talk about. I'm going to do 2 parts I said. There's a free gift. That's all right now. Those clothes are ripping off. God bless for now. Anyways, move on. Let's see how my system goes. All my system been messing up. I got a new carrier or whatever. Okay. Let's kick this whole thing off. I said it's the future news, bro. This whole thing is kicking off this war. Never told us war forever. I found a couple of look out for some more presentation. I was talking about this war. I've been talking about this war for years. Literally years. And everybody's been moving for the last 4 or 5 years now. They've been hearing about this war. Right? Not that it hasn't done any good. Right? But this war, right? And it's 2 parts. First part is already, it's in play right now. What's your destination? Right? See? And the second part says, and will occur in heaven. See? It didn't say Michael's angels and went to war with the dragon, because then it says that's Michael's angels. It's 2 parts, says Walker in heaven, and then you have Michael's angel. And you see the same thing in Daniel, where they push against the king of the north, now the king of the north comes back at them. Those 2 phases. Right? So that's about to happen right now. And everybody's on edge. The whole world. 2 years ago, nobody was wasn't even on the horizon. That's when foreign comes from, oh my God, it's going to be in Europe, and it's going to spread all the world. You know all about it, right? So now you're running through, I said it's going to be the one in the Middle East that's going to need all this stuff. And then it happened. And then he finally said, God told me to shut up. Because you don't know what the F you're talking about. See? Because God ain't told me a goddamn thing. Nothing. See? He just don't know. So his coward ass can't speak out. He get busted, but he busted anyway. It don't matter, he's busted. Please stop doing it. Please don't do it. Please. But he's begging. He could be his knees begging in a minute. See? But actually, he's begging now. Because we're listening to them Sunday broadcasts. They're desperate to try to hold on to that BS. The original is something that comes rise from Muhammad all over again, but then it's still confusing. But because Muhammad, he's still the one that makes in the room. How is Muhammad doing that? How is he making us in the room? He's the God. Oh no, God is the one who gives his blessings, right? So they still got the religion in the background. Right? They still down there, they still want to say it. You see, because they kind of counter what I'm saying, because now this woman is the great Mahdi. And all this, and Farrakhan's the great Christ. You know, he's the great Christ. Crap in the bag. Crap on yourself. What kind of Christ is that? What kind of Christ is that? Please come over and clean my diaper, because you're in a diaper. Come kind of crazy is that? Huh? I see the man of blind, any blind man can jump up and say, I can see, how the rest of them know. And that's what happened there. Because they didn't understand what Elijah was doing. They go, all praise over Elijah Muhammad, all I was there. What happened? And Farrakhan was the biggest thing of all. But he was there, and he hated him being there. Because he was saying, and you could hear him say, well, every time I said two words, Uncle, I'm I said, but that's what he just shut the hell up. I'm trying to hear what the message said. Go ahead, all your powerful man, go ahead, tell that too. That was him. That was Farrakhan. The sycophant. You couldn't hear anything out of him saying, I was over here right there. See? And it was all right. And it was gone. And next day they all turned against him just like that. Wallace came on the scene. Everybody knew Wallace was no good. Everybody knew Wallace at the time. When Elijah Muhammad kept putting him down, he put him up permanently. So how the hell did he come back and turn it around? Because they did not understand Elijah's teaching. They were just sycophants. Just clapping hands. Oh yeah, what you problem? Like some people really say, they don't understand anything because if you do, you produce. If you're being fed and you're getting it, you start producing. If you're producing, it means you ain't getting it. You're not getting nutrition. You're not getting growing. If you're not producing, that's how you know. That's what every tree is not producing, be cut down. And they wasn't producing. And he was the one producing his force, and they was pushing him. And when he stopped pushing, they stopped. And so they were all blind because they didn't understand Muhammad's teaching. So when somebody just come along and say, I'm not going to see. I'm teaching Muhammad's, how do they know that he's not teaching Muhammad's teaching? If they understand Muhammad's teaching themselves. Think about it. If they didn't understand Muhammad's teaching themselves and didn't know it, then somebody come and say it, how do you know? Oh, that's how it goes. You come and say, I'm teaching his teachers. And then it's obvious he's not. But then you know. It's like, here you can see, you see, and you see blind people from a blind person. You say, why do you follow him? Because he too, he can see. And you know he can't see. And you know they follow the blind guy. But they don't know it. Because they don't see. It's even worse if they got eyes and they don't open eyes. They keep their eyes shut. It's happening there. But that's going to change in a minute. See, because they don't understand. They don't understand me at all, really. They don't understand me. See, they got the wrong idea. They think it's about friendship, bullying, Tell them unprecedented trouble. This is wartime. It's a soon to be a warlord. See, if you understand, he's the one that actually doing the fighting. When from Muhammad, it says right there, it says, he's his Air Force. He's his backup. But he's on the ground doing the fighting. And so he would be 70s when it happened. So imagine that. If you think it's nice being 70, try it. I hate every second of it. But I got a job to do. And I ain't got time for bullshit. No. See, bullshit time is over. See, well anyway, that's what initiates it. See, you don't read the whole thing, right? That's what initiates right here the war. That's about to, and everybody knows it's about to happen anytime. In fact, they actually say, I think yesterday, say, they got intel that Iran's going to attack within 48 hours. They said they got intel was going to attack. And false this rule, so notice they're doing preemptive attacks against Hezbollah. They threatened with the preemptive attack against Iran. And America said, why is America so tepid? Why? Because they see this, they pay attention. This is the scripture tell that. Remember, knew the scriptures. He knew what was going on. So he accomplished it. What should he do about it? It tells you right there, they know about this. They know about me. They don't know about me. They go through and say, try to go after him. Come on. We'll see if Master Muhammad's word means anything. We'll see if his word means anything. He says, I'm protected. We'll see if his word means anything. They come at me many times already. And always just fade it out, right? That's the word we use, right? It fades away. They come at me many times. They have me thrown in jail and everything else. Everyone they put the hands on me. But every time they come after the whole so that's the problem. So, hey, so come after me. You see me, you back in there, you see, scared to say something? Scared to call them devils? Tell me about to happen to them? You see what I'm scared? I'm not protecting myself, but I appreciate any help I get from Master Muhammad. Right? But these are the problems. So because not Master Muhammad, it's a destination of lost. It's against them. It's always Elijah Muhammad. It tells you there. Because the Pharaoh turned them against him. Why should Master Muhammad help them if they worship some false god, some originator? He's the God, and they you can't worship him because he's flesh. So why should they? You see what I'm saying? So, I'm not here, Master Father, I'm not here. Go to the originator and help your ass. Go to the originator and help your ass. See what you do. See? See if you can get your ass out of trouble. Man, he was, oh man, come on, Master, we're gonna break. And then he comes and for himself and say, oh, when we get started. What the hell? What the hell? They ain't my teachers. What the hell are you doing over there? So you try to burn your ass up. It tells you right there, you try to burn your ass up. And what they prevented was the Suleiman, Joshua. He said, only one stood between them and destruction. And he's not even a Levite. He said, only one stood between them and destruction because God was against them and Eli was against them. Because Pharaoh couldn't do it. And the thing is, they said, well, yeah, but they had an issue. I was trying to understand this. How the hell did Pharaoh going to get a hold of your ass after all that teachings? After supreme wisdom, I left Elijah, my spirit, he's almost an image copy of me. I left him, and he was deceived by this fool. He's not even human, he's a devil. How the hell that happened? See, that wasn't wrong, I understand it. But what's wrong doing? They didn't understand it. How the hell did you do that? And so they said, hell with y'all. That was attitude. Read Exodus. And so we said, oh. And he should be the one to burn their ass up himself because all the hell they gave him, and he not even benefiting from this. He ain't trying to benefit from it. So why is someone doing this? You don't have to. Nobody's telling you to do it. So why is he doing it? He's not a Levite. He's got his elect, the Shabbats that go out with him. So why is he caring about Levites? Why? It's a good question. Maybe he may change his mind, just go around Elijah and God. Because they don't know what he's going to do. That's why Elijah says, be careful. We don't know what he's going to do. He show up. Because he's not bound by Scripture. Because no Scripture, you're not bound by it. You're bound by it because you don't know what the hell's happening. You're going to know what because you already figured out what you're going to do. Right? So you don't even know. Let's move on to go and sense this. Oops. We're getting ahead of myself here. I'm going to back up. I have just two possible instances. So everybody know. We're going to mess this up. 2 hours to prepare this process. You think this is easy? That's what we're doing right now. Going to Magog and the general or the Antichrist false Israel, they're in charge of the Middle East. They got control of the Middle East right now. And They kill our soldiers over there, and they go, what the hell are you doing over there with Madison land? Oh, don't get me started. These people are so sick. I mean, I tell you, I get sick watching TV. I mean, I know they get sick watching with me. You actually get sick because if you weren't alive during these times and your eyes opened, you would never believe the lies and stuff these people say and tell. You never believe that. You go in the future, if you make it back to hereafter, and you're going to tell the truth, they won't believe this. They won't believe it. Say, man, you kidding me? And I'm watching it. My eyes open. So I'm scared. And I'm really when I sit there, and then walk with these damn dogs all over the place, and then you can't go into the store, and you got a damn different dog up in there. You know, these people are sick. Man, you bring wild dogs in public places. Why you the damn dog at home? What you do, escort it? These people are sick. You understand? They brought disease into the world. They live for animals. They brought disease into the world. See? Remember, you go back history. You see evidence of the Black Plague or any of that stuff. Any other country? Did you hear it back in Arabia? In China? In any place? No. Only Europe. Only Europe. All these black things, the Black Plague lasts over 100 years, I think. Something, and they remember for decades, they thought it was bad, take it down. How can you live years and years without taking a bath? They thought I was bad thing to do. Filthy. Sick. And the herpes, gonorrhea, all that stuff. Come on, have sex with animals. And it's all over the world. And it kind of cold, it was kind of common, because it wiped out the so-called American natives here, or they were American, right? The natives of this country, because they haven't physically never had a cold. Can you imagine that? There's thousands of years never had a cold. And then this devil ball over there, wiped them out. That's it. Where's that guy? The guy that runs Playboy business? You hear from him? I never heard about him, right? His secretary brought her daughter to work. So she left the door. She had to go to the lift door in his office with him, right? So she come back early from the day. He's screwing the dog. You have to all this girl brings you down, so he's doing the dog. You got to go, boy. You got to go. You know, all these, now you see Negro bus, they got more dollars than the Devil's got. You know, when I was growing up, I knew nobody in the neighborhood. Nobody in the neighborhood. I grew up in Newark. I knew nobody in the neighborhood. I knew a black person that had a dog. Not one. And I tried all around because it was all over the book. East side of the Newark, Sherman Avenue, Raven Avenue, 12th Street, right, Johnson Avenue, Newark. And they would say, anyone had a dog ever. You go Bush, they got not just one dog, 2 or 3 like big like that there. They probably work with Burger King, how the hell you feed them? It's time for a change. Y'all want to 100% dissatisfaction? I'm 1,000% dissatisfied. That should tell you something. I'm 1,000% dissatisfied. Total. Because this world is nothing to know. It don't like nothing. It's got to go all of it, every bit of it. Everybody. Not just the devils, thieves, all of them. Don't say, oh, if they're going to press all of them. Because all of them are against us. Totally against me. And some of you are against us. That's why it's a great and blessed day. It's the only man was worthy. You understand something worthy? You understand you have the ability. See, you got the ability. Worthy means you have the ability, but you accomplish it. You take the ability and accomplish it. That's what worthy is. But they wouldn't realize it's worthy. See? Because he did it. And the words of books, he did it. They weren't sitting down there and do it, let alone. They said 100%, man, 100%. 100% means 100% means, and he's totally committed. That means when you call the point, show up right immediately. That's what 100% means. You know how you can bullshit everybody with your bullshit. If you're 100% committed, that means that's what that means. You show up immediately when something happens because you say you're 100% committed. You say 100%, oh, I'll be there later. Well, another time, you ain't committed. Okay, this is what has to happen. They can make go to war. The shit can make go to war with God and no God, Antichrist. That's what happened. I'm saying it's going to happen this month. They say it's going to happen this month too. They say it happens next 24 hours, 48 hours. That was yesterday, so that means it can happen today or tomorrow. They said they got intel, so the false Israel's got bunkers and all kind of stuff, right? Because they said they got intel that this man's going to make his move in the next 24 hours, 48 hours. That was yesterday. And that's, man, I can't lock this in because we got the final word on it, right? And you understand, so I'm telling you, the math. And this is that I'd be surprised if it does happen in the next couple of days, next 4 hours actually. That's what's happening. Now what's the outcomes of war? Everybody's got ideas. But when the devil's saying the outcomes of war is going to be devastating for America, either way, I'm talking about that too. If false Israel wins, it's still, either way, it's devastating for America. But that's not what's going to happen, right? It's going to be devastating in a way, right? This particular way, that means she's going to be victorious. She's going to be victorious. It says so, King of North. He's not only going to take down when we say take down the dragon, he's talking about all Sunni. See, dragon, what's the reason why Sunni? Because he's going to take down Jordan, he's going to take down all those countries. He's going to have total Middle East. The Shia will be dominant. They'll be king of the Middle East. And Nasser Muhammad will be their king, their God. He's a royal iron. And that's real clear, right? How you spell iron? I-O-R-N. How you spell red? I-R-A-N. There's so many clues about since you don't see them. I see them. It's royal iron. See? Because the red wasn't red. Normally it was just, that's a new name for red. It was called Persian before. So now it's called red. And that's red iron, rod of iron. That's no story, but I don't want to go there. That's a little too subtle for you. Right? So we're victorious. See? That's about to happen. Future news. In a few more days, that's going to be history. Farrakhan. What's wrong with Farrakhan? Your ass popping up. Crying the goddamn thing. And you're starting to feel my power on your ass. Please stop tormenting me. Oh, you ain't felt nothing yet. Because I'm after your ass. It says, who the Lord will pursue the spirit of mouth and destroy. Do I sound like I'm playing games right now? Do I sound like I have a different attitude? He said, destroy. Destroy. Can you spell it? Do you understand what it means? He didn't say make peace with him or throw him out or with his blood. Destroy. Destroy. And all those with him. When thrones are cast down, when you cast them down, you say you throw it and you cast down. It's violent. Great violence is about to hit the enemy. It's what comes from within. They're going to tear his ass up. His so-called, his volcanic, his family toy busts his ass, but he got a lot more coming. What are we going to do? Push him down the stairs with wood here. Well, that'll be funny. Right? But they're going to tear his ass up. His whole family. We say destroy. When you say destroy, to mean your whole seed, everything. That means totally wipe you out. His whole family, everything gonna be up. Okay, so send it after me. Send it after me. See if I blink. I ain't threatening you. I'm just telling you what's about to happen to your ass. See, I don't need to threaten. Threaten some weak people. Right? Don't need to threaten. Go ahead and threaten. Just tell you what's going to happen. Right? If you don't do this, you do that, right? See, well, you can say, well, right? That's a whole different thing. That's a whole difference again. Right? Anyway, that's next. And then, see, now it's from the son of Jonah. See, it's two sons of Jonah. And you got to read that carefully. Right? And certain scribes, Pharisees asked to say, Master, we would see a sign from thee. But he answered said to them, even adults generation seeketh a sign, and there should be no sign given with but the sign of the prophet Jonah. That's the only sign they will be given. They won't see the other signs, recognize those signs. Right? For as Jonah was 3 days and 2 nights in the world's belly, so shall the Son of Man be 3 days and 2 nights on earth. Now those are two different situations there. We're going to talk about in a minute. Because Jonah and Son of Man is the same person. But they're talking about two different things here. Because as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the world's belly, right, so shall Son of Man be 3 days, 2 nights on the earth. See, I'm going to speak in soldier because I'm going to get into that. So we're going to say it in a minute, brothers and sisters. Hopefully. We'll come back to that. As me, I baptize you with water for repentance. I said, you baptize you with water. But he was coming after me is mine and I. But they would reject that part. See, they say it was John, but they say anybody come after me, eternal leader, they is on. Like one never seen such bullshit as that. Right? These people, Prophet Muhammad said he didn't run sure he could make it through the judgment. And these people, what's going to happen to you? Then we say tongues wider in their mouth. It's going to be worse than that. God says they're going to be put in food for everything they're doing. And so everything they're doing, every lie they told, there's a consequence for that. So what's the consequence of lying? That means your tongue gets rotten? Your tongue get burnt in your mouth? What's the consequence of lying? You got to understand that. They didn't get away with anything. They go, I heard one person say, well, man, I just killed myself because, when you're dead, you're dead. Okay, go for it if you think that thing will work. Because did you read Angel Calculus? What was? He said they will seek death and not be able. We ain't going to let your ass die. We will let you do it. Because you got to pay for what you did. Because you cannot leave this earth. You don't understand that. Consequence will not let you die until you pay all the things you did for you. There are some people live here very horrible deaths. Some people live all kinds of ways because you don't understand that math. You cannot die until you have paid your whole life has to come back and check out to zero. That's a balance. So if you went up here, then you got to pay for everything you've done. So if you live a good life, then your death will be a pleasant death. Some people would call it a good death because of your perspective. Right? But your death will reflect the type of life you lived. Okay. So you will pay. Some people die in agony, great pain, because that's their pain for what they're doing. They don't understand the concept. They don't understand your deathbed. As me, I baptize you for repentance, trying to get you to, prepare you for. Remember, he's preparing for the Master of the Covenant. But he was coming after this more than I, and I had to fit the rules handle. He's way greater than me. Oh, but Elijah, he's the eternal leader, made his laws. I'm not fitting rules down. He will baptize you with Holy Spirit and fire. Holy Spirit and fire. See what it is? Because those two tables of ministry, that's the fire. You just say, he's the Holy Spirit, because remember, the Spirit, before he left Jerusalem, he's the Holy Spirit. So he comes there, and he's coming with the angel, that's part of the baptism, and the fire, right? It's a tribulation, but the point is that's another little thing I haven't really taught you about right there, right? See? But those Africans that you love so much, they're going to be attacking your ass. They're going to be attacking you. That's part of it. They're going to be attacking you too. Never get more attacked another time. But see, that's what it says. The fire, the red was also fire too. And Moses cast fire on your ass. Because he got mad, but you cast fire on your ass. And that's a tribulation. So that's part of your baptizement. See? Because you be baptized under during the time of the fire. That's not only one, brothers and sisters, right? Remember, your resurrection takes place as a result of baptism, right? But the baptism takes place with the 4 winds. You gotta eat. I don't need to put all this together, but the 4 winds, they're fire. I'm not going to go there, but because I got so much to talk about. And his burning forks in his hand, he would thoroughly clear his festival floor, and he would gather his wheat to the barn. He burned the chaff unquenchable fire. So that's the chaff, that's the demons. Burn their ass up. Unquenchable, that means there will be nothing left of them. This is serious stuff, bro. You don't say to me, because no one's taking seriousness that it is. Okay, then what? Remember, on the back up here, we show you find this. And I'm going to do part 2. Let's see here. Okay. So here it is right here. This is... Okay, hold on. Did I go too far? Am I somewhere? Okay. Okay. Right? Okay, and then we I missed that part. Right, this is the part where they feel it, right? And I want to change that real quick. Let's just go ahead so fast you can see it. I'm going to show what happened. And I tell you, I don't have to do it. But some people, man, I don't know. Okay, let's do this right here. We'll have it so fast like that. Oops. Okay. Okay, now I have something. Translation. Why is that so fast? Usually it's slower. Let me see. Okay. Still doing it. Hold on. Oh, this is something here. Why is it doing it like that? It's supposed to be something different here. Okay, let's go to the bosses. This is, should be doing that way. There must be something going on here. Let's see if this one works better. Which is exactly how it should be seen. Take a look. Hold. Think what happened. Okay, let me see what happens here. It still doesn't. Okay, we can recognize that. No. No one's doing that. Okay. And so there I might quit statement. So, what can I say? What can I say? I don't know what it's doing. I'm missing something here. Yes, well, I don't know why it's doing that. It shouldn't be doing like that. Okay, so what do? What we're going to do is see what just happens with this. It shouldn't be doing like that. I was doing it yesterday. Or maybe it's just affect that up. Let's see if this works. Okay, there you go. Okay, let's see. Special effective was just in the overruled. Anyway. Oh, good thing. Because I did that because I still did. No mistake there. Okay, that's good. Okay. Let's get going here. Oh man, come on. What's on it? I see something here. Okay, show me that. Okay. Okay, brothers and sisters, we're back. Number 2. There you go. So I'm sure we missed that. So we go here, the war, right? And that's when Suleiman comes to Eli. And then she come to him, read Mark. They throw Farrakhan out. And they lift up Suleiman. They recognize him as a son. Because that's when they seek him. The Lord just seeks. Right? So they recognize him. Right? And they throw Farrakhan out. They cast stones at his ancient of days, right? And they cast out him and his puppets, his whatever. And then what happens here? Okay? And that's why the war is going on. And then the Shia are victorious sometime between now and October. It won't, right? They're victorious. How long that long war lasts? I say it lasts probably about 2 months, maybe. I'm not sure. But the war starts. I'm saying this war's going to start this month. Right? And it's probably going to go until October. It won't go until November because the fleeing and everything can't take place in the summer, in the winter. Just if your prayers and that's my story, brothers and sisters. So see, that's what I want to show you. And that's when they cast out, and then that's when they attack. That's what they flee. That's when they attack. Attack all blacks. Right? They attack all blacks. While Suleiman's dead, they don't know how to attack him too. That's biblical false. This world is being exposed, it's being false, and it means we must be true to Abraham, and they can't let you know that. But now Suleiman is warning you Because he has a voice, he can control any lie, and then he has a voice, and this truth be spoke, this gospel be preached all the world, then it will come. So you've been warned, and you've been told what's about to happen. Because remember, this when he comes, he shows up here just before this happens. This when he actually start attacking you. See, he shows up, and the angels tell you to flee, because they're going to attack you. See, because the fear is about the great America. Remember, the great fear happens before the attack. The great fear happens when we're still, right, within release. God says, man's hearts be filled with fear, those things come upon you, but man has got here yet. So the powers of heaven be shaken, so the powers of heaven just got shaken. Because man, she has control of the release the heavens. And so great fear grabs America. People's hearts are shortened. And great fear, I've got a fear of unprecedented strength. You can imagine it's about to grip America. A kind of fear that you can't imagine. Only you can imagine. Because now they understand that God is against them and that we're about to be destroyed. And they got this idea about hell and heaven, that kind of stuff. They know they're going to hell's total destruction. They know they're going to total destruction. This whole thing's about to come to a complete creature hole. That's worse than that. And they're in total fear. It says this, they fear anticipation. They fear you get that? They fear in anticipation. So their hearts are fear. Their hearts fear. How much fear you have to have? If you have fear, that means you got the greatest fear you can possibly have. See what I'm telling you? That's the greatest fear you have to make your heart tell you. Right? But this fear is greater than that. And they have my heart filled. They have my heart filled in anticipation. So how much fear would it be when it actually happens? You can't imagine. If people say people walk around, drink water, have a drink. To be gray-headed. The fear wouldn't go to anything you can imagine. See? There could be epidemic of hospitals, people just passing down the streets, driving, because they don't expect this to happen. Because a sheer takeover, that's an economic collapse in America just like that, because they don't have no fuel. Everything just collapses. One man's everything in 5 seconds. All the stores are going like that. And you don't want to go the other way. Because you come out, you get in and finish the food, they can blow your brains out when you come over, the food, take your food away from you. If you even get that far. And they probably kill you while you're in the store. They probably say, I got that. And if you're not really in the store, anybody you get in the store, anything that really blows out, tell you what you got. It's going to be like, you can't imagine. You watch those Mad Max movies, they say nothing, man. They ain't got money in those movies. And those movies ain't got money in this. It's going to be off the page, says a strange thing that you can't imagine. See, fear's going, and you can be caught up in it. And if you have any discipline, it's going to squash you. It's going to tear you apart. Your fear is going to overcome you. If you got no discipline, one thing I'm saying is a discipline, not no faith. If faith gets you to discipline, then that's good. Faith and Farrakhan. But if your faith doing good, everybody else will get a Farrakhan. Your faith heal your ass? That's the only thing that's going to protect you. Okay? Protect your mind and your heart. One brother was telling me, well, we got to have discipline and discipline in the 5 pillars. No, 5 pillars are discipline. The 5 pillars are discipline. They are discipline. It's not that indiscipline you have discipline. No, they are the discipline that you need. They are discipline. That's what we're about. The 5 pillars are all discipline. They are discipline. It's 5 levels of discipline. And when you apply them, you're invincible. But you got to have the energy to apply them. That's what my brother says. Oh man. Okay. I got it. Boy, I tell you. That's what I'm saying anyway. And then this is what happens. Then you attack. Because when you're in fear, right? The only thing you want to do is get rid of that fear. Like you're in pain, the only thing you think is get rid of that pain. And that fear is so great. And we're the source of that fear. That's what's all about. Verse goes down, rituals, Abraham, God's coming at them because of the way they get to us. And they know what they did to us. They want you to know. And they go, oh man, goddamn. We did to him. And devil. They laugh at you, play with you. They know they really did to you. They hope you never know. And you never get the chance to turn back on them. I know quickly, brothers and sisters, I didn't realize word. I said, this was our baptize you with fire. See? So Moses gave up on you. I said, he put the Levites on the Africans and everything. They attack you, they're attacking you, they're attacking all, they're attacking you, they're attacking you, because over here, you have the devils, they're attacking the devils, they're attacking you, attacking the demons, attacking everybody. Anybody that's not familiar with God, I'm talking about us, I'm talking about Jesus and that kind of stuff, they're attacking everybody. That's probably American. That's another story. I was going to go into detail about this, but I realized my time is moving so fast. And that's Armageddon. See, but we're those who are a child. See, they get pregnant. See, we're talking America and Britain. See, they're pregnant. They got somebody, oh, that's what it means. It says, we're those who are a child. And then they get stuck. And they should be great distress and man upon wrath upon them. The wrath that be upon them, the wrath of God. The wrath of God. Why is the wrath of God? See, they don't understand it. They don't understand it. Why is the wrath of God? Right? Because like I tried to explain yesterday, right? If you're a parent, if you've done something wrong, right? It's like you just have to worry about something wrong. If you've done something wrong, right? Go here. I'm going to just do this way. Right now. So you can see it. You just had a child, you're trying to correct him. But what if you take the parent and beat the parent and put him in the basement and don't feed him and starve him and all that kind of stuff, curse him, and do it for years? You did to the parent. You think the parent can do if they get loose and get on your ass? And say, we the God. If God punished them before they did to us, we the God they did it to. We the God they did it to. That's what we understand. We the God they did it to. And so now we come back for vengeance. Say, vengeance is mine, says the Lord. You get vengeance, so happen to you. And wrath upon these people, and they shall fall by the edge of sword, shall be led captive all nations. See? It's a no joke, brothers and sisters. And I'm going to do 2 parts. Then, let's go here. And then, okay. And there's besides the sun, the moon, stars, and the distress, and they should all miss them in distress. Why? Because we're going to kick ass. All of them had the hands of us and our women. Right? All of them. We're going to do it, all of them. The stress, all of them. They've been stressed now because we're rising. We're perplexity. They're perplexed. What we're going to do, man? They're rising, man. We had them down. We thought we had them down and out. We thought it was dead. Now they rise, or the seas and waves roaring. That's about China, India, roaring now because they're rising up right against the goat. And men's hearts stand for fear. Those things looking after those things was coming on earth. That's what I said. It's your anticipation. The heart's feelings. What do you think when next happens? For the powers of heaven shall be shaken. I just said that. Then you shall see some men coming in the clouds with power and great glory. See? And when these things come to pass, look, lift your heads, what's coming, that's what happened right here. See? Because they were also called the clouds. Right? So they fled. See? They fled. It's the clouds right there. They fled. See? That's what's tomorrow. And then the demons are cast out. And then we see abundant desolation which spoke to the prophet, staying in the holy place. Right? They're abomination. They should be in Jerusalem to make the seed of Abraham. See? They're abomination. They cause desolation. When Jesus flee, see, that's what it's flee. And when they flee, okay, tell. I pray that you flee when you've been one on the side. The side was actually September, the 7th month, but I'm not going to that nonsense. The great tribulation, such as not occurs since the beginning of the world until now. That's tribulation, period. Tribulation, that's part of the doom war. Because you have the demons tear this planet, that's Samson. They tear this country apart. They've been, what, 17 million strong. Women, children, men, they tear this country apart. But see, they want to take the country. See? They made massacres, massacres mistreat them, and massacres attacked them too, because they attacked all blacks. So they fight back. And then you got the Levites, Africans. Right? They tear this country apart in anticipation of their leader, Obama, leading the African. That's going to break up in two parts. It's Northern Africa and Southern Africa. And North Africa, I'm saying that Jimmy was more specific than that, so we would bow down. But the problem is he going to go over there leading to come here, or he's going to be here leading us down here and joining them when they show here. Because he's going to be in trouble either way. Either he's going to be in trouble from here, or he's going to be in trouble from there. Those are the trouble of Africans. When that goes on, he's going to be in trouble. He's going to be a leader. So the point is he going to lead? Because remember, he's the one that told Eve to take us out. So he's not going to be who he is. He's one of us. But that's the point. See? So it was, they're going to be attacking America and us. They will be attacking us. And so if he's here, and he's leading it here, right? Because he knows his other arm is coming over with the goat. The rest of his arm coming with the goat. And they join up together. That's another story, but I know we talked about that before yesterday, but anyway, that's where they go. Right? The question is whether he's going to leave here, really, but one of the stars is the one who's still going to believe he's going to leave. Those Africans that are here. That's us. Against everybody, always do everybody in America. Right? And demons are mostly focused on the devils. And devils are after all blacks. But because everybody's not everybody's called Americans, everybody got their agenda. When you talk about people, that's here, right? Okay, let's move on. And here comes the flood. Here comes the flood. Because Obama is the one riding that white horse in 6 seal. There comes the flood. That's when the boat comes and wipes out America. Right? And the rest of Europe too, actually. America first. That's the flood. See? And that's the ark up top there. The rainy ark. And then I should have broke that. Let me do this real quick, and then we'll close out, brothers and sisters. It might be a good idea to do that, then you see it clearly. Then we'll close out, and we'll just go tomorrow. Okay, how does that work now? That's right, okay, bring it this way. And that's the arc, and I should show you too, but I'm not going to. Oops. And this is, they're not in the ark. They're not part of the flood either. It's going to be that way. Okay, I should do it. I should do it. Then we'll close our brothers and sisters and our fresh part tomorrow. flood. This is the flood. This is China, India. That's the goat. They attack America, and then finally Europe, right? And because Obama was with them, it says there was a tree. The dragon had 7 heads and 10 horns. The crowns upon his heads, and then the crowns got shifted to the horns. Now China, India becomes they have 7 heads, 10 horns too, but the crowns only had horns. So now they become those superpowers because Armageddon, they just tore itself apart. Then you had another one that had 7 heads, 10 horns, but no crowns. They said they'll be alongside the other ones. That's the Africans. So they'll be together with them when they destroy America and everything else. See, but the Levites here, right? They're gonna be working with the ones on the way. See, because they destroy everything that's American. See, including us. Okay, bosses, I think that's it. Yeah, we'll do a star sign joint tomorrow. I'm gonna do boss sisters. Let's see. Well, let me just page through this real quick. So I do it like this. Yeah, because I realize I just can't keep these things on the hour, brothers and sisters. There's so much to talk about. Really, it take 2 or 3 hours. I can't do it every day because I got something. It takes like an hour, 2 hours just to prepare these. You think it was easy? Okay, brothers and sisters, future news. Show me right here. Mission of Covenant. The judge. Breaker 7 seals. Help, brothers and sisters. So we're here. It's the covenant with the seven seals. The church. This future news, brothers and sisters. You know, the whole world is filled with rumors of a volcano. The whole world is feeling it. They know something's big about to happen. It's about to blow. Going to shock waves all across the planet. Everyone's seeing it. Now, if you're on social media, right, if you're watching YouTube, you can't find a station on your that's not talking about this. And everybody's nervous about it. Okay? Because they don't know what the outcome will be. Okay? See, what's the real problem? See, let's play something here. See, one of the problems you have is they've been addicting this day for a long time. They've been addicting this particular day for a long time. It's not right, unfolding, but they do it. That's why they're quiet. They don't know what to say. Confused, and they're not calling what it simply is. Because it's going to be public desolation and there's going to be worries and that's really going to bring the attack by Russia and the Arabs and it's going to maybe fight some of their lives. When family Jesus is going to come and the family praise Jesus and eternal Jesus, they say is in hell is shit right now. That's what they say. That's what they say. Look at their books, the Talmud. What do they say? Jesus in hell, born his own increment. That's their estimate. Yeah. So he said, why is Christians with this guy? Why is Christians with them? And the Muslims, the so-called Muslims, they believe with Jesus. But the Christians who say Jesus is God, they're backing the Jews who say their God is in hell, born his own excrement. The people that they're attacking, they admire it and they elevate Jesus. That's kind of confusing, isn't it? A lot of things are confusing. That's why the angels here, the The light, because all this is darkness. That's what angels here. The world, all the darkness goes looking at the deep crevices, right down in the basement, the deep corners. See? And that stuff's not making sense. That's a... If you got the eye to see the light, I mean, if you're blind, it doesn't matter what comes in, does it? Unfortunately, there's no one that sees light yet. Even those that clearly see it, they don't see it. They don't see it. They clearly see it, they don't see it. I'm telling you, I see it. See that it actually between different we're doing right now. And if you can see light, you can reflect the light. And that's reflecting darkness. But that's going to change in a minute. And change in a minute. Scripture says, he is looked here and we need help. So if he says that we need help, then we're not those who claim to be helpers. They can help me. But that's going to change in a minute. Because the angel goes so deep. And it illuminates everything. There's no corner, no crack, no hole, or nothing that they can hide in. There's not even a shadow. Nothing that will give a shadow, they can hide behind the shadow. Because it illuminates everything. People understand it, people claim it, but don't you know it, right? A lot of things haven't been said yet. But they knew it, they would be saying it. There's parallel going to say it. But this goes into a lot of things I haven't even talked about yet. A lot of things I haven't talked about yet. Because, let's see, but we can't understand why he's doing what he's doing. I'm sure Injil reveals his motivation. What are you thinking? It's only like 2 years, because you know what they were thinking. Why did they come close to water? Why would they explain that? Say, in the world right now, people say, you're doing some mistake, you're making sense. You're not making sense because you don't understand it. You just explains well. It makes total sense to me. I see it clearly, exactly what they're making. And then hiddenly, they say, it says, your spirit should pull up your necklace will be revealed. It says, no secrets you have will be remain hidden. So how in the hell, who's going to do that? Who's going to expose all this? There's no hidden that no secret you have will remain hidden. And everything we have, we're shouting at rooftops. All these things we're shouting at rooftops. Who's going to do that? They can't do it. The Quran isn't doing it. The Quran has no idea. Right? But let's say the Quran, some of those have the Quran does not explain what's going on right now. And very general details, always going to be time to trouble. I'm not sure the Quran says that. But general details. So you look in vain and never going to find out the truth of what's going on. And if they listen to the Quran, they would know what fellows Israel got kind of fit over there to begin with. Because the Arabs could stop that. Just like that. But we thought we were there. And nothing. The Arabs had no money. It was like 100,000 of them. They didn't know they didn't. Because someone was on board with them getting set up. That's actually not understanding motivation. Because what was the reason why they were set up to begin with? To refute the claim that we true to Abraham, and Arabs also had that same motivation in mind. Because they claim they were true. They are seeing Abraham, but they claim they are the one supposed to inherit. See, in other words, that still is not. See? They say, oh, no, Ishmael is the one supposed to, and say in the Quran, so Ishmael is supposed to inherit. Does it say that? So then they look at this. Because we don't care about you anyway. They come over here today. Like I have to go to my class and all that kind of stuff, right? And then do things I have to do. That's amazing. You see them, they walk around, especially the females, right? All covered up and everything else. And And right next to him, around the bush was a bunch of devils, naked and everything else. And these partying like brothers and sisters. But you don't see you with them. They don't have nothing to do with you. You can sit around here, man. You have problems tattooed on your face. You have crowns, you got with the crowns coming on your back. You have prayer beads and prayer word. And you really know she just praying all the time. Oh, pray Lord. And they will have nothing to do with you. And I've never yet to see anyone have anything associated with black people. Never. Because I don't really let in this temple. Don't call you. We love them. We love worship with them. Elijah Muhammad was not, people who know this, they could not come into this temple. They would not let him in. He would not let him in. Because they've been here for hundreds of years. The master from Muhammad showed up. The Michigan was all full of them. That's what he says first temple up in Michigan. It's full of Arabs. Full of blacks too. There's all kinds of monks up there. There's not one time they ever come out and said, do it to any black people. Not once. And they knew how they came over here. They knew this listen we came here. Because they were part of the reason we came here, because they betrayed us. There's a whole other story that I'm not getting to right now. They know who you are. That's why I don't give you a floor, because I'm saying, that's part of it. Help you out. Because they know that means that, because remember, Elijah Muhammad, they know about Elijah Muhammad because he was over there. You know, this is Egypt. It's like the person outside trying to get Elijah Muhammad to stay there. He claimed he will come and teach my people. He will come back and teach us. He understands what it was. He said he was going to give money anything, just stay in Egypt. He says, teach his people. He knew where he went over to teach his people. The point was he was trying to get Elijah Muhammad to stay and come over and teach us. They don't do that, so they don't understand that. So, but they could have gotten rid of forces a long time ago. If they had nuclear weapons and everything else. There's no other way to forces will have the army, the equipment, and the air force, especially the Turks. They had all the equipment and everything there, armies and everything standing there, and they couldn't defeat forces Israel. See, now they didn't want you there, but now they're kicking their ass. How do you think they got white? They wasn't writing about Muhammad's around. I mean, just look at that story itself. Can you really believe? I mean, tell me, can you really believe that Prophet Muhammad, the man of the hour, the man of the century, the man of the millennia, that Prophet Muhammad, man, he's changed the world. The world right now is how we do with Prophet Muhammad. Because what they call Islam, the Middle East, oh man, that was still pretty much dominated by the Romans in peace. He took it back to control of Arabia and changed the world. The world we're still doing right now. He's probably a great deal responsible for it. And you mean his whole life. And people meet him, he's he's a great hero. They write songs and everything, and nobody, not one person wrote a description of him. Not one person. Not one literary person. Not one artist drew a picture of him. Nothing. Now, if you do that, right? I got something that you could eat that you be able to honey. Because that's bullshit. And you know it. This one the man was black. So how did he become white? It's all bullshit, you know it. They knew exactly what the man looked like. Don't give me that crap. But they didn't want you to know he was black. See? I'm telling you all that. Nobody wrote that description. Did you believe that? That's why they killed his son. Black too, because they didn't have a trace of him. And he started silly stuff. There was symbolism from up on his around. And as soon as they did anyway, in a gym, that's another story, brothers and sisters. Anyway, it was a free gift. And one of these clowns are asking for money because they're living off of these parasites. Oh, a few more days, literally a few more days, brothers and sisters, I'm like, I don't even know what to do with myself now. I'm saying, watch it. It's paying me to keep doing my clients and all that stuff, right? I know it's over in a day or two. But you know, you can't. Anyway, you gotta keep on moving. Right? Until change comes, I'm not going to anticipate. Right? Because anticipating something, right, it can be dangerous. That means if you anticipate by action, it can be dangerous. You anticipate by thought, but anticipate by action, it can be dangerous. Right? Because, like, you know, for instance, right, I think this guy started Seventh-day Adventist and Jehovah's Witness. I think the same person started. I'm pretty sure it was. I can't think his name right now, right? And he had wrote down, he had predicted that Jesus was going to turn in 1914. Let's get somewhere around there. He went through all the numbers and everything else, right? And so he had it all down, right? And it was after 1914 because he had predicted in 1914 that there was going to be this war. And there was a war in 1914, so everyone was excited. I can't remember his name is offhand. And so, it was one group, but then they broke into the two groups and showed what don't get me, because I know I'm talking in general, but there were two groups, Jehovah's Witnesses and the Seventh-day Adventists. There was one group that we sang this one day, I can't think of it, Calvin or something like that, I can't think his name was. Everybody was excited, this guy really knew how to do it, right? And so, what happened was, they anticipated, because he said, he's going to turn a certain day. And where he's going to return it. And so, everybody sold their house and everything. But you know, I was going to ready. What's going to sell the house? I mean, we can't sell it, don't sell it. What's the point of even doing that, right? But see, they sold the house. What you going to do with the money? Anyway, it's stupid. But people sold the house and everything. They go there all up in the head. And they went to this place where he told them it was going to be. And they waited, and nothing ever happened. And so that very organization had broke down, breaking down. Because they would anticipate something, right? You should anticipate that could be a bad thing. You know, they just kept doing what they was doing. And then when Jesus returned, of course, then they went and somebody lost, and then they did kill it, but they didn't show it. You know, I'm talking about that way. I'm not talking about anticipation as far as preparing yourself, right? Because you prepare yourself for a situation. That's what we do between yourself and you know. You understand the difference? Anyway, that's my process, because I'm going to get to a little salty here, and I'm not going to move on because I got lots of to talk about. I'm going to do two parts I said. There's a free gift. I show right now those clothes are ripping off. Gladness for now. Anyways, move on. Let's see how my system goes. All my system is messed up. I got a new gallery and whatever. Okay. What's kicking this whole thing off? I said it's the future news, bro. This whole thing is kicking off this war. We've been talking this war forever. I found a couple of look out for some more presentations. I was talking about this war. I've been talking about this war for years. For literally years. And everybody's been moving for the last 4 or 5 years now. They've been hearing about this war. Right? Not that it hasn't done any good. Right? But this war, right? And it's two parts. First part is already, it's in play right now. My mission destination. Right? See? And the second part says, a war occurred in heaven. See? I didn't say Michael's angels and he went to war with the dragon, because then he says, well, that's war occurred in heaven. It's two parts, says war occurred in heaven, and then you have Michael's angel. And you see the same thing in Daniel, where they push against the king of the north, and then the king of the north comes back at him. Those two phases. Right? So that's about to happen right now. And everybody's on edge. The whole world. Now, 2 years ago, nobody was even on the horizon. Different foreign countries. It's going to be in Europe and it's going to spread all over the world. You know all about it, right? So now you're running through. I said it's going to be the one in the Middle East that's going to need all this stuff. And then it happened. And then he finally said, God told me to shut up. Because you don't know what the F you're talking about. See? Because God ain't told me a goddamn thing. Nothing. See? He just don't know. So his coward ass scared to speak out. And he get busted. But he busted anyway. It don't matter when he's busted. Please stop doing it. Please don't do it. Please. But he was begging. He could be his knees begging in a minute. See? But actually he's begging now. Because when listening to them Sunday broadcasts, they're desperate to try to hold on to that BS. The originals suddenly come alive from Muhammad all over again, but then it's still confusing. But because Muhammad, he's still the one that makes in the room. How is Muhammad doing that? How is he making us in the room? He's the God. Oh no, God is the one who gives his blessings, right? So they still got the originators in the background. Right? They still down there, they just don't want to say it. You see, because they can't account what I'm saying, because now most women, he's the great Mahdi. And all this, and Farrakhan's the great Christ. You know, he's the great Christ. Crap in the bag. Crap on himself. What kind of Christ is that? What kind of Christ is that? Please come over here and clean my diaper, because you're in a diaper. What kind of Christ is that? But see, when you're in a mind, any blind man can jump up and say, I can see how the rest of them know. And that's what happened there. Because they didn't understand what Elijah was doing. They praise Elijah Muhammad all out there. What happened? And Farrakhan was the biggest thing of all. But he was there and he hated him being there. Because he was saying, and you could hear him say, well, every time I said two words, I said, but that fool, he just shut the hell up. I'm trying to hear what the message said. Go ahead, go tell that too. That was him. That was Farrakhan. The sycophant. You couldn't hear anything like him say, that was when he right there. See? And it was all right. And Elijah was gone. And next day they all turned against him just like that. Walls came on. See, everybody knew Walls was no good. Everybody knew Walls at the time. When the Walls, Elijah Muhammad kept putting him down. He put him out permanently. So how the hell did he come back and turn everything around? Because they did not understand Elijah's teaching. They were just sycophants. Just clapping hands. Oh yeah, I want you to reply to, like some people with me, they say, they don't understand anything because if you do, you produce. If you're being fed and you're getting it, you start producing. If you're producing, it means you ain't getting it. You're not getting nutrition. You're not getting growing. If you're not producing, that's how you know. That's what every tree is not producing, be cut down. And they wasn't producing. And he was the one producing, his force, and they was pushing them. And when he started pushing, they stopped. And so they were all blind because they understand Muhammad's teaching. So when somebody just come along and say, I'm not going to see. I'm teaching Muhammad's, how do they know that he's not teaching Muhammad's teaching? If they don't know, they don't see Muhammad's teaching themselves. Think about it. If they did not stay in Muhammad's teaching themselves and didn't know it, then somebody come and say, how do you know? Oh, that's how I come. You can say, I'm teaching his teachers. And then it's obvious he's not. But then you know. It's like, here you can see, you see, and you see why all blind people follow a blind person. You say, why do you follow him? Because he too, he can see. And you know he can't see. And you know he follow the blind guy. But they don't know it. Because they don't see. It's even worse if they got eyes and they don't open eyes. They keep their eyes shut. What's happening there? But that's going to change in a minute. See, because they don't understand me at all, really. They understands me. See, they got the wrong idea. They think it's about friendship, bullying, tough, Tell them oppression true. It's wartime. It's a son to be a warlord. See, if you understand, he's the one that actually doing the fighting. When from Hamas, it says right there, it says, he's just after us. He's a backup. But he's on the ground doing the fighting. They said he would be 70s when it happened. So imagine that. If you think his man's being 70, try it. I hate every second of it. But I got a job to do. And I ain't got time for bullshit. None. See, bullshit time is over. You see, well anyway, that's what initiates it. See, you can read the whole thing, right? That's what initiates right here, the war. That's about to, and everybody knows it's about to happen later. In fact, they actually say, I think yesterday, say, they got intel that Iran's going to attack within 48 hours. They said they got intel was going to attack. And false Israel, so notice, they're doing preemptive attacks against Hezbollah. They threatened a preemptive attack against Iran. And America said, why is America so tepid? Why? Because they see this, they pay attention, this is the scripture tell that. Remember, reading the scriptures, he knew what was going on, he copies it, what should he do about it? It tells you right there, they know about this, they know about me, but they don't know about me. They're confused, should I go after him? Come on. You see a man from Muhammad's word means anything. You see his word means anything. He says, I'm protected. You see his word means things. They come at me so many times already. And always just fade it out, right? That's the word we use, right? Fade it away. They come at me many times, hit me through in jail and everything else. Everyone they put their hands on me. Every time they come after the whole So that's the problem. He said, hey, so come after me. You see me, you back in there, see, scared to say something? Scared to call them devils? Tell me what's about to happen to them? You still think I'm scared? I'm not protecting myself, but I appreciate any help I get from that's what I'm doing. Right? But these other problems, See, because not a man's from Muhammad. It's a destination, it says. It's a destiny. It says Elijah Muhammad. It tells you there. Because the Pharaoh turned them against him. Why should a man from Muhammad help them if they worship some false god? Some rich there. He's the God. And they try, you can't worship him because he's flesh. So why should he? You see what I'm saying? So, I'm not here, Master Father, I'm not here. Go to the originator and help your ass. Go to the originator and help your ass. See what you do. See? See if you can get your ass out of trouble. He was, oh man, come on, Master, we give him a break. And then he comes himself for himself and say, yo, let me help me. And we get started. What the hell? What the hell? That ain't my teachers. What are you doing over there? So he tried to burn their ass up. The church right there tried to burn their ass up. And what they prevented was the Suleiman, Joshua. He's the only one stood between them and destruction. And he's not even Levite. He's the only one stood between them and destruction because God was against him and Eli was against him. Because Pharaoh couldn't do it. And the thing is, they said, yeah, but I was trying to understand this. How the hell did Pharaoh get a hold of your ass after all that teachings? After supreme wisdom, I left Elijah, my spirit, he's almost an image copy of me. I left him, and he was deceived by this fool. And he's not even human, he's a devil. How the hell that happened? See, that I understand it. But what the Lord does, They said, don't understand it. How the hell did you do that? And so he said, hell with y'all. That was attitude. Read Exodus. And so he said, oh. And he should be the one to burn there himself, because all the hell they gave him, and he not even benefiting from this. He ain't trying to benefit from it. So why assume you're doing this? You don't have to. Nobody's telling you to do it. So why is he doing it? He's not a Levite. He's got his elect, the Shabbats, that go out with him. So why is he caring about Levites? Why? It's a good question. Maybe he may change his mind, just go around Elijah and God. Because they don't know what he's going to do. That's why Elijah says, be careful. We don't know what he's going to do. He show up. Because he's not bound by Scripture. Because what Scripture, you're not bound by it. You're bound by it because you don't know what the hell's happening. You tell you're going to know what, because you already know that what you're going to do. Right? So you don't even know. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Oops. I'm getting ahead of myself here. Hold on, back up. I have just 2 parts, brothers and sisters. Stay right now. We're going to mess this up. 2 hours to prepare this, brothers and sisters. Is that just easy? That's what we're doing right now. Come on, the Magog and the Jah or the Antichrist, false Israel, they're in charge of the Middle East. They got control of the Middle East right now. They kill our soldiers over there. And what the hell are you doing over there with my land? Oh, get me started. These people are so sick. I tell you, I get sick watching TV. I mean, I literally get sick watching TV. You actually get sick. Because if you weren't alive during these times, and your eyes open, you would never believe the lies and stuff these people say and tell. You never believe that. You go in the future, if you make it back to the hereafter, and you're going to tell the truth, they won't believe this. They won't believe it. Say, man, you kidding me? And I'm watching it. My eyes open. So I'm scared. And I'm really and I sit there. And then walking all these damn dogs all over the place. And you can't go into the store and you got a damn different dog up in there. You know, these people are sick. Now you can bring world dogs in public places. Why do you get the damn dog at home? What you do, escort it? These people are sick. You understand? They brought disease into the world. They live for animals. They brought disease into the world. See? Remember, you go back history. You see evidence of the Black Plague or any of that stuff in any other country? Did you see it in Arabia? In China? In any place else? No. Only in Europe. Only in Europe. All these black things, the Black Plague lasted over 100 years, I think. Something, and they remember for decades away, they thought it was bad, take a bath. How can you live years and years without taking a bath? They thought I was a bad thing to do. Filthy. Sick. And herpes, gonorrhea, all that stuff. Come on, have sex with animals. And it's all over the world. And it kind of cold, it was kind of coming, because it wiped out the so-called American natives here, or they were American, right? Natives of this country, because they had no fish. They never had a cold. Can you imagine that? There's what, thousands of years never had a cold? And then this devil ball over there, wiped them out. Sick. What was that guy? The guy that was Pablo, I never heard about him, right? His secretary brought her dog to work. So she left the dog. She had to go to the lift dog in his office with him, right? So she come back early on the day. He screwed the dog. You Hefner, all this girl brings you everything else, he doing the dog. You got to go, boy. You got to go. And all these, now you see Negro bus, they got more dollars than the devil's got. And when I was growing up, I knew nobody in the neighborhood. Nobody in the neighborhood. I go up and look. I knew nobody in the neighborhood. I knew a black person that had a dog. Not one. I tried all around the lived all over the book. And east side of the look. Sherman Avenue, Raven Avenue, South 12th Street, Mary Johnson Avenue. Look. And they said, had a dog ever. You go bush and they got not just one dog, 2 or 3 like big like that there. They probably work with Burger King, so how the hell do you feed them? It's time for a change. Y'all want to 100% dissatisfaction? I'm 1,000% dissatisfied. That should tell you something. I'm 1,000% dissatisfied. Total. Because this world is nothing about it, don't like nothing. It's got to go, all of it, every bit of it. Everybody, not just the devils, thieves, all of them. Don't say, oh, if we're going to press all of them, because all of them are against us. Totally against me, and some of you are against us. That's why it's a great and blessed day. It's the only man was worthy. You understand something worthy? You don't say you had the ability. See, you got the ability. Worthy means you have the ability, but you accomplish it. You take the ability and accomplish it. That's what worthy is. But they weren't nobody's worthy. See? Because he did it. And he wanted to do it because he did it. They weren't sitting down there and do it. Let alone, they said 100%, man, 100%. 100% means 100% means, it means you're totally committed. That means when you call the point, you show up right immediately. That's what 100% means. You know how you can bullshit everybody with your bullshit. If you're 100% committed, that means that's what that means. You show up immediately when something happens because you say you're 100% committed. You say, no, oh, I'll be there later. Well, another time. You ain't committed. Okay, this is what about to happen. They can make go to war. The shit can make go to war with God and God, Antichrist. That's what happened. I'm saying it's going to happen this month. They said it's going to happen this month too. They said it happened next 24 hours, 48 hours. That was yesterday, so that means it can happen today or tomorrow. They said they got intel, so false Israel's got bunkers and all that kind of stuff, right? Because they said they got intel that this man's going to make his move in the next 24 hours, 48 hours. That was yesterday. And that's, I can't lock this in because we got the final word on it, right? And you understand, so I'm talking war. The math. And this is that. I'd be surprised if it does happen. In the next couple of days, next 4 hours actually, that's what's happening. They're going to war. Now what's the outcome's war? Everybody's got ideas. But when the devil's saying the outcome's war is going to be devastating for America, either way, I'll talk about that too. If false Israel wins, it's still, either way, it's devastating for America. But that's not what's going to happen, right? It's going to be devastating in a way, right? This particular way, that means she's going to be victorious. She's going to be victorious. It says so, King and North. And he's not only going to take down when we say take down the dragon, it's talking about all the Sunni. See, dragon also means Muslim, because it's going to take down the Jordan, it's going to take down all those countries. It's going to have total Middle East. The Shia will be dominant. They'll be king of the Middle East. And Master Muhammad will be their king, their God. He's the upper iron. And it's real clear, right? How you spell iron? I-O-R-N. How you spell Iran? I-O-R-A-N. There's so many clues about since you don't see them. I see them. It's right iron. See, because the Iran wasn't written, and normally it was just, that's a new name for Iran. It was called Persia before, so now it's called Iran. And that's Iran, iron, a lot of iron. And That's a little story, Bruce. I don't want to go there. That's a little too subtle for you, right? So we're victorious. See? That's about to happen. Future news. In a few more days, that's going to be history. Farrakhan? What's wrong with Farrakhan? Your ass pucker up? Can't even goddamn thing? And you're starting to feel the sound. You're starting to feel my power in your ass? Please stop tormenting me. Oh, you ain't felt nothing yet. Because I'm after your ass. It says, who the Lord will consume the spirits not and destroy. Do I sound like I'm playing games right now? Do I sound like I have a different attitude? He said, destroy. Destroy. Can you spell it? Do you understand what it means? He didn't say even make peace with him or throw him out or with his blood. Destroy. Destroy. And all those with him, when thrones are cast down, when you cast them down, you say you throw it and you cast down. It's violent. The great violence is about to hit the enemy. It's what comes from within. They're going to tear his ass up. His football, his volcanic, his LA toy, bust his ass, but he got a lot more coming. What are we going to do? Push him down the stairs with wood here? Well, that'd be funny. Right? But they're going to tear his ass up. His whole family. We say destroy. You may say destroy to make your whole seed, everything. That means totally wipe you out. His whole family, everything is going to be up. Okay, so say after me. Say after me. See if I blink. I ain't threatening you. I'm just telling you what's about to happen to your ass. See, I don't need to threaten. Threaten some weak people. Right? Don't need to threaten. Go and meet them. Just tell us what happens. Right? If you don't do this, you do that, right? See, well, you say, well, right? That's a whole different thing. That's a whole difference again. Right? Anyway, that's next. And then, see, now it's from the sign of Jonah. See, it's two signs of Jonah. And you got to read that carefully. Right? And certain scribes, Pharisees answered, say, Master, we would see a sign from thee. But he answered, said to them, even those generations seek a sign, and there should be no sign given with but the sign of the prophet Jonah. That's the only sign they will be given. They won't see other signs, recognize other signs. Right? For as Jonah was 3 days and 2 nights in the world's belly, so shall the Son of Man be 3 days and 2 nights on earth. Now those are two different situations there. We're going to talk about in a minute. Because Jonah and Son of Man is the same person. But they're talking about two different things here. Because as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the world's belly, right, so shall Son of Man be 3 days, 2 nights on the earth. See, I'm going to spin the soldier because I'm going to get into that. We're going to see it in a minute, brothers and sisters. Hopefully. Okay, we'll come back to that. As me, I baptize you with water for repentance. That's what it means. He baptized you with water. But he who is coming after me is mightier than I. They would reject that part. See, they say it was John, but they say anybody come out to be a eternal leader. They say it's on. I've never seen such bullshit as that. Right? These people, you know, Prophet Muhammad said he didn't run sure he could make it through the judgment. And these people, what's going to happen to them? They wish their tongues would wider in their mouth. It's going to be worse than that. God says they're going to be put in food for everything they've done. And so everything they've done, every lie they told, there's a consequence for that. So what's the consequence of lying? That means your tongue gets rotten? Your tongue get burnt in your mouth? What's the consequence of lying? You got to understand that. They didn't get away with anything. They go, I heard one person say, well, man, I just killed myself because, you know, that's, when you did, you did. Okay, go for it if you think that thing will work. Because did you read Angel Calvin, brothers? He said they would seek death and not be able. We ain't going to let your ass die. We would let you from doing it. Because you got to pay for what you did. Because you cannot leave this earth. You don't understand that. Consequence will not let you die until you pay all the things you did for you. There are some people live here very horrible deaths. Some people live all kinds of ways because you don't understand that math. You cannot die until you have paid. Your whole life has to come back and check out to zero. That's a balance. So if you went up here, then you have to pay for everything you've done. So if you live a good life, then your death will be a pleasant death. A good, well, some people would call it a good death because you have your perspective. Right? But your death will reflect the type of life you lived. Okay. So you will pay. Some people die in agony, great pain, because that's their pain for what they've done. You don't understand the concept. You don't understand your deathbed. As me, I baptize you for repentance, trying to get you to prepare you for, remember, he's preparing for the Master of the Covenant. But he was coming after this more than I, and I'm going to fit the rules handle. He's way greater than me. Oh, but Elijah, he's the trained, he's the big Islam. I'm not fit the rules handle. He will baptize you with Holy Spirit of fire. Holy Spirit of fire. See right here? Because those two tables of moisture, that's the fire. You just say, he's the Holy Spirit, because remember, the Spirit represents the next person. He's the Holy Spirit. So he comes there, and he's coming with the angel, that's part of the baptism, and the fire, right, is the tribulation. But the point is that that's another little thing I haven't really taught you about right there, right? See? But those Africans that you love so much, they're going to be attacking your ass. They're going to be attacking you. That's part of it. They're going to be attacking you. Everybody's going to be attacking you too. Never get into that another time. But see, that's what it says, the fire. The red was also fire too. And Moses cast fire on your ass. Because he got mad, but you will cast fire on your ass. And that's a tribulation. So that's part of your baptisement. See? Because you'll be baptized under the time of the fire. That's not only one, brothers and sisters. Right? Remember, your resurrection takes place as a result of baptism, right? But the baptism takes place with 4 winds. You gotta eat. I don't need to put all this together, but 4 winds, they're fire. I'm not going to go there, but it's wrong because I got so much to talk about. And his burning forks in his hand, he would thoroughly clear his festival floor, and he would gather his wheat into the barn, he would burn up the chaff, uncleansed with fire. So that's the chaff, that's the demons. Burning hands up. Unquenchable, that means that he will be nothing left of them. This is serious stuff, you know, bro. You don't say to me, because no one's taking seriousness that he is. Because you're not doing what? Remember, hold the back up here and make sure you're following this. And I'm going to do part 2. Let's see here. So, okay. So here it is right here. This is... Okay, hold on. Did I go too far? Am I somewhere? Okay. Right? Okay, and then we get kicked. Oh, I missed that part. Right? This is the part where they threw it, right? And I'm going to change that real quick. Let's just go to hips and face. You can see it. I'm going to show what happened. And I'm ready. I tell you, I don't have to do it. But some people, man, I don't know. Okay, let's do this right here. We'll have it so fast like that. Oops. Okay. Okay, we're going to have also say. Translation. Where's the extra fast on it? Which one is slower? Let me see. Okay. Still doing it. Hold on. Oh, this is something here. Why is it doing it like that? It's supposed to be something different here. Okay, let's give me a second, boss. This should be doing it that way. There must be something going on here. Let's see if this one works better. Which is exactly how it should be seen. I'll take a look. Hold on. Think of what happened. Okay, let me see what happens here. It still does it. Okay, let's go back to that. No. No one's doing it. Okay. It's a damn equipment. What can I say? What can I say? I don't know what it's doing. At least it's something here. Yes, well, I don't know why it's doing it. It should be doing like that. Okay, is that okay? What I'm going to do is see what just happens. With this. It should be doing like that. I was doing it yesterday. Or maybe it's just, it's picked that up. Let's see if this works. Okay, there you go. Okay, let's see. That's effective, well, it's just an overrode. Anyway. Oh, good thing. Good thing I did that because I still did. No mistake there. Okay, that's good. Okay. Let's get going here. Oh man, come on. Let's see something here. Okay, show me it. Okay. Okay, well, this is in the back. Number 2. There you go. So I'm sure I missed that. So I go here, do more. that's when Superman comes to Eli. And they actually come to him, remark, they throw Farrakhan out, and they lift up Superman. They recognize him as a son, because that's when they seek him, the Lord just seeks, right? So they recognize him, right? And they throw Farrakhan out. They cast stones at his Ancient of Days, right? And they cast out him and his puppets, his whatever. And then what happens here? Okay? And that's why the war's going on. And then the Shia are victorious sometime between now and October. It won't, right? They're victorious. How long the war lasts? I say it lasts probably about 2 months, maybe. I'm not sure. But the war starts. I'm saying this war's going to start this month. Right? And it's probably going to go until October. It won't go until November because the fleeing and everything can't take place in the summer and winter. Just if your prayers and that's my story, brothers and sisters. So see, that's what I wanted to show you. And that's when they cast out. Again, that's when they attack. That's what they flee. That's when they attack. Attack all blacks. Right? They attack all blacks. While Superman's dead, anybody attack him too. That's biblical false. This world is being exposed, it's being false, and it means we must be true to Abraham, and they can't let you know that. But now Superman is warning you, because he has a voice, he can control anybody, and then he has a voice, and this truth be spoke, this gospel be preached all the world, then it will come. So you've been warned, and you've been told what's about to happen. Because remember, this when he comes, he shows up here just before this happens. This when he actually start attacking you. See, he shows up and we just tell you to flee because they're going to attack you. See, because the fear is about the grab of America. Remember, the great fear happens before the attack. The great fear happens when we're still, right, when you release. God says, when his heart's been filled with fear, those things come to permeate, but he hasn't got here yet. So the powers of heaven be shaken, so the powers of heaven just got shaken. Because now, she has control of the release the heavens. And so, great fear grabs America. People's hearts are short. And great fear, I've got a fear of unprecedented fear. You can imagine, it's about to grab America. A kind of fear that you can't imagine. More than you can imagine. Because now they understand that God is against them and that we're about to be destroyed. And they got this idea about heaven and that kind of stuff. Then when they go into hell's total destruction, then when they go into total destruction, this whole thing's about to come to a great creature that destroys the land. And they're in total fear. It says they fear anticipation. They fear you get that? They fear anticipation. So their hearts are fear. The whole fear, how much fear you have to have? If you have fear, that means you got the greatest fear you can possibly have. And see what I'm telling you? That's the greatest fear you have to make your heart show you. Right? But this fear is greater than that. And they have my heart show, they have my heart show anticipation. So how much fear would it be when anything happens? You can't imagine. If people say people walk around, drink water, have a drink. Should be gray-headed. The fear will be greater than anything you can imagine. See? There can be epidemic heart stories. People just passing down the streets, driving, just stop. Because they don't expect this to happen. Because a sheer takeover, that's an economic collapse in America just like that. Because they don't have no fuel. Everything just collapses. One man's everything in 5 seconds. All the stores go like that. And you don't want to go anyway. Because you come out, you get in the fast food, they can blow your brains out when you come over, the food, take your food away from you. If you even get that far. And they probably kill you while you're in the store. Everybody say, yeah, I got that. And if you're not really in the store, anybody you get out the store, anything that really believes, I'll tell you what you got. It's going to be like, you can imagine. You watch those Mad Max movies, this ain't nothing. They got money in those movies. And those movies got money in this. They It's going to be off the page. It's a strange thing that you can't imagine. It's physical. And you can be caught in it. And if you have any discipline, it's going to squash you. It's going to tear you apart. Your fears going to overcome you. If you got a discipline, all you got to say is a discipline, not no faith. If faith gets you to discipline, then that's good. Faith and Farrakhan. But if your faith you're good to go, you also get Farrakhan. Your faith heal your ass? That's all that's going to protect you. Take your mind and your heart. When my brother was telling me, well, we got to have discipline and discipline in the 5 pillars. No, 5 pillars are discipline. The 5 pillars are discipline. They are discipline. It's not that indiscipline, you have discipline. No, they are the discipline that you need. They are discipline. That's what they're about. The 5 pillars are all about discipline. They are discipline. It's 5 levels of discipline. And when you apply them, you're invincible. But you gotta have the energy to apply them. That's what I want, brother, sister. Oh man. Okay, I got it. Boy, I tell you. Let's move on. So anyway, and then this is what happens. Then you attack. Because when you're in fear, right? Which the only thing you want to do is get rid of that fear. Like you're in pain, the only thing you think is get rid of that pain. And that fear is so great. And we are taught what's the source of that fear. Because that's what's all about. Fear says it goes down, rituals are being God's command because of the way they did to us. And they knew what they did to us. They want you to know. And then, oh man, goddamn. Do this. We did to him. And devil. They laugh at you, play your game. They know they really did to you. They hope you never know. And you never get the chance to turn back on them. I know quickly, but this is my last word. I said, this was how I baptized you with fire. See? So Moses gave up on you. I said, he put a Levites on you, Africans, everything. They attack you, they're attacking you, they're attacking all, they're attacking you, they're attacking you, because over here, you have the devils. They're attacking the devils. They're attacking you. Attacking the demon. Attacking everybody. Anybody that's not familiar with God. I'm talking about us. I'm talking about Jesus and that kind of stuff. They're attacking everybody. That's probably American. That's another story. I was going to go into more detail about this, but I realized my time is moving so fast. And that's Armageddon. See, but one of those who are a child. See, they get pregnant. See, we're talking America and Britain. See, they're pregnant. They got somebody under. That's what it means. It's the ones of those who are a child. And then they get stuck. There should be great distress in man upon wrath upon them. The wrath of God upon them. The wrath of God. The wrath of God. Why is the wrath of God? See, they don't understand it. They don't understand it. Why is the wrath of God? Right? Because like I tried to explain yesterday, right? If you're a parent, if you've done something wrong, right? You just have to worry about it. If you've done something wrong, right? Go here. I'm going to just do this way. Right now. So you can see it. You just had a child, you're trying to correct them. But what if you take the parent and beat the parent and put him in the basement and don't feed him and starve him and all that kind of stuff, curse him, and do it for years? You did to the parent. What do the parent can do if they get loose and get on your ass? And so we the God. If God punished before they did to us, we the God they did it to. We the God they did it to. That's what we understand. We the gods they did it to. And so now we come back to vengeance. Say, vengeance is mine, says the Lord. You get vengeance, so happen to you. And wrath upon these people, and they shall fall by the edge of sword, shall be led captive all nations. You see? This ain't no joke, brothers and sisters. And I'm going to do 2 parts. Then, let's go here. And then, And there's besides the sun, the moon, stars, the earth, distress, all this going to distress. Why? Because we're going to kick ass. All of them. All of them has had the hands of us and our women. Right? All of them. We're going to do it, all of them. The stress, all of them. They've been stressed now because we're rising. We're perplexity. They're perplexed. What we're going to do, man? They're rising, man. We had them down. We thought we had them down and out. We thought they was dead. And now they rise, and the seas and waves roaring. That's about China, India, roaring now because they're rising up right against the goat. And men's hearts fell for fear of those things, looking after those things was coming on earth. That's what I said. It's your anticipation. The heart's feelings. What do you think the next happens? For the powers heaven should be shaken. I just said that. Then you shall see some man coming in the clouds with power and great glory. See? And when these things come to pass, look, lift your heads, what's coming, that's what happened right here. See? Because they also call the clouds. Right? So they fled. See? They fled. It's the clouds right there. They fled. See? That's what's tomorrow. And then the demons are cast out. And then we see abundant desolation which spoke to the prophet staying in the holy place. Right? That abomination, they stay away. They should be in Jerusalem tonight. They're going to see Abraham. See? The abomination, they cause desolation. When Jesus flee, so that's what's going to flee. And when they flee, we can't tell. Lord, pray that you flee when you've been one on the side. The side was actually September, the 7th month. But I'm not going to that nonsense. The great tribulation, such as not occurring since the beginning of the world until now. That's tribulation, period. Tribulation, that's part of the doom war. Because you got the demons tearing this planet, that's fierce. They're tearing this country apart. They're going to war 17 million strong. Women, children, men, they're tearing this country apart. Let's say they want to take the country. See? They made massacres, massacres destroyed them, and massacres attacked them too, because they attacked all blacks. So they fighting back. And then you got the Levites, Africans. Right? They tear this country apart in anticipation of their leader, Obama, being the African. It's going to break up in two parts. It's North Africa and South Africa. North Africa, I'm saying that generally, it's more specific than that, so we will bow down. But the problem is he going to be over there leading to come here, or he's going to be here leading us down here and joining them when they show here. Because he's going to be in control either way. Either he's going to be in control from here, or he's going to be in control from there. Those are the control of the Africans. But when that goes on, he's going to be in control, he's going to be a leader. So the problem is he going to lead? Because remember, he's the one that told Eve to take us out. So he's not going to be who he is, he's one of us. But that's the point. See? So in other words, they're going to be attacking America and us. They will be attacking us. And so if he's here, then he's leading it here, right? Because he knows his other arm is coming over with the goat. The rest of his arm coming with the goat. And they join up together. That's another story, but I know we talked about that before yesterday, but anyway, there you go. Right? The question is whether he's going to leave here really, but what starts is the man still going to believe he's going to leave those Africans that are here. That's us. Against everybody, all ways to everybody in America. Right? And demons are mostly focused on the devils. And devils are after all blacks. But because everybody's not everybody's called Americans, everybody got their agenda. When you talk about the people, that's here, right? Okay, let's move on. And then comes the flood. Because the one is the way riding that white horse in 6th seal. Then comes the flood. That's when the boat comes and wipes out America. Right? And rest of Europe too, actually. America first. That's the flood. See? And that's the ark up top there. Bring your ark. And then, I should have put that, let me do this real quick, and then we close out, brothers and sisters. It might be a good idea to do that, then you see it clearly. Then we close out, and we'll just report tomorrow. Nope. Okay, how does that work now? That's, right, okay, bring it this way. And that's the arc, and I should show you too, but I'm not going to. Oops. And then this is, they're not in the ark. They're not part of the flood either. So I do it that way. Okay, I should do it. I should do it. Then we'll close our balances and our fresh by tomorrow. See, the flood, this is the flood, this is China, India. Like, that's the goat. They attack America. And then finally Europe. Right? And because Obama was with them. It says they was treated. The dragon has 7 years and 10 horns. The crowns upon his heads. And then the crowns got shifted to the horns. Now China and India becomes, they have 7 years and 10 horns too. But the crowns only had horns, so now they become little superpowers because Armageddon, devils tore itself apart. They had another one that had 7 years and 10 horns but no crowns. They said they'd be alongside the other ones. That's the Africans. So they'd be together with them when they destroy America and everything else. See? But the Levites here, right, they're going to be working with the rules on the way. See? Because they destroy everything. It's America. See? Including us. Okay, bosses, I think that's it. Yeah. We'll do a star sign join tomorrow. I'm going to do boss sisters, let's see. Well, let me just paste you this real quick. So I do this like this. Yeah, because sometimes I realize I just can't keep these things on the hour, brothers and sisters. There's so much to talk about. Maybe it should take 2 or 3 hours. I can't do it every day because I got something to do. It takes like an hour, 2 hours just to repair these. It was easy. No? Okay, brothers and sisters, future news. Somewhere right here. Mention the covenant. The judge. Breaker 7 seals. Out, brothers and sisters.
Sulaiman Rahim. Sulaiman Rahim here. The Watchman. Breaker of Seven Seals. Messenger of the Covenant. The Watchman. Future news, brothers and sisters, future news. I'm going to talk about a subject today, and I'm going to come in from different angles, so it's not meandering, and I'm going to try to be disciplined here and keep, stick to this particular subject, topic, but it all adds up in the end. So, I was going to, put me a checklist, say, no, I'm just going to, as it comes to mind, the different aspects of it, I'm going to address it. Like I said, it's something that it'll add up in the end if you can put it together. You take the act of thinking. Now, a lot of people don't think. See? They imagine they think, but what is thinking? Have you heard so? What is thinking? Because animals calculate. I mean, bees can figure out how to make honey. Ants can figure out how to make their little cities underground, their hills and whatever they do. Right? Lions know to creep up on this prey down, right? Downdraft, right? So that the animals don't smell them. I mean, I didn't know these things. No, that's calculating. That's not thinking. It's calculating. And so, I got to go and get ready for the party weekend, or I got to pay the bills, right? Or I got to go to work and I got to drop operate this, what do you call it, forklift or whatever. It's not thinking. It's not thinking. See? Because you see the light bulb, the light you see in the computers and car, that result from thinking. That didn't come from praying, it came from thinking. Thinking is the most powerful force in the universe. Thinking. What is thinking? See? Because I had that mine's family member not too long ago, and I says, you know how strong? I said, well, hold it. I said, dogs got balls, so does cows. Ants may have some too. But that don't make you a man. Makes you a man is what's between your ears. And our people, there's nothing there. They go out there, grab that ball, they bounce that ball, right? And I'm not into basketball, so 3 points, what do they call them? And they do all that stuff, and touchdown and all that. But when it comes to thinking, that's not thinking, because our people can't produce anything. If the devil died overnight, we'd be lost, because it requires thinking. As soon as he's done thinking anymore either. They were thinking when Prophet Muhammad was around. He had them thinking and it went away. At least some of us thinking, most of them were not. Thinking is a process that began to evaporate or diminish diminish about 50,000 years ago. That's the beginning of religion. No thinking. It involves in that. There's not a religion on the planet that involves thinking. They tell you right away, don't have faith. They tell you right away up front, you gotta have faith. See, because they went off the mathematical standard, because the mathematical standard, that's thinking. That's why a lot of Muhammad said Islam is mathematics. Mathematics, Islam, because it requires thinking. And you don't do that. None of you have to do it. Elijah Muhammad was the first man I met in my entire life that was a thinker. Moses self-motivated. I mean, he was And, he was given a jump start by Master Muhammad. Once there, he was able to operate on his own. He was the first man ever black man ever seen that could do that. And I was impressed. Now let me get back to my situation a little bit. Okay? I always wanted to figure things out. And I'll go into a lot of detail, process, but I could really talk about this for quite a while. And that question came up about thinking. There was an incident that happened when I was in the Army, and I'm going through the details. And I talk about this from time to time, right? And that made me realize that I wasn't thinking, and that what I thought I knew wasn't facts. See, when I was confronted with something, and I realized that I was operating off of stuff people told me, but I couldn't prove. I didn't know if it was true or not. And I looked at myself and said, well, I gotta live, I gotta die, I gotta live this world. And, do I want to go through it not knowing what the hell I'm doing and being under control of someone else and all these type of things. And so I kind of went to faith where I just said, I'm going to reject everything, because I was reading the Bible a lot then, right? Because my father, I was an orphan. When my father passed, it was just me and my little sister. My mother had passed 5 years earlier. I was 14 years old, I didn't know anything. And literally, when I tell you I didn't know anything, I didn't know anything. Right? And I didn't know anything. Right? All I knew was, right, I was afraid of my dad. Right? And I knew I had to take care of myself. I knew I couldn't take care of my sister because she wasn't going to listen to me. Right? Anyway, so I rejected everything. I rejected the Bible, everything. So I'm not going to accept anything else I can prove it. And I almost had a nervous breakdown because then I realized I didn't know anything. It means like a total, what do you call a dump, right? Data dump, everything. And so I didn't know anything. I didn't realize that would be the case, because nothing I knew, I thought I knew I could prove. And I started processing this and adding stuff and then it went crazy. Maybe I did, because it was like lifting 1,000 pounds constantly. If you haven't, I know you haven't done this, so you don't know what it's like. And then I came to the realization. I said, what is thinking this up? I mean, I'm trying to, but what is this possible thing? What is it? See, because we take words, but we don't understand the words behind it. What is thinking? You say, I think. What is thinking? Do you understand what it is? So I said, and I kept on calculating, until I came to the conclusion that thinking, right, is understanding your reality, understand the reality, the true reality, and getting control of it. The thinking is the control of it. The knowledge is knowing what it is, and thinking is getting control of it. Because we're thinking, and when I come to that realization, then I was on the right path. Then it became even more difficult. Why? Because now I had to realize, I had to learn what this reality is, how it works, what it is. Because I mean, Christian, they tell you, Christian, well, God made this, and it's just something God made. I mean, most religions tell you something like that, right? I mean, with the devils now, you get some kind of mathematical. They'll say, well, it's the Big Bang, and there's now, there's some truth to what they're saying. Because, you just said, God just put the stars out there. See? I mean, that's their mathematics. And so I had to go in, and that was the hardest thing in my life, brothers and sisters. To try to understand what that was. Look what the devil was saying, looking at that, looking at mathematics, and proving it. Where stars can only come from, there's evolution. There was a political motivation behind that, and put all this stuff together. And by this time, right, I'm in the Nation of Islam at this time. right? And I got some clues from what Master Muhammad left behind. And I'm saying, but still, I mean, I didn't, you know, realization, this whole realization is pressure. I mean, when you got it down, you find it's very simple. But get into it. You find all those things based on pressure. Then you got to find the rules, you know, things like that there. So by the time I got to the Injil, I already had that down. Right? The whole time I was in the Nation Islam, it was like painful because I was constantly always. It was getting in the way of everything else I was doing because I was constantly. I mean, when I say constantly, no matter what I was doing, if I was on pose, I was always in my mind. What is this? How does it work? Testing this, God, testing this idea, testing this mathematics, whatever, until it all finally gelled. And I remember when it finally gelled, right? I know it was the same time that got came in contact with Angel. When finally, you know, that was pressure and basic principles of pressure. And I thought, oh man. And then my life changed. Because that was just before I started breaking the seals, my life, because all of a sudden, it's like my brain was on fire for all my life. All of a sudden it cooled down. Because I got it. Finally got it. I could see. I could see, you know, see how it works. What's made of. Right? And I thought I was home free. I ran to the Angel. Whoa. And then, oh man, now that's another mental thing. You see? Because now it's like you know how to lift weights, but now you got to start lifting them. You went to the train, but you know, the person trained you how to do it, how the machines work. Now you got to start using them. And that's what Injil was. Now I got to start applying it. Oh man. And that was a headache. I mean, it wasn't easy path. What can I tell you, brothers and sisters? It's here. And so that's my path. Like I said, I was baptized by Elijah Muhammad because when baptized just means to initiate. That's in Islam, and that helped because the information I got from him and Master Muhammad, you know, that was extremely helpful. But then, you know, the thing is that then the situation would deal with people, and I was never good at doing it anyway. But then I couldn't talk to anybody because nobody would hear it and they didn't understand what's going on anyway. So I think I'm going to drop that there and move on to the next phase of this subject, brothers and sisters. Now, push or build is something you have to push. And see, now our people, see, they have the most power. Listen, let's tell you, we got the most powerful brains in the world. Just like a man and one female, male and female is born, but the male is born naturally stronger than the female. But he's got to develop it. Otherwise, if he don't use it, he'll lose it. And the female can go and develop her. She's much stronger than him. And so you have the most powerful brain, but you don't use it. You see, you've been taught not to use it. You've been taught to depend on the devil for everything. And so you don't use it. And so they have control of you because you know where electricity comes from? You know how to build a computer? You know how to make a car? You understand laws of physics? And stuff, no, you don't. You don't hear any black folks talk about those things. You don't talk about bullshit. NFL, NBA, and other kind of bullshit. I mean, I got to tap one that piece over there and all. You know what you're talking about. I'm talking about brothers and sisters. That's there. So it's not anything. And so and they talk to each other. So and so like, if you talk to somebody I don't know anything, then after a while you don't know anything either. If you stop going to the gym after a while, you're gonna lose what you had in the gym. You gotta be with people. I would I'm always trying to be with folks that's whatever I'm trying to achieve has achieved already, so they can lift me up. Rather than people don't know anything, because all they do is bring you down. Okay. So pushing is something you gotta push. So I'm gonna cut the chase on these things, because I'm realizing right now it's gonna take a long, long time, 4 or 5 hours to really cover all the things I want to talk about here. So I'm gonna cut the chase on some of these things. Push mobile is something you gotta push. It's not a self-starter. See? Engines don't turn over, so you gotta push it. Everywhere you go there, push it. What you need that for? Who wants that? Push mobile is. Now, let me see if I can show this. I got a couple of notes here, so maybe they're not in the right sequence, so I might jump around a little bit here. That one. Okay, some of the dry bones here. Now, dry bones, there's 2 stories there. See, they do talk about breath, but also spirit is the best translation. So there was 2 resurrections. The first one's Elijah. He gave the bones life, but didn't give them spirit. See? Thinking, that's the spirit. That's what war is right now, the war song. But I can't get my people to see that. They think, oh man, I'll get some guns, I'll do this. Who control the guns? And when your ammunition run out, what you gonna do then? You know what I'm saying? So, it says, the first, but it had no breath and no spirit. See? There's push my bills. That means they have no spirit, so they'd be moved. Because, a person just sitting still, no spirit. Say, man, well, spirit means you act active, moving, right? They have no spirit. That's what Elijah. And you have to push them everywhere. So how we know it's the truth? Because as soon as Elijah Muhammad, the part stopped, it stopped. Because you push something, right? If you need to push it, once you stop pushing it, it doesn't go any further than your final push. So they didn't take it. Elijah takes the next step. They stop. Wait, somebody else come push him. So Farrakhan can't push him. And when you push the car right, you determine the direction it's going into and how fast it's going. And so he pushed in the opposite direction. Because I was there. And Elijah Muhammad departed, and before you could say departed, they stopped. And then they were pausing it. It was pushing in the opposite direction. And they stopped cold. On a dime, I said, wow, how could it happen? How you turn away from Elijah Muhammad that fast? I mean, it was bad mouthing, and messing everything. And even Master Muhammad, it was bad mouthing. We got the proof of it. Just like that. Because they was push mobile. They wasn't thinking. Because they was thinking, right? Their spirit, there's no way in the world to find lives because all just want to read the lessons and Farrakhan's just toast. Farrakhan said, Farrakhan's toast. They read scriptures, he's toast. But they don't read the scriptures because they push mobiles. And whatever they read, they read whatever you tell them. I mean, they understand whatever you tell them. Like a kid, how much is 3 plus 5? Or it's 8. How much is 5 plus 3? Scratching their head. Because they ain't thinking. Push mobiles. You tell them they remember it. You understand? So he had to be a second one. And that was what gave him spirit. So I processed command, and there was noise. Behold, he's shaking, the bones came together, and beheld, the sinews, flesh can't put him, and skin covered above them, no spirit in them. There was no spirit. See, that was Elijah's resurrection. Yeah? They said he prophesied to the wind, prophesied, Son of Man, say to the wind. Thus said Lord God, comes from the 4 winds, O brethren, breathe upon these slain, they may live. So I breathed, prophesied, commanded me, breath came to them, and they lived, and stood upon their feet, a seen every army. See? This is talking about Suleiman. And so he would give us spirit, but he baptized the spirit. And so we got to put these things together in the context, right? So he would baptize the spirit and fire. So that's why you know the proper translation is spirit. Because they don't have it. And they don't have it now. Now, it says they wouldn't get it until the 4 winds blow. So, and I'm not here to knock anybody. See, because that's one thing, I don't worry about what people think about me, because I know they're not thinking anyway. So somebody asked me, don't you care to think about you? I said, why should I? If they think badly, they're thinking, but they can face the consequence of if they think evil. Because you're thinking, consequence is any aspect of your energy. If you misuse energy in any kind of way, or whatever, that's a consequence. You say, okay, it's Adam's weight across, even Adam's weight, you have to account for. Right? So, I almost lost my train of thought there, brothers and sisters. And I'm going to come at this a different way too, right? See, I have people with me, and they don't think. I know they feel it, they don't think. Pushmobiles. Because Scripture says they will not happen until the 4 winds. So I know this. See? But I'm not bound by prophecy, and I try to be it, because if I can get my people to think, because that's what it's all about. Because they have to think to achieve a harmonic motion. Because when you're thinking, right, your brain calculates and you're thinking, then you're going to, right, you're going to come to the same conclusion. You have different perspectives. You don't come to the same, because you're thinking mathematically. Right? And the only difference could be is perspective. Because 5 plus 7 is 12. 6 plus 6 is 12. Right? 8 plus 4 is 12, but it's still 12. Just different perspectives. The only way you can achieve that, you have to think that it's part of what you have to think mathematically. Islam is mathematics. Mathematics is not true Islam. So I'm going to give a little history on that, right? See, because the scriptures tell me, right, that there will be 3, but they wouldn't do anything. And I'm going to get another take of that in a minute, because there's pushmobiles. Right? And so I took some time, and I'm not a person that's into regret. And so, one day, for 1 minute, I did have some regret. And I'm going to tell you, explain that in a minute. Right? Because, I waste a lot of time here. Right? That was my first reaction. Right? But a pushmobile, like I said, it won't go any further than you push it. If that pushing stops. See? So, part of my mission is to get the people to tribulation. And that's a hard one. It's going to be hard for them, very hard. See, because the elect, they got it, they get out of here. Somebody gets out of here. But they don't. And part of it is because they didn't, Elijah Muhammad could not get them up to thinking. I said, prove they wasn't thinking, because they stopped, even they did all the work they did because he pushed them. He stopped pushing them, they stopped cold. Never would be honest teaching, never took to the next level or anything. Because they're pushmobiles. And I personally, not going out legacy, but anyway, they're pushmobiles. So, kind of like, I probably should say this in another sequence, right? Because this other thing was in a few minutes. Then we probably understand something better. So, They were push-mobiles. But I tried to give them a jump, right? Get the engine started, right? So maybe, you know. And for 4 years, nothing, right? Because see, one of the questions is that I've had people come in the past, I'm not going into details about them, but I've had people come in the past that call, all kinds of things. I'm talking one in a minute, right? And so you never know if they're agents or just Negro butts or just pushing bills or what. To me, it's all the same. It's just the result is the same, so I just look at it the same way, right? So, you tried different things. Like the Quran always tells you to try people. I'll tell you that too. Right? So you push. And I'm not a person into pushing. I've never been in that. When I was in the military, they wanted me to push. I said, I didn't want to do that. I was a sergeant, but I got to push these people. That just didn't rub me right. So I got to be pushing people. What I need that for? I'd rather do it myself. I remember when I was working in Saigon, and one time I was over Vietnam a couple of times, right? And one time I was working in computer systems. When I was in Saigon, we was in the field unit, and I ended up moving to it wasn't what you call, they called tabulating machines at the time, right? Anyway, I was a sergeant, I was a supervisor at the night shift. And I had a white boys, right? And they weren't what I told them to do for all kinds of reasons you can figure, right? But I was, when I do something, I don't do nothing half-ass. I knew what I was doing. I knew what my job title was, everything else. I knew the stuff I had them do, delegate. I would do it myself. When they come in the morning, hey man, that's cool, everything's good. They loved it until they found out. When I was doing it, then they got mad. You can't do it, they gotta do it. I said, yeah, but man, they got forced them. I gotta watch them. They pushing them. Yeah, I don't care. You saw you got. So I'm not going into all the details about that. It's always been a problem with me. Even in my marriage, I don't want to be telling my wife what to do, pushing all that stuff. I got to do that. What I need her for. See, this just rubs me wrong. But I took and put that aside and did it. Push. Right? It distracted me from what I was doing because before I met these people for 25 years, I guess. Right? I mean, I had off and on situations, right? But I said, okay. Said 3 would come, so I gave my best shot. I said, push me, it was high I knew. Because the point is, like I said, they never go beyond what you tell them. That's one indication right there. And when you start pushing, they start moving. So I'm not going into all the details, but like as time went on, right? I did tests here, tests there, ask questions here, do some things, and I don't know if they even realized I was testing them, right? I was doing tests here because I'm trying to, the tribulation comes, like I said, it's hard to prepare for something that you've never experienced before. It's just unprecedented. And so that's one of the reasons why I went through this process, because if I get them motivated, that'll be helpful. If I understand the time of what tribulation is about, but now I got a different understanding. But at that time, so if I get back, then that'll be helpful. Because, there were certain things that you don't understand. The kid understands says they washed their robes in the blood of the Lamb, and I understood that, and people said, okay. But now I understand that from a different perspective. But the point is that I went in and I said, let me go ahead and do this. So I did it. Distract from other things. Or did it? That's what we're going to talk about in a minute. So to just cut to the chase, brothers and sisters, right? Now, the object was they was going to take, and I understand at that time, is that sure they just coming up. And so I set this thing up because I won't be here. Right? And they got to go through it. So I set up because I got to remember, it's my responsibility. Remember, it's the Master of the Covenant's responsibility to clean them up and to baptize them and put them through all of that. So it's ultimately my responsibility, so I can't lay it off on them. So I said, okay, well, how should I do this? See? Because, see, I'm not pushing my bill. Because nobody pushing me. Nobody told me how to do the Injil. Nobody told me any of that stuff. I looked at it, I thought about it. I'm not going into detail. Okay, I took it and I'm doing it 100%. So to cut to the chase here, brothers and sisters, I'm just going to get a couple examples. I said, if I keep talking, I'll be in for a while. But you test them and it never, not one time, right, ever unlock a verse. Never any further than I push them. Never, not one time. Except one sister, she a little glimmer, and then that was the end of it. So that was an indication right there. Right? And then, you know, now, I did a final tell. I'm going to cut to the chase because I had a lot to talk about on this, but I got to cut to the chase. So the point is that I've been talking about this war in the Middle East for 30 years, so I got the proof. Right? And so at this point, and I'm totally convinced that I know the first part has already started. And I did tell you, right, back last year, I said it would be sometime in October, November. That's just what's going on right now. Boundless desolation. That's the first phase. Second phase, right? And I wasn't sure about that, but at this point, I'm almost positive it's going to be this month. But it's all ultimately up to Master Muhammad. So when I looked at it, I said, well, we can't be more than a few days away, a few weeks away. And so, and I did some tests before that, right? But I'm getting to the last test. So I'm saying, if my conclusion, my hypothesis, right, is right, or whatever, my plan is correct, and they're going to take and be the ones, because they're going to be the ones on the ground, right? So, okay, I got to see, make sure that they can test them. And so, because their official mission occurs once the war actually starts. I'm talking about the second phase, which could be starting right now, because based on what they're saying. You know what's being said. But anyway, so I knew we days away at the worst case. So I said, okay, you're going to be, you on your own now. I'm sure everything you need. Just let me know that you committed and all that kind of stuff. Everything you on your own. Now, right? Now you got all this information you got. You agree that they're just about to take off and so forth, so on, right? Okay. I'm just cutting the chase. This is just very general, brothers and sisters. I step back. And guess what? You know, you got it. Nothing happened. Push my bill. When I push it, nothing happened. I'm saying, wait, hold it. Heaven's breaking loose. You know it. That's information. It's clear. It's totally clear. You know, all this information. Heaven's breaking loose. So you're either agent or you push my bill. Farrakhan is silent because you don't know shit. And no silence. In fact, it went backwards. Because another person that's not part of that, right? That's like, it's like a visitor, right? I guess. But they're supposed to monitor everything, right? Because it's on them now. They're supposed to monitor everything with the Injil and so forth, so on, right? And this person published, he's going backwards. We've been talking about this unsealed Bible. He's going to publish about the sealed Bible going backwards. So like God instead of going forward, rolling actually going downhill. Not stand still, but rolling back hell. And then he's going on. and post a picture that's, it's not visionary, it's like what we got right now. And so that was proof positive. That proved there's no in the world that's going to handle tribulation. No, that wasn't going to happen. It was, that was the last test. That's final. That proved. What? I said, what you waiting for? Me to push you? Then that leads into something else. So yeah, I'm not saying to knock anybody. I'm just saying because that made me think about something else. So right. Because, like I said, I had this vision when I was a child. I had a bunch of visions, and one of them I really didn't like most of them anyway, because it was all horrible. I had a couple that was beautiful after the fact, but, you know, that's a whole nother story, right? But I ain't gonna go into it. But anyway, and one of them was, got real dark, and I heard people hollering and screaming, and it was like lost. And I had been going, I had to come back. And give him light and got him out of it, right? But that was contrary to another vision I had. So I said, well, how can both of these visions be true? So like an alternate vision, I guess. So maybe if you had a lot of vision, maybe more about visions than me, because that's my conclusion. I don't know how you're going to scientifically break down visions, but I mean, they can be. No, I'm not able to do it. Not yet, anyway. Well, do I want to? Maybe. Right. So, I thought about that, and I thought, I said, hell no. I'm not coming back. Because this helped me get a better understanding dealing with them of what the hell's at stake here. Because I was missing the whole damn point myself. Because if I come back and push them through it, what the hell? Because they probably being gods, and gods don't pray. You ain't got to pray to nobody, Ishmael. If you're a God, who are you praying to? If you're God, you don't push them there. It's like when people need with the coaches, because people are self-motivated. Just like me, I self-taught. Why? Because I said, wait a minute, the teacher, I go to school, the teacher, she looking at the book and reading out the book. I said, hell, I go read the book. That was the end of that. My school days, I go to the library, I go buy a book. I taught myself. I said, hell, why I need her? I can read the damn book my damn self. So I was self-taught. And I started putting that thing about, you don't know shit, I know all that stuff in there, plus. I didn't just say it like I'm a hypocrite. Everything I put in here, I know, and plus. I taught myself. Officially, as far as I went to school was, is 8th grade. See? I went to high school, I hadn't finished it first year. I got a GED, and I didn't go to school for it, I just tested out on it. You see? So the thing is, I says, no, that's the wrong idea. And me, it's probably the wrong idea. See, no, back in my head, I think I had the right idea already. Because I was preparing this information to give to them, right? And this information has stuff about the thunders and the churches explain, you know. So it said they washed their robes with blood of lamb, and that's what those 2 books is about. See what I'm saying? They don't need those 2. Or this information. They don't need those 2. And if somebody comes push them, they have to start thinking, oh, them engines have to be turned on, or they're not going to get out of here. And if I come in, then I'm just defeating my own purpose. Okay? And so that's over here with that was a waste of time teaching these people because they weren't going to be able to do a job anyway. Because I knew it. The scripture said they weren't going to be able to do it. Tell you right away they weren't be able to do it. I got scriptures to prove it. He said they weren't going to do it. They weren't do a damn thing. He said I looked and there was no one to help. I mean, is that clear enough? But experience, right, helped me to understand what the tribulation is about more than I probably would if I had had that experience. And I'm going to speak to that a little more specifically now. It's more to it than that, but in general, Because, no. When I go to NOI, I give them a light, I give them information. Right? Because like Muhammad said, every toe has his own bottom. And I've told you before, when you go to tribulation, you go into a wheelchair, you lost. Nobody's going to help you. You had to work together, but nobody's going to help you. Nobody's going to carry you, nothing like that there. Right? You got the 5 pillars. You know, if you read Exodus, they said they put 40 years in the wilderness just to get rid of all the weak ones and everything. And the whole story about Dr. Yaqub, remember? He said he had all these followers. He got rid of all the weak ones. He only wanted the healthy ones. And he said, that's cold. Well, that's mathematics. So they taught you this philosophy stuff and whatever. You're going to come to grips with it after a while, brothers and sisters. It's beautiful. It's powerful. See? But including them, because it tells you in there, they're going to have to go to tribulation too, but they don't get the reward they would have gotten if they had got initiated, turn on their engines. They could make an example to other people, but people don't have that example. Or they're going to have the information I give them, the light I give them. And if they don't turn their engine on, because they have to come out as gods, they have to come out as gods, they have to come out as gods. No, they ain't going to make it. I mean, if they do come out, right, because they've applied the 5 pillars and everything else, but they don't come out as gods, and everlasting shame and appallment. Could there be someone who come out like that? Because they'd be appalled, man, look at them. Like monkeys. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. This is not a game. And people take it as a game because they ain't thinking. They don't think. Push my bills. That's it. I said, okay, it's all yours now. And all this stuff happening. And it's all over the internet. I mean, everywhere you say it. And I'm sitting there, I'm just waiting. And nothing. Just stopped cold. And they got all these bombs. And I mean, they got the weapon. The angel is the weapon. Right? And they got all these weapons. Explosives, high explosives and everything else. There's that Son of Man is the center of earth, spirit, explosive. They're talking about the angel here in America. Right? You experiment first before you learn how to use them. So when you break the seals, learn, you see experimenting. So we're talking, I'm not getting to the lesson, brothers. I know they don't know it's lessons. Because they knew the lesson, they would be Farrakhan 1 minute. Because they'll push my bills. So Farrakhan push me in the direction he wanted to go. And I'm not going to push them, because once they leave Farrakhan, they come over and think I'm going to push them. They're wrong. Remember in Mark? After somebody gave him his mind, then he wanted to hang on with somebody. No, you can hang with me, man. You got to go over there and take care of business on your own. Because I'm not going to push you. I gave you your mind back. I'm not going to push you. And that's what we got. They'll push my bills. Because he said the devil do anything for him. So, and then let me go talk another subject here, brothers and sisters. Now this gets to the point where I was saying about, I felt a little regret. And I'm saying, well, I learned a lesson from it. I mean, I got some benefit, more about clarity about the tribulation, because nobody understands the tribulation. I mean, they tell you about it in the scriptures. You can read stuff all about it. But it's not like experiences. I mean, some tell about fire, but you put your finger in, you don't have to tell you. They can write books, everything about it. Once you put your finger in, you know. You got a PhD then on what fire is. So I'm not going to tell you I know it. With tribulation, I know it has an idea. I know how to prepare for it. Like Noah knew how to prepare for the flood. But he knew what the flood was going to be like. He already knows how to prepare for it. And because somebody told him. I mean, if you want to go on with that story. Okay. So let me give you a little story here. You know the story of Jonah. Now, the story of Jonah is a real interesting story, but most people don't get it. They miss the whole story. Now the story, Joe was right. Joe was right. God punished you was right. But Joe was right. Because God told him he's going to do something. Joe said, no, you ain't going to do that. And God didn't do it. But Joe got punished for it, for not doing it. When God told him to do something, Joe said, man, I ain't going to do this because you ain't going to follow through. And so he punished him for not doing it. Then God, he was right. God didn't do it. So Joe was right. He got disagree with God. Joe was right. He had right on it. So how does that work? See, that's why I said you got to start thinking. You got to start putting the pieces together and see what's going on here. Because that's much deeper than that. That gets to what I'm trying to tell you right now, if you don't understand it. Because most of what I'm saying right now ain't for you. What I'm saying right now is for the people in the tribulation start thinking, then this makes sense to them. If they have access to this information. See? Because then when their brains open up to operating, right? Like, you're weak, man, or 1 pound, oh man, that's heavy. But you get strong, you got 50 pounds, yeah, nothing. See? And right now, most of you can't lift up 5 ounces here. Because you ain't producing anything. I said, those with me, right? They didn't convert one verse. They couldn't understand what, they move unless I moved them now after 4 years old, I got teaching everything else. And they went no further than, right? I pushed them. Now if they got a problem with that, that's up to them, because that's proof positive. Now you can make excuses and everything else, that's proof positive. Because if you know that the house is about to on fire, your family's in the house, you can sit out there and wait till the house get on fire. As soon as somebody let you know, man, hey man, that's a fire hazard, and that place going to go up in flames in about 30 minutes. Really? And you're going to be sitting there, well, I'm going to sit and wait for 30 minutes, and once you get on fire, I'm run the house to get my people on you. No, man, you're on the case right now. Get the hell out of here. Man, you're frantic. And so they see, this is the worst time in history. What's happening? And they got the information. And days go by and they say, goddamn thing, nothing. Because I wasn't pushing them. I wasn't going to tell them to start doing stuff. I could have did it. No, that's why I didn't do that. I said, it's on your own now, so I'm not going to interfere. So I said, John's story. Okay, God told John, says, I want you to prophesy this is going to happen in 40 days. And John said, man, you ain't going to do that. So John said, yeah, hold it, man. I ain't going to do it. So he took off. Ended up being on an island for three days or 3 years until he agreed to do it, and he came back. And then he was right. God didn't do it. Then he got mad with God, and he would say he wished he could die and all that. That's the base. That's the gist of it. Okay. So let me tell you a little background here. See, I have my own. I guess you can say I'm retired now, but I'm retired from doing that because I gave up that to do this. Okay, I mean I did that for a while I was doing this, right? But initially, when I found out that the gravity and I just gave it up and doing this 100% totally. But I had my own IT consulting business, right? So at this particular time, right, I had a position up in Indiana, run for the state, which they call it a child support or whatever. So I was working that system. I knew several computer systems. I was one of them. And somebody work on that. I forget, it's been a long time, over 20 years ago, I guess, whatever, right? It was over 20 years ago, right? I was not too long into breaking seals, right? So, I was there, and so, because I was a lot traveling around, right? So I had took guys leads and all that kind of stuff, and I was going to be there for about a year. I think the contract lasted about a year, whatever, a year, maybe a year and a half, I forget. So, I invested, put in there, and stuff I had to do to, get set up and get the job done. And then suddenly, for some reason, the contract got canceled. The whole contract, because it was all contracts, they canceled everybody. So there was this Indian firm called Covances or whatever, right? And they asked me, says, well, we got a new contract in Guam. Can you go out there and handle it for us? because they saw I was good what I was doing, right? But these are Indians, right? But they do recognize talent, if you put it that way. And I was surprised, but they don't usually come to somebody like me, black person, that has to do anything. But let me say this a little offhanded here. I said, I wouldn't do that. But all my life, every time I run around to Asians and Orientals out there, they sound like they had an urge to come and tell me, you're different from the rest of them. So different how? They would just tell me I was different. Not that I'm trying to be different or better, but they always thought I was different. They would tell me that. Anyway, so they asked me, I was surprised because they don't like to be dealing with people like me. They asked me to go to run, say that level of constancy to do something like that, right? Because a black person representing them, their company. So I agreed to do it, right? Because they said it's going to pay all my expenses, they're going to pay all my lease and all the expenses I had invested to get there. They was going to help. Because they wanted somebody really bad to do it. And they said, we'll take care of all that, man. We cover all that, just if you handle the project for us. That's okay. By some incentive, right? Financial systems, financial, right? Aspects of it and everything, right? Incentive. So I go out there. And long story short, right? I mean, I ended up spending 3 years out there, got locked down and everything. And it put me in jail and all that. But see, what was happening, I didn't know. Is that I was being set up here in the States. Now, I knew some suspicious stuff going on, but I didn't know the extent of it, and I didn't know it was really directed me to the extent it was. I was being set up here in the States. Right? They was set me up. They get me thrown in prison for some false charges. They had false witness. I mean, these people were serious. And the plan was to do that and plus destroy me financially. Take all my money, all the money I had saved. If I had pensions, I'm going to get that. So they leave me with nothing. And plus, I was going to be in prison for 5 to 10 years. That was their plan. And they was well on the way to accomplishing that plan. I didn't know it. I wasn't aware of it. I knew some was going on, but I didn't know anything like that, right? So I'm in Guam. I'm working on this project, right? Also, hell breaks loose. They say, I know, man, I'm being arrested and charged and all this kind of stuff, right? And see, what happened is that they was going to pull the plug here in the States. But because I was there, because if they had canceled that contract and everything had leave, I would have been still in the States when that happened. Because they had a plan to do it. But before they could execute their plan, that happened. And so I was out there in Guam. So they still wanted to accomplish their goal. So they moved their plan to Guam. But it was a little more complicated there because, see, Guam is a protectorate of America, but it's not a state. So it has similar laws and everything else, right? And they don't have any representative Congress, anything like that there, right? It's not like Hawaii, it's like a, right? So let's see, I know, they don't push the button over there. So all this stuff started coming up. And then I'm faced with a civil suit. I'm faced with a criminal. And I'm out there by myself. And when that happened, the company dropped me because they said, hey, man, I can't do the job anyway. He threw me in jail and all this stuff, right? So now I'm not doing no money, nothing. I mean, I was, no job, no money. And I'm not going to go the whole story because I could be here for 2 hours talking the whole story. But my mind's what happened. And so, and then they kept with some stupid lawyer. And they tried to tell me to make a plea deal. I said, I ain't paying no plea deal. I didn't have to accept because I paid a plea deal. I spent 3 or 4 years in jail. That was a plea. And that was going to affect their civil case because it was tied to a criminal case somehow. And I said, man, hell with all that. So I told you, I don't know this lawyer and all that stuff. I'm not going to details about this because I got a presentation that talk about these things in detail, but not all details. Some things I haven't talked about. Right? I can give you just general things, emphasize the main points here. So
So what's happening here? And then here, importance, all this stuff. Okay. Anyway. So, like I said, they put me in, they locked me up, they put me on trial. All 9 yards. Right? And I'm not going to details, but like I said, I learned a lot of things because it was like angels, I had a whole army of angels was doing all kind of stuff, right? They had witnesses. I'm going to say a couple of things, right? Their witnesses, lying witnesses, this imam over there, he claimed I confessed stuff to him, he was lying. But there's a trial, his mother died the day before he had to leave the island, so they lost that witness. They had another witness that was the supposed to arrest me, the main one, he came down, told him, the truth, when I confessed to him. And in most accident, they're in a trial. So he's in the hospital. So anyway, started falling apart. And there's a lot of stuff, right? And like I said, I saw like, it was like the hand of God was, like, it was like, it was like, every time they tried to set me, anyway, I ended up winning the trial. I ended up winning the trial. And so I left the island, came back to the States. Now I had no money because by the company that brought me out there, that was part of the agreement because I wasn't stupid, right? I said, and no matter what happens, that was part of the agreement. You have to make sure I get money because I got stranded in Hawaii like that. That then was stupid, right? And I had a hard time getting back once. That was years before that. And so once I booked trial, I contacted them and they had to pay me back to the States. So I got back to the States, right? Now they won the civil suit over there. See? So remember now, the idea was put me in jail for 6 to 10 years. They take all my wealth and everything else, and they would get away because I wouldn't be in the jail. They get away with it. I couldn't do anything about it. I couldn't retaliate anything. So now, I beat them on that case. And so now, they get a judgment against me for hundreds of $1,000s. So, but that happened in the States, right? Whether I went to jail or not, they would take all the money I had, anything I earned would constantly, they would take, so I'd be destitute. Probably the rest of my life. That's where his thing was set up. See, but the thing is, because it happened in Guam, so they had to file something in Guam because that's what was it. Because it happened in Guam, they got a civil suit, and I owed them all these $100,000 amount, but they can't enforce it because they can't get a court here in the States to enforce it because it's protected out there. That's what I'm saying? Now, if you look back at this, if all those things hadn't happened like they happened, they would have had me. And the reason I'm saying this is because I mentioned this before. I've been saying this. I'm trying to give bad examples. Is that sometime in the scriptures, right? I said the scientists, it's like you go down and you see a detour sign. So man, that detour sign saving your ass because if you kept going down there, you're going to run to a butthole, you're going to run off a cliff or something. See, but that detail sign saved your life. It's like sometimes if you're late for a meeting, you're 5 minutes late for a meeting, but if you was on time, you'd have ran to a big pile up would have killed you. See? And so you got to understand these things. And so the scientists, when they write the scriptures, they want you to come through. See, they don't care about Farrakhan, because if they care about Farrakhan, he would never got that cancer. If he got it, he would never have to went to him. But they want Job, if you read about Job, they want Job to come out 100%. They want all the people, right, the elect to come out whole. They don't want you to come out with a unit, come out one eye, have a head. No, what's the point? See? So they may say, okay, say something that don't make sense to you, but it's keeping you from running to something that would harm you. And so when I look back at that, right, and I'm saying,
I read that story again from that perspective. I said, okay, that God knew, right, that if I had stayed here, right, that was going to happen. I didn't know. So he told me to do something he knew I wouldn't do, that I'd run away. See? What saved my life. Because they couldn't, because they had to do it. They can't touch me. I mean, I get letters all the time, even now. They teach fire. Every time I go someplace, try to find where I'm at, they send me letters. We're going to get you, man, and we're going to contact the state, we're going to contact the IRS, they've been doing it for years. But they can't touch me. See? Unless I go back, stupid enough to go back to Guam. See? But if I stay in the States and all those things that happen like they happen, I've been destitute, homeless, in jail. Maybe I've been in jail by now, but then I'm a convict. See? And so you read the story again and say, why did God tell him to do that? Well, he knew he was going to, that's what that would be Jones' reaction. Jeremy said, see, I told you I was right, I'm not going to story any more deeper than that, but you get the point. And that's why I don't regret things. I tell people, don't regret the path that got you here. So me dealing with those people, right? See, that distraction, and I'm still trying to deal with understanding completely that distraction, right? Because I had a whole different plan about where I was doing things before they came on board. And so if I had followed through those plans, it would have been a whole different issue. See, so I'm not going to say I fully understand that one yet. But I'm just trying to get you to understand, see, that kind of thinking you have to come up with now. You won't have too much of a problem like that when you get hereafter. Because you're going to have a whole different look. As long as you live, in fact, if you make it to hereafter, and we got 70 trillion years, right, getting back to the beginning again, you're always solving problems because everything keeps changing. That's why I said you're going to keep getting new books. And those books will tell you what the change is, how to adjust. If you can adjust, you're going to make it to the next level. It says that only one made it. How to be, because it's going to be trillions of us. But thousands may be, because we're going to have, it says to me, our seed be as great as the sand of the sea. That means we're going to plant, it says, a garden is wise as heaven and earth. We're going to, like all the plants and everything else. So what happened? Because if there's only one going to make it to the Holy Year, and he's going to be so wise, so powerful, because that's what it's going to take to handle the universe totally contracted and to restart it all over again. It's going to be going. And nobody's, there's no one can figure out, just like he said, at this point, this is the restart. And what's restarted is the angel. It says no one in heaven and earth could do it but that one individual. The Lamb, not even the God. You don't understand these things. And there's nothing I can say to get you to understand until you feel it. I can tell you by fire all I want to, but until you touch that flame, brother and sister, you ain't going to understand it. And so that's why I'm not going to get myself all out of shape trying to get you to understand something. If anybody take what I said personal, that's their problem. Like I said, I take criticism, and I very seldom take anything personal. Because somebody criticizes me, in fact, my worst enemies, first thing I look at is anything it says is the truth, because you're going to get the best truth about yourself from your enemies. Because damn, I'm telling you, you ugly. Right? If you're ugly, your friends ain't going to tell you ugly. You can be ugly as hell, your friend ain't going to tell you that because they don't want to hurt your feelings. No, tell me. Because if you tell me, maybe I might do something about it. See? And that's what most people would have a problem with, because I just, what else you want? You want me to tell you lies? You want to tell me like it is? You want a mirror that tells you that you look other than who you look? That's what most of you want. And like I said, our people want to push mobiles. And I'm not going to push. That's why I'm not going to admit, I thought about it. And like I said, this experience made me see it more clearly. Right? More clearly. Right? And if I went through it, I'd be push mobile again. No. I'm going to get, I'm finished praying this information. And when I get to NOI, if I can find a couple of people near right that can handle the military side of this thing, right? And can grasp, right? Can get a good grasp on the information we'll give them. Then I tell them, okay, point them out and say, okay, check with these people, they can help you, but you got to figure it out yourself. Because we don't work with, they, like I said, they push my bills. Now, what that will change when they get to, I don't know. We'll know if I see them again, I know they will. If I didn't, I know they didn't. Because that's that's the tribulation. You got to get spirit. I mean, you got to stop being self-activated, self-motivated. Nobody who told me to take the angel? Nobody. And you see the angel, would you say anything? And in Revelation said somebody told the lamb to go get the angel? He said, no, he went and got it himself. He figured it out himself. Nobody tell me a damn thing. Nothing. Not a goddamn thing. And nobody still on my show saying, you got to go out and do these things. And you got to sacrifice your children. You got to sacrifice everything. I get 100%. They said they would say they get 100%. I saw 0%. I ain't say anything. So, it depends on they wise or ignorant or whatever, how they take this information. Right? Because their lives they playing with. Because this ain't no joke. You gotta upload that angel. And that's what tribulation, because you don't have the devils to think for you. You don't have anyone to think for you anymore. But you gotta survive. Only reason why Master Muhammad's going to supply you with food, because don't want you to just have to suffer cannibalism, because otherwise you'd have to. And we don't want people to stoop to that level. And that's all the help you're going to get. Let's check up there and we'll close out, brothers and sisters. Yeah. See? I tried the wide press alone. Other people that are none with me. That's how I knew they weren't going to be helpful. It says right there. So they wouldn't be helpful. And they haven't been. And Snoska said he wanted something for nothing. But still got to go to tribulation anyway. Now, if they had applied themselves, there was great reward for them. But now the reward would be passed on to someone else. That's just the way it is. This ain't about personalities. It's about your friend, my friend. If that's you think, you're wrong. I tell people, you don't know me at all. You don't. Because my task, my mission, requires you things that you can't, unbelievable, brothers and sisters. It's beyond belief. Beyond belief. I can't believe myself. It said, vengeance is in my heart. Blood be up high as a horse's brow. This is not a joke. It said, all responsibility is on my shoulders to put this scheme together. God didn't say it was Master Muhammad because he gets it. Someone has to get it and give it to him. So, who has the most responsibility? The builder? Right? Or the purchaser? He's the purchaser. I'm the builder. That's what it says. I had to purify the nation of Islam. Okay. Turn them into gods. See? The first phase, Holocaust, as Muhammad came, but they still had to finally get that final finishing. That's tribulation, intense pressure. finish the process. Let's see what else got here, and then we'll close about sisters. Okay, let's talk a little bit about what respect here. Now, this may be happening as I speak. And I could be wrong. The Master Muhammad is the one that knows, but I don't think I'm wrong on this one. I don't think I'm wrong on this one. I think when Iran moves, it's coming hot and fast. Hot and heavy. Excuse me, boss. I need more sleep. I need more rest. I was half last night, doing some, can't. Because you got to give 100. If I give 110%, you can't give 110%. Oh boy, I'm giving all. Because I agreed to do it. I don't do anything half-ass. And now people can, even though those who are listening that don't like me, don't like what I'm saying, you depend upon what I'm doing. If I'm not successful, you lost. Okay? But this is it. It ain't. And so when you read the story about King of the North, it says the king starts to push at him. That's what's happening right now. They're pushing at Iran. We're going to take down Iran. Iran is the proxies. We got to attack Iran. They setting up and false Israel. And I'm not going to the motivations, but I told you the motivation for false Israel. Why they need to push this thing. I told you the motivations behind, because there's conflict between them and the Christians, and I explain all that in another presentation. So the angel gives you the motivations and, the intentions, all that kind of stuff. Anyway, it says when Iran moves, I'm going to go whirlwind. Master Muhammad's going to be right behind them. To the Michael and his angels. And exactly like I said, what? It says the house of Saul is going to help them. I told you, the ship soon is going to be with them. But I said, be one Sunni company, so I might as well say it now, because I was kind of holding it back. I kind of jumped the gun a little bit yesterday. Because last night I was talking about it, I said, oh boy, maybe I shouldn't have been holding that back. I've been saying there's one Sunni company, I've said it in the past. There'd be one Sunni, I think even say African. Yeah, I'm sure I did, right? That's going to betray. Because I talk about the slingshot. I said, who's an African country that's going to betray? So it's Israel. And bring them down. And I still wondering why she didn't say it, mention it, because that was something that was supposed to be a total surprise. Maybe I should just shut up right now. I don't think I'm going to say anything. So, those of you pay attention to what I've been saying in the past, or recently, then you know what I'm talking about. A stone and go work with Shia to betray false Israel and take it down. Many people say false Israel will not survive this war. America said, I'm all in. I told you it'd be America, Britain, false Israel. I told you. And I saw, I said, yeah, if any enemies come over, we're going to shoot them down. I told you they would be with them. It's shaping out just like I said. And that's what's about to happen. And my opinion is going to happen, bro. So good. Most people, if you listen to them, they say they think it's going to happen this week. I mean, they think these devils say that. They think Israel, and there's going to be a full-fledged war this week. Some going for maybe next week. And I've been saying for years. And people are totally oblivious to it. When that happens, false Israel, American Britain be kicked out. They're coming after you. I'm not going into details about that, brothers and sisters, right now. But you need to understand, the abomination of desolation is taking place. that's triggering this apocalypse, right? Which they now, even according to them. And that's what triggers tribulation. And you go into tribulation whether you like it or not. Now, you may have survived it. Maybe somebody say, well, maybe I just shoot myself with it, do whatever you want to do. But if you're alive and breathing, you're going to tribulation or you're going to be eaten. You don't have any choices here. There's not going to be any clothes. There's not going to be any, you're going to have food from man from heaven. That's about all you're going to get, but you're going to get more than man from him. But there ain't going to be electricity, there ain't going to be any gas, there ain't going to be any cars, there ain't going to be any of that stuff. And there are these devils, and they're total cannibals. That's what you're faced with. Future news bouncers. It's not that future. It may be happening right now as I speak. I think I'm leaving there, brothers and sisters. There goes the angels. Somebody, a tree doesn't bear any fruit. Oh, what? So we talk about this, right? This is right. The two ones said they thought they wanted to get to the hereafter free. Anybody's getting it free. I'm not getting it free. I'm not getting it for free. Like I told you about the Guam thing, but I could tell other situations have been almost as dramatic, or maybe more dramatic than I've been through. I've been through hell. I ain't complaining. But even before I got to the angel, getting an angel, it's been a ride. Well, I won't say you've been a ride. I mean, somebody's riding me. I need a rider. That says he says it was agonizing, the whole process, right? But if you read this one, it says, "Nay, yeah, you don't know what you're asking for. You want the reward, but you don't want to deal with the, what's necessary. Achieve that reward, but you're going through tribulation." To anything else, brothers and sisters, I think that's it. Discipline, the 5 pillars, brothers and sisters. I'm gonna let that go, brothers and sisters. I don't know if I made any sense to you, whatever, right? But we're at the door now. I fully expect this to happen any day now. I think this is going to... Everybody's expecting regional war, which they think is going to spiral into a world war, which will, European war and so forth. So that's where I see it. If this ain't it, I don't know what it is, brothers and sisters. But I know they will not make peace. It says, they say, see, peace and safety suddenly, and that's what happened. They still been peace and safety in September 23. All of a sudden, boom, hell broke loose. And for, 9 months now, 10 months? And now, they're expecting this great retaliation, and from the Shia, not just Iran, but Hezbollah, Houthis, group resistance, whatever, so forth. I mean, the whole realm. And they said they're coming hard. And Farrakhan, he has no plan, he has no. But he said, bottom line is, just believe in him, okay? You can go for that if you want to. But listen this carefully, I'm going to go, brothers and sisters. It says they're coming to me. That means they have to be aware of me to come to me. So something restraining them, because it says Moses came to those with the Lord. So they was with me, but they didn't come until that war broke out. And then it says at the end, it says that the tribulation, it says they didn't get that spirit until the 4 winds blew. That means during tribulation. That means they had to, that's what it took. Right? for him to get spirit, because then become God's stand. Because see, the angels put it like this. See, the angels, they do. Angels pretty much pushmobiles. They do whatever they're told to do. You got to tell what to do. It's not quite a pushing, but pushing, you got to actually push it. There's a difference between telling somebody what to do and have to push them all the time. I mean, when you push, you still kind of tell them, right? But there's a distinction, because some people, you got to push them, right? It's almost the same thing. It's pretty close. But in my mind, you got, the angels do what they're told. That's what it says. When my Lord said, I'm going to put in the room the earth, he told the angels to submit. They do what they're told. But this he didn't. That's not a story. See? They do what they're told. You see? But the gods, right? They do what they need to be done. They're not pushing bills. They think. They lead. You see? And so what happens is we become the angels of the devils. Because we do what we're told. We don't think. Because remember, the angel said, they didn't know anything, so you wouldn't know what you told us. See? They said, we're not thinkers. We didn't know what you told us. See, there's so much wisdom even in that little verse right there. So we don't know anything. But say, Adam would know stuff. Because I taught him all about you. So they would be thinkers. See around it? This they come out of somebody's ass. They come out of somebody praying. Pray cars, pray gas. Right? But the angel, us, we don't think it. It's the way they're told. And our people used to doing that. But you got the mind to do it. Your brain to do it, right? You just have the mind to do it. You understand? So I'm not going to I'm not going into detail about that kind of stuff, brothers and sisters, but see, it's right there. It's right there. Right. So it says submit. So you got to start thinking. So we're the angels of the devils because we just do it all. We don't think. And we believe we're thinking. That's not thinking. You think you start thinking mathematically, then you got to have know what reality is. So you're control. That's thinking. Okay? I'm getting more and more control of my reality every day. As long as the devils, they have some control over. They have some say about themselves. No store together, brothers and sisters. But it says you're supposed to be raised to gods. Means you got to take away from them. They may the only two thinking for you. In tribulation, you have to do your own thinking. Nobody's going to think for you. You have to think on the fire, and it will not be easy. Not for you. Because you ain't used to doing it. I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. Let me make sure I cover everything, and I'm going to close out. Oh, let me say one more thing real quick, brothers and sisters. I'll tell you how electricity works. I said, I'm not going to go through the graphs right here. But I say electricity works by taking, you have a string of protons, each proton has an electron. But if you take an electron out, then the proton will still go from the next one, so the current goes up. Because you take from the next one, that one take from the one for, and that takes so forth. So you got a current going out, because keep on going. Because it's out of balance, because one is missing, so it's going to take from the next one. And once each proton has electron, the current stops. If you take two out, the current goes faster. Take three out, the current goes faster. No electron you take out, the current is faster and faster and faster, more powerful. Okay? So I never said it this way before, but I said that's used on us to keep us, right? Criminals are going to steal from each other and everything else. But and so the reason I mentioned this, not because I mentioned it the other day, and I thought, I said, have I really explained that? I thought this pressure, it's all quality pressure. And so they have our people under quality pressure. And that's why it says, And thing says they put up people that extreme bitter labor. They put on extreme pressure, more than pressure, because they just everybody got the same amount of pressure, but they can increase the pressure on you qualitatively by using that electrical force. Because what happens is that if they make sure our community don't have enough of what we need, right, enough food, so Injil may come another way. Okay, say for instance you got $1,000, but you can't buy any food with it. You can't eat $1,000. So you get the same amount of energy everybody else gets, but they control the quality of it. So they control the quality. Where you can't get enough food, for instance, to supply your whole neighborhood or whatever for a period of time that's necessary, and other things too. So what happens is now you build a current, but also you build artificial pressure zone. Because what happens is, man, a current is moving up fast, but you take on each other. So now you got people fighting each other. You're hating each other. This is contrived, because that's not by nature. But then they show the whole world, see, everybody else is, we doing good, we got money, we got food, look at them, the animals over there killing each other, they wiping each other out. It's artificially created. I need to talk about that in more detail all the time, bro, because I was thinking, well, they understand that? Because that's what, when you get electricity, then all of a sudden we attacking each other, but they say as term, they connect the pressure aspect of that. It's quality pressure, artificial pressure, right? Because of quality. Because now everybody, you might have more money, but you don't have enough food. So you can't eat the food, so now you're attacking each other. Even though you got money, so they got money, they're still fighting each other, killing each other. Yeah, because what are they doing it over? What are they doing it over? That's another way to manipulate us. Keep us divided, hate each other. See? That's one of these guys we gotta get out of here. That's another reason why I'm asking me to pull the switch over there, right? So they lose control of over us, right? And now it's up to you, once you got the Injil and you got your discipline, you got the 5 pillars, right? To start controlling your own. Because it says, we leave out with great substance. That means we have great substance now. How come we don't see it? Because they control the quality of it. It says you have it right now. You have a great substance. That means you're all rich. Right? But you don't know it because they're controlling the quality of it. So now you got to call everybody saying killing each other and everything else. That's artificially created pressure, quality pressure. I don't know if you got that or not, bro. Maybe so, maybe not. Anyway, I'm gonna leave it there. Yeah, I'm gonna pass this, bro. Okay, brothers and sisters, the Watchman out. Suleiman, the Messenger Covenant out. Future news. Future news, brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters, who is Farrakhan? Who is Farrakhan? Again, who is Farrakhan? That's what we're going to deal with here, brothers and sisters. My main mission is to take him down, consume him and destroy him in a few days. This message is preached on all the world, which will be unsealed scripture. Who is Farrakhan? So we're going to deal with that subject. There's a lot. I've been working this for a while, but I just took some major points. I mean, I could talk about this all day and all night, because so much. There's nothing in the scripture that support anything that liar is saying. Right? So we're going to address this. Hold on, brothers and sisters. Let's get that going here. I should just turn this thing off here. Okay, no message. So I deal with some major points, and it's kind of a complicated little system I got set here, brothers and sisters, so bear with me. See if I can get through it without messing something up here. Okay, let's move on here. First, a couple of things I want to talk about. Now this represents, this is a graphic I put together, right? This represents a flowing stream, right? Like a river flowing, right? So that's its normal flow, okay? But then you dam it up. So now it's not flowing here, or it is flowing very little. You dam it up. Now, I'm cut to the chase here, brothers and sisters. See, and I'm going to talk about this a little more detail after this, right? And I know it's much too complicated for any of you to understand. The math is just too complicated. But the only one that can dam up consequence, can slow it down, is a God or gods. Right? And that's just too complicated for me to try to explain, brothers and sisters. You'll understand one day. Right? Because consequence is immediate. The mathematical consequence is immediate. It's like the earth being the center of universes. Well, how is that possible? But if you understand the Quran says, momentous in the heavens and the earth, but it comes of a sudden. If you understand the scripture that proves the earth has to be the center for that to be true. I don't understand it. You understand this either. So I'm just going, right? Because like I said, this is primarily for the NOI in a few days when they're restored. So this represents the Europeans' actions, the river. That's their actions, right? And so every act has an opposite but equal reaction. So that's consequence. So what they was doing, right? There was consequence to it. That's the one I showed you previously, right? Flowing, so whatever they did was consequence, right? But once they dam this up, right? There's no consequence because nothing, consequence on the other side is dammed up. So the actions produce no consequence as long as it's dammed up. Now, this gets back to the Adam and Eve bring the tree over and all that. I'm not going that kind of detail process, but that's us. They brought us over here, and the fact that we're supposed to submit, that means we were supposed to retaliate. If you understand what I just said, only gods can suppress or dam up consequence, then if we do not respond, if we do not react to an action, then the action has no consequence as long as we don't react to it. If the action is against us, you understand? Action against us, If we don't react, then there's no consequence to the person that's causing the action. And so that was the idea. They didn't understand that, but we understood it because there's a reason for it, right? So that's dammed up. Right? And then as it, damming up causes the pressure on this side to become greater, because that's pressure. When it's dammed up, that flow is damming up pressure. So pressure is, let's see what happens is, as it dams up, the pressure increases, what causes the dam to change form. Because under more pressure, the more it dams up, the greater pressure is under. That means pressure causes you to transform. So that pressure causes us to transform, basically, let me mess up something here. Yeah, okay. I messed my whole system here. Hold on. Okay, that solved that problem, I think. For now. Hold on, bro, sister. I'm gonna do this twice. Got so many other things to do. I can work on this. That's my primary that I'm gonna have accomplished in a few days. But the point I'm trying to get you to see here is that's the hard cost. We're under so much pressure because you transform and you create diamonds by putting a ton of great pressure on coal until it transforms. That's what happened. So by holding up the dam, holding up the water flow, that put pressure on the dam. There's put more pressure on the dam because there's pressure on the other side because the water's building up. Right? Okay. So then, see, pressure built because you dammed up. So all that pressure caused us to transform. See, but it's building up. Right? So then what? Right? And then once the dam is taken away or broken or whatever, look where that pressure comes. That's the consequence of us being dammed up. No, brothers, this is what's going on here. Someone trying to contact me or something. I'm gonna turn this thing off in a minute. What's going on here? I don't know what. Why are they trying to contact me? I don't know how, because I don't see anything here. Okay. I'm not sure what's going on. Anyway, you see what I'm saying? That's why I say sow the wind and reap the whirlwind. Because now they get all that once we take it out the way, because the transformation is taking place. Right? Now dam is even taken out the way, or it moves because it's new material now. So it's not designed, maybe the whole consequence, whatever, the problem is new material now. So then all that consequence that was held back by us, now it's moved out the way, and now they get all the consequence. They didn't get away with it. Now, because we held it up for 500 years. Now they got 500 years of consequence coming all of a sudden, a flood. See, keep that in mind. Let me talk to you about another way. Now, the Europeans, right, they don't have much power. They have a lot of energy, but they don't have the discipline to turn it into power. So they have to keep sending prophets and things that shore them up, right? Teach them discipline to turn their energy. They have more energy, exposed by energy than us. They have the same amount of energy as us, but we need more of it internally to maintain ourselves, but they don't, so they have more money to spend and whatever they do, right? But they need discipline to turn into power. And they have no discipline, right? So that's why prophets come and tell them, obey the law, because that law was to teach them discipline. Obey the law, and that will give you discipline, right? So I don't want to go a lot, there's a lot I can talk about on this subject, brothers and sisters, but I want to get to the basic here. So in this case right here, right, they was going along, because remember, they was put here to rule, right? But they had guidance to do it because it wasn't natural for them, because they're natural, in their natural state, make mystery shed blood. See, in other words, a pig is happy if it's doing this pig thing. You might say, man, look at slopping. Yeah, but that pig is happy because and devils are happy making mystery shed blood. That's their nature. You need to understand, because that's all they've been doing since they've been here. Make mystery shed blood. They constantly wasn't there. I explain all that because that's a Mahaj and they're attempted, they can achieve it. So I'm trying to cut to the chase, but because I could be talking about hours on this. Okay. But then, see, in other words, after the prophet that you call Jesus, Isa ibn Miriam, right? They got the sealed gospel. And they was under control of Rome, and they was, as Christ said, the devil got to them. I shouldn't say it like that because that gets you more confused, right? Because they're all devils. So they mixed up what Jesus left them with the Romans had. See? And they came up with Catholicism. That's why they had all the idols in the church. That's why they call it Roman Catholicism. Because Rome, they mixed Roman ideology with the gospel, the sealed Bible. And the basic tenet of it was, the root of it was, is that there was no consequence. All you got to just believe in Jesus, and he was going to suffer the consequence for whatever you did. And that's caused them, because that interpretation caused them to lose power again. So they lost power again, right? Because Rome has certain discipline, but they lost power, and they went to a dark age for 1,000 years. They lost power because they didn't have any discipline, because Catholic Church is all about no discipline, don't have to worry about discipline. See? And it tells you that in here. But see, they misinterpreted. See, that scripture, that they interpreted that scripture was for something that happened 1,500 years later. But it was happening then. And so therefore, Europeans fell, or Europeans theater fell, no discipline, and that's where Prophet Muhammad was raised, with discipline. And I explained the story about how his resurrection, right? That's what it talks about in chapter 12, chapter 20 of the Injil, right? Forced him into discipline, right? So it took 1,000 years to do it, but they had a discipline, turn to discipline in order to keep him being wiped out or crushed by the Islamic Empire. I'm just talking in general, brothers and sisters. So they was going like this. That's kind of fast, right? Okay, this is going along a straight line, right? No power, right? Just energy, no power. See? But for them to have power, everything has to balance, right? This is too complicated. Like I said, this is, most of you will understand what I'm trying to say here, brothers and sisters. It's for most of this. It's because this is part of the process of getting taking down the demons, spirit in my mouth. But also part of, because they're gonna have a problem with demons during tribulation. So they got disciplined by, they was on this, because they was under pressure from the Islamic Empire. So they turned back to the Bible. They turned against Catholicism. Britain, Magog was the first to do it. They turned away from the Catholic Church. And God came out of Magog, America, right? So they was also Protestant. See, Protestant came from the word Protestant. They protested the Catholic Church, and they went back to what they thought the Bible said and started reading the Bible and started trying to apply what the Bible said. That was called Puritans. They was pure. They was going to do the pure scripture, that kind of stuff. You understand, brothers and sisters? They start regaining power. See? But what happens is, Remember, that straight lines where I just showed you. That's their balance. So this is what happens. See, achieve power, that goes up. See, they get this, remember? Because power this, and that takes energy. So they move up above where they should be. Right? In other words, if you're at 0, fine. But if you get 10, then you have to have minus 10 that equals 0 all the time. See? Because you're going to borrow $100 from the bank, $1,000 from the bank, but you're going to bank $1,000. So you're really at 0. See? You're still at 0. But you got money, but you got a debt. So to gain power, right? Now in this case, they were able to gain power, but because of the damning, right? The reaction is delayed will be 5 years later. Because in order for them to do that, then this would have to happen to balance that. You see, destruction, powerlessness. See? Because it would happen instantly if there was nobody damming up. You take it, you take 1,000, you got a negative 1,000. You brought 100,000, then make your own 100,000. But because of the damming effect, it would take 5 years for that to happen to balance it back out to just go a straight line. See? I hope you understand that. So, and this is a major problem for them too, because they had power, right? It was great, but now it's going to crash. It's going to crash fast because of the damming effect, right? Whirlwind, because when the dam breaks, it's a flood. That's what happens. So that's what happened quickly. But the thing is, see, remember I said their nature is make men shed blood. So for the 500 years, they was happy doing all their evil, beating us, raping us, partying, talking all their lies and all that stuff they do. And they was getting, there was no repercussions from it. So that kind of reinforced the idea they holy people were God's people and God protecting them because God bless America because they were all evil and nothing was happening to them. They was killing people. It never happened to them. There was no repercussion, no consequence. And that made them think, man, they're invincible. They must be gods. Jesus must be helping them. God must be approving what they're doing. You understand what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? That's the mindset they end up having. Because it says, no, God, look, we do all this stuff, man. It must be right thing. And then plus, the sealed Bible backed them up on it. Because sealed Bible was for them. If you read from the sealed Bible, that attitude they had was in there. Because it said that we're supposed to be slaves forever. We're supposed to worship them. Right? We're supposed to obey them in everything. And they would torment us and afflict us and everything else, but we're supposed to submit. And that's in the scripture. And they would tell you, they'd come and have their demon preachers tell them, see, it said in the Holy Book, you're supposed to submit to your master. You're supposed to obey your master. Understand, brothers and sisters? Let me do a little thing here. But they need to see me. But so they know, nope, not that. Then the mystery God here. We're going to deal with that in a minute. You understand, brothers and sisters? So they was happy. They missed to shed blood. There was no repercussions. No problems. Because this was their paradise. This has been their paradise. Because like a pig, his paradise is a pig pen. You guys know, like that pig, he's happy in that pig pen. He's got manure and everything and dead body. He's happy. And this is their paradise. This is their paradise. They can fight, kill, they go and beat everybody and invade nations and kill people and all stuff they do. And no repercussions. They was happy. Right? See? Because we was holding it back. That's one of the reasons why we're a national security threat. They've come into that realization, but that's another story altogether, brothers and sisters. You understand? So that's the judgment comes. And that 500-year period's over. Now, they crash and burn. have to balance. Then a consequence comes. Understand? Come on, brothers and sisters. Oops. Oh, that shouldn't be there. I take that out. Oh. Okay. Just disregard that, brothers and sisters. Now, another thing, the art of war. So people say, why Master Muhammad? Right? He's a god of war. See? High priest, he's a god of war. Understand the nature of war. See? Because I keep telling you, it's all about pressure. If you don't understand pressure, you don't understand the angel, you don't understand yourself, you don't see anything. And Master Muhammad said, you will not return to have no knowledge of self. And you don't understand pressure, you don't care what you think you have. You don't have no knowledge of self, you don't. And if you understand pressure, pressure is the mathematics that the angels are based off of. So you got two opposing realities there. And the pressure is equal. Right? So if one of them is the aggressor, then that one is not going to make it a headway because the pressure is equal. He may kill 1,000, but they'll kill 1,000. He may kill 1,000,000, they may kill 1,000,000. So they're not going anywhere. He may take this land, he may take this island, or take another island. So they all come out equal because the pressure is there. They may not realize it because their minds on the same level as their pressure. Your mind can't rise above your pressure. See? So the thing is you have to be able to calculate the power of your opponent. If the power of your opponent is equal to your power, then it makes no sense to attack them. If they attack, they're foolish because they're the aggressors, but still, they're not going to make any headway if the pressure is equal. But if you can calculate and find that the pressures, because that's what's happening. I remember their pressure was, they only had up to 6,000 years, then the pressure was too great for them. Right? It's momentous in heaven and earth, the pressure waves become too heavy for them. So they need more pressure to handle the pressure. They need more energy. So remember, I said, we need more energy than they do to me. Like we're Lamborghini, it takes more to maintain ourselves, right? See? But if you in like fender benders, all that kind of stuff, red roads, all that kind of stuff, right? Then a Lamborghini doesn't need that. It's built so well, right, that it can handle that. But Volkswagen Beetle can't. So it needs more. Now it needs more energy to keep the dents out, to keep from falling apart because they keep the engine strong. Because it doesn't. It's weaker product. So if both of them get into a really stressful situation, it takes more energy to maintain that Volkswagen Beetle than a Lamborghini. Because Lamborghini, man, it's made so well, right? So it got big shock absorbers and everything else. So Volkswagen Beetle hit a bump, maybe might blow some shock absorbers or something. You know what I'm saying? So now it needs more. So the pressure increases, so it needs more. So when the pressure increases on the devils, on all of us, the devil's hard time to handle it. So they got to use more and more energy to try to handle the pressure. Now, I never really explained, I'm going to explain that. I think I never really explained that well before. So I'm taking my time and trying to go over things. Let me say it again. It was low pressure. It was very low pressure. We were suffering energy deprivation because we didn't have enough energy to maintain ourselves. So they had control of us and everything else, okay? But now the universe is contracting, energy is coming, so the pressure is building. So now we have more and more energy, but the pressure is building, you have more collisions. Now, you got more collisions, and you got collisions between Lamborghinis and Volkswagen Beetles. The Volkswagen Beetles are not going to do well in those collisions. And the greater collision become, the less they're going to be able to do. Because if I understand that, Lamborghini is probably made out of solid steel. While Volkswagen Beetles, wrong, but there are some cars made out of solid steel, so just replace that with Lamborghini. But Volkswagen Beetles, they probably mostly plastic and sports and stuff like that, right? So they have a crack. And so you got to keep on fixing this, fixing that, and everything else. That costs more money to maintain them and keep them running under greater and greater pressure. So now the thing is reversed. Now they need more and more energy, right, to maintain themselves as the pressure increases because they can't handle high pressure. Right? So eventually the pressure comes so great, it just kills them. They can't handle collision because if you take 2 pool balls or 2 porcelain balls, right, and you take 2 iron balls, well, if they get a collision match, you know what's going to happen to the porcelain balls? They're going to crack. They're going to break. While iron balls, steel balls, they're moving. They're still rocking. You understand, brothers and sisters? So I hope you understand. I think about that. I don't really made that point that clear, right? I'm doing it now. So as the pressure increases, because I'm trying to talk equality. So much things, like I said, brothers, so many things to talk about. Sometimes I go back and say, did I explain that? Because it seems like I got to explain everything. See, because once you teach a child how to add subtract, you shouldn't have to go to the store with them to figure out how much change you're supposed to have, how much something costs. They should know that once you teach them how to add subtract. So the thing is that now they need more and more to maintain themselves because the collisions, right, are greater and greater. And that gets worse for them. Eventually, they just won't be able to do it. There's crack. The pressure of greatness, crack, right? So the point I'm talking about, art of war, right? So now, if you wise enough to calculate this, they know, okay, their pressure is dropped 10%, 20%. Well, if you understand pressure, that means you got 10% more control over them. Now, you can attack them, right? And there's nothing they can do about it. Up to 10%. See, you're pushing, they may be able to hold you back after we're only down to 90% because now you're equal again. See if I can show this, brothers and sisters. See, so the white shows that's the devils, right? They get weaker. It shows they're changing color. Shows they're getting weaker. The pressure is going down, right? Which means now this can take more control. Okay? Now see, it depends on the devils their mentality, how they want the quality of that. Because they can say, okay, I'm gonna back off and let them take all the western states. See? Once they take that, then, right? And you take, now you have less states, but your power is equal to theirs because you moved down to where your power is equal, but you lost a bunch of states to do it. But you're still free in those states. Or you can try to hold on those states, right? And then they have control over you. They're oppressing you, or they have control over your government because you're trying to hold on all those states. Do you understand that, brothers and sisters? It's quality. So you say, okay, I'm trying to art of war. Okay, do you want to be occupied? Do you want to be oppressed? Want to be colonized? Okay, give them this much. They can't go any further because now they only have this much power over us. Their power is only 10% greater than ours. Let them have that. And then we have control here. We don't have that anymore. Right? Well, we can try to hold on to all this and they colonize us. Up to 10%. No, but they depress us up to, they have 10% more power over us, so that means they have 10% more control over us. Right? So you can, back during the so-called Holocaust, they had like 99% control over us. They took everything. See? And still had control over us. That's how bad it got for us. And then, if you go here, now, if you check their power, and their power is down 900%, they could be bluffing, whatever, it doesn't matter. You can destroy them, totally wipe them out. See? Because that's where America's right now. America's bluffing. Bluffing, man. Iran, if you're thinking about it, don't. They're bluffing. Because their power is diminishing as I speak. I don't see how they can get past this month. I don't see how they can get past this week, actually, next week. Because even their own people tell them they expect there to be a full regional war within the next few days. You understand, brothers? So I'm trying to teach the art of war. So what's it, what match I'm waiting for You know, because if he attacks before that, remember, then a lot of people down both sides, he still get the same result. If both are equal, there's 10 million, y'all, and you kill 5 million, they will kill 5 million both sides, so he still got no more than he had before. Okay? So you want to calculate it to the point where you get all you want without losing anyone. And that's what's happening right now, because Master Muhammad is waiting to that point. That's why the scripture says he waited to their foot slips. And their foot is slipping really bad right now. I just gave some gentle stuff around. So let me go, let's see if I have something else here. Okay, that's that. Okay, first let me play this, brothers and sisters. I got a couple things I want to play for you. And then we're going to talk. Hold on, let's see if I can get this right now.
Although the Nation of Islam, does not presently advocate violence by its members, the group does preach hatred of the white race and racial separatism. The membership of the Nation of Islam is organized and poses a real racial threat. The Nation of Islam is responsible for the largest black nationalist newspaper, which has been used by other black extremists. The Nation of Islam appears to be the personal fiefdom of Elijah Muhammad. When he dies, a power struggle can be expected and the Nation of Islam could change direction. We should be prepared for this eventuality. We should plan how to change the philosophy of the Nation of Islam to one of strictly religious and self-improvement orientation, deleting the race hatred and separate nationhood aspects.
Now, come on, brothers and sisters, let's be honest here. Isn't that exactly what's going on here now? Isn't that exactly what's going on here now? Change the direction of philosophy, Sunnism, Scientology, self-improvement. We ain't going anywhere. Devils ain't devils anymore. Ain't that exactly. Remember, this is the FBI plan that they plan to institute in Elijah's absence. Okay, let's move on, brothers and sisters.
In this connection, Chicago should consider what counterintelligence action might be needed now or at the time of Elijah Muhammad's death to bring about such a change in Nation of Islam philosophy. Important considerations should include the identity, strengths, and weaknesses of any contenders for Nation of Islam leadership. What are the positions of our bureau deletion informants in regard to leadership? How could potential leaders be turned or neutralized?
Did you notice that bureau deletion? Because they won't name the people that position, right? The furthest program. That's what bureau deletion, the informants, which Farrakhan's is number one. Because he's the one that's doing this. So they don't want you to know who the informants are. So they are informants.
The alternative to changing the philosophy of the Nation of Islam is the destruction of the organization. This might be accomplished through generating factionalism among the contenders for Elijah Muhammad's leadership or through legal action in probate court on his death. Chicago should consider the question of how to generate the factionalism necessary to destroy the Nation of Islam by splitting into several groups.
Again, Silas, Eric, so-called son of man, right? Melchizedek. Your deletion, again, that which you know the name of the groups. That means there are groups out there. There's what you know the name of them, right? To keep everybody divided. They want a bunch of groups out there to keep you confused, to generate factionalism, necessary to destroy the NOI by splitting into several groups. That means the groups exist. Then what you know the name of them. Listen to my sound here. This is the FBI program, and Farrakhan actually has this on his site. It may used to. Right? He's found every step of it. So we're going to see what that means in a minute.
Bureau deletion. Do you think that the FBI just folded and walked away? Read this document carefully. Did not the FBI accomplish each of their goals? Did not Farrakhan deliver everything the FBI wanted? We should plan to change the philosophy of the Nation of Islam to one of strictly religious and self-improvement orientation. Sunniism, Scientology. Deleting the race hatred. Don't call devils anymore. Deleting the separate nationhood aspects. We ain't going nowhere. No existing economic program. The reason why these facts are ignored is because those that surround him are demons, fools, idolaters and FBI agent handlers who make sure he stays on track.
My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You are now turning your face from your own native land, turning it back towards our own prison house, our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They're trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel? Ask himself. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, praying and praying to God to be returned to their arms 400 years ago. Why would they laugh? Or you have to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as now wants to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own definition for yourself after the white man said you were free. Remember that. We want an equal education so that you will know better. But separate in separate schools up to 16 for the boys and 18 for girls on the condition.
Hey, brother and sister, you're going to tell me that's Farrakhan's message? Really? You understand that's Farrakhan's message? Right? God said we ain't going nowhere. Last time we fools to stay here. So who's the liar? Just a little more, isn't it? Give me a second, bro, since I want to do more of this.
Be shocked and but you ask me a question, and I have to answer you truth. If you look at the message of Jesus, it started first very, I must say this. Thank you, I saw all right. I understand. You hear the wife will be allowed to try to back on. Yeah. Yeah. And I must say this. I know my own brothers be shocked and but you ask me a question, and I have to answer you truth. If you look at the message of Jesus, it started first very narrow among the lost sheep. And Jesus was told, go ye not in the way of the Samaritans, in the way of the Gentiles, but to the lost sheep. And then at a certain point he says, go ye into all the world, to every nation, kindred, and tongue. If you will look at the message of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, his first was directed to black people because he would give the word condition. But not only are we wrong, the whole human family is wrong. And therefore, the message has to evolve. And we have to evolve. And I told that word by faith in Christ. There is no great, no Jew, no bond, no free, no male, no female. This means that we all are going to have to grow out of rapid nationalism, sexism, racism, materialism in order to claim Jesus Christ.
What bullshit? You gonna tell me that's Elijah Muhammad's teachings? Right? Our Lord and Savior Jesus and all the garbage he's talking about? Have more, brothers and sisters. Hold on. Give it a little while. Right? A little while, brothers and sisters. Let's see here. Okay. Oh. Come on. Nope. Not that. No complicated bounces. Just give me a second here. Okay. And okay. Let's try this one.
Muhammad, peace be upon him, prayed. Nastafar Muhammad. Beloved brothers and sisters, one of the greatest practices in all the religions is prayer. The form and style of prayer varies from faith to faith, but prayer is universal. There is no religious community that does not pray. No prophet of God that did not pray. Abraham prayed. Noah prayed. Moses prayed. David prayed. Joseph prayed. Jesus prayed. Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, prayed. Nastafar Muhammad prays. Beloved brothers and sisters, one of the greatest
is a goddamn liar. Elijah Muhammad never said anything about Master Prophet Muhammad prays. But the question you need to ask yourself is, if he does, who is he praying to? If he prays, they say there's no mystery God, right? He's supposed to be the God. So if he's praying, see, they don't ask these questions because our people are used to not thinking. Our people haven't had original thought in over 5 years. And Levi's been longer than that. No thought, no thinking. Because right there, that should stop. Full stop. That's from Muhammad. How is he the God then? And if there's no mystery God, who is he praying to? Right there. And you know I say, oh, and Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. That's a Sunni crap. Why don't you say God? Why say thinking about Elijah Muhammad? Why say Elijah Muhammad, peace upon him? Why say about David, peace upon him? Because Sunnism. You ever ask yourself that? Why? Because that's what Sunnis say. They said when Prophet Muhammad was alive, that's like they talking about Elijah. He's an eternal leader. Elijah, Islam. Elijah Muhammad never said anything like that. He never said he was the Christ. He never said anything like that. That's crap they're saying. So the Sunnis making up stuff, right? Wasn't no peace on Jesus then? No peace on David? No peace on all other prophets? Just on Prophet Muhammad? Elijah Muhammad came to us, right? Why I say, peace be upon him. He's a goddamn liar. Master Muhammad prayed to no one. He recited the Quran 6 to 8 hours a night. He didn't pray to anybody. It's a goddamn lie right there. See? Remember, that's what FBI wanted. Change the whole thing. Let's move on to something else, brothers and sisters. A couple more things. And see what else I got here for you. Okay, let's look at this one.
When the Muslims were alive, I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you dead as hell now on both sides.
Yes, sir, Brother Minty. Yes, we are. Yes, sir. That's real, Brother Minty. That's right. Both sides. That's real.
Wake us up, dear Apostle.
When we was alive, we set up schools.
That's right.
When we were alive, we had supermarkets.
That's right. That's right.
We owned buildings.
That's right.
We owned farmland.
That's right.
We were busy doing something, hiring our people. Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on top of the earth, let the worms eat their ass.
Let the worms eat their ass. But they neglect the point that he's the one that got rid of jobs and destroyed Native Islam. And he stripped up all the money he could take and ran off. See his lipless self, his devil lipless self, because he's a devil. His father's a devil. Look at his devil hair. Wearing glasses. I'm not saying original people can't wear glasses, but he's the only prophet of cleaning people. I don't wear glasses. I don't wear them. Mommy didn't have to wear them. He's weak. He's a demon. His father's a devil. And he's a goddamn liar. He's the one that tore Native Islam down. I was there. He badmouthed the messenger and badmouthed Master Muhammad. We have the tapes to prove it. See? But now he's saying, we was alive. Yeah, before you killed it, you vulture. He's like a vulture that kills something and then come back to eat it. Well, his mouse kill it and then they come back to eat it. He's no good punk. He's a coward. When Native Islam was abandoned, the wolves came, they abandoned it, they took all the money they could get and left the believers with nothing. The believers built that. Elijah Muhammad left everything in the name of the believers. The believers built it. They sacrificed. They put years, I was one of them. I was there. And they got what they got? Nothing. They couldn't even scratch their ass. That's all they got. See? And then when Pharaoh came around, when he came back like a vulture is, to get what else he could pick. Whatever flesh he could pick off the rest, the rest of the body. Because he ran away and left the believers with nothing. He missed himself. His some brother had to come and get him and tell him, hey man, you can go back and finish eating the flesh over there. They're ready to be eaten. And that's when he came back. He hasn't produced a goddamn thing in 40-some years. I hope the worms eat your ass. That's who Farrakhan is. His days are numbered. So those of you that love him, his days are numbered. So you better, in single digits, no double digits. I don't expect it in the last end of the month, tell you the truth, but we'll see. Again, man, that depends on the power. How much power you got and how Master Muhammad's calculating it. Before he make his move, he's going to make the move. And somehow it's planned, well, I'm not doing these videos too much in more brown senses because I'm preparing for what's about to happen. Right? The best I can. Okay, what's next here? Okay. Let's put that next here. What's this one? Let's put that here. Hold on, bro. So let me play a little bit of this, then we'll go. Then we move on.
Almighty God of our fathers, that our
that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every vow from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought there on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us. When this ship was made in Jesus, this is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to rob us of a mental truth, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to people to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people and you yesterday, crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You and I, turning your face from your on native land and turning it back towards our own prison halls and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They're trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel? Acting so. And even today, there are beating and shooting down throughout the country. There's no justice here for you and me. Why did not you want to be separated and be returned to your home? I ask you that question. They go with your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their home 400 years ago. How they right, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as thou. What? To live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as fools. They're not wanting to be separated and go to your arm. You're not the nation for yourself. After the white man said you were free. Remember that. Oh my God.
Okay, brothers and sisters, remember that. Who's the liar? Farrakhan says just the opposite. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't devils in. They ain't devils anymore. You gonna tell me he's representing Elijah Muhammad? He's not giving the FBI everything they wanted? Everything. Okay? See, it says, well, the Lord would consume with the spirit of his mouth and destroy with the branch that was coming. That's on the way, brothers and sisters. So let me get to okay, I said, see. Okay, I'm I'm just going and okay. Let's see if I get this right here. Get the right one. No. Let me see if I get. Okay, there you go. That's a little better. Okay. Now I'm going to talk a few more things about Farrakhan, and then we're going to close out. But also just see in Thessalonian, did Farrakhan tell you that he's the one that's exposing the son of perdition? Now, son of perdition, if you read scriptures, is one person, but he claims that the Jews are the synagogue. I mean, what do you call them? The satanic Jews. See, and he gonna qualify it. But the scripture says those who call themselves Jews. In my understanding, my understanding of English language, that means all of them. It says those who, they say some of those who call themselves Jews, or the ones in Palestine who it says those who call themselves Jews, they are liars. They're synagogue of Satan. Who's saying this? You're Jesus. In fact, no, some of them are good. It's just a satanic. That's not what scripture say. It says those who say are Jews, and if you say you're a Jew, that means you are a liar. You say, you call yourself, I don't call myself a Jew. I never call myself that. We're from tribe of Judah. But, right, I don't call myself a Jew. Right? Then you're talking about the Hebrew Israelites, whatever you call those folks. See? But it said those who say they're Jews are liars. That's what Jesus said. And then Farrakhan says, well, he's exposing the synagogue of Satan, just that's the bad Jews. Because he don't hate Jews, he loves Jews. Because, I'm sure in a few minutes, we say his father's a Jew. Because father's the devil. It's a matter of a minute. So it tells you right here, it says, let no man deceive by any means. Now, if anybody's telling you other than this, that means they're lying to you, deceiving you. Let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come except they are coming far away first, and the man's sin be revealed, son of perdition. So Farrakhan said opposite. He says because he's exposing them, now they're falling away. That says if he's saying that he's lying, he's deceiving you. Because the falling away occurred first. The falling away is when Elijah Muhammad was removed. Nation of Islam had no leader because the father Wallace and Farrakhan got rid of it. So it fell. And Farrakhan was one of the plotters. See? And then he was revealed because then he took charge. He sat in Elijah's seat. He sat in the temple of God. Now think about that. When they say church, they're talking about the Christians. The scripture is very specific about that. They say synagogue, talking about the Jews. Right? Those call themselves Jews. We're talking about the mosque. Talking about the Sunnis. All of them have so they say my temple, they tell you, and he says he was saying temple of God. Who's the temple of God? As Master Muhammad set the temples up. And who's sitting in Elijah's seat? We can go on and on about this, brothers and sisters, but it says right there, clearly, and he's saying just the opposite. So say he's trying to deceive you. Because he's trying to tell you, oh no, the falling away is them, and they fall away because I already exposed them. That says that's not the truth. They said the falling away come first. Because he didn't want to say what it really is. Nation of Islam fell because they killed it. And now he's back to, right? They drain the blood, eat the flesh. Damn dog. Who oppose himself above all that's called God. Now he says the Son of Man, he says Jesus. He said all these things now. See? So he, as God said, in the temple of God. Who's the temple? I told you the temple is, that's Elijah, that's the Nation of Islam. He's sitting there. He's sitting in the seat. So that's he is son of whoever's sitting in Elijah's seat in Elijah's absence, because it tells you, Aaron said, what did Aaron do in Elijah's absence? The Quran, what happened in Elijah's absence? They worshiped the golden calf. Who was doing it? Made him do it? Aaron. He was sitting in Elijah's seat. He says Aaron, but he don't want to take the weight for what Aaron did, because that's clear enough. Put it together. He's a son of perdition. See, and he came into power as for the mystery of iniquity, and thus already worked. Only he will let until he's taken out of the way. In other words, they was plotting against him. Kind of was plotting against him. Now, how do you know who the plotters are? The ones that come into power when the plot is successful. Who's that? Walls and Farrakhan. And then should that wicked be revealed? Farrakhan, not a group of people, individual, whom the Lord shall consume with the spirit of his mouth and destroy with the brightness of coming, which will have in a few days. But he's being consumed now. Holy worm, eat your ass. Even he was coming after working of Satan. See? He's representing Satan with all power, signs, and lying wonders. With all deceivable of righteousness, them that perish, because they perish because they won't think. All they got to do is read the scriptures, and Farrakhan be toast. Right? He'd be a toast shit sandwich. That's what he is. He's right. Disavowed, balls in a jar. He's cursed. Right? Right? Move on, brothers and sisters. You read your own leisure. See here? That's Farrakhan. See? He's a demon. But he's trying to present himself like he's a saint. See? On the right, that's him. See? Because you ask yourself, if you was a real light-skinned person that you compared to white, but you was really black, your father's black, right? Your father's original, but you know, like that's from Muhammad. You look white, but you know, skin tone. We don't go by skin tone here, brothers and sisters. We don't go by that, right? We go by who your nature is. We don't care if you black as tar. If your father's a devil, you a devil, right? You understand? So he out there trying to represent himself as, I know that's that, right? But he's really a devil. Like I said, if you happen to be passed as white and somehow you can control the Ku Klux Klan, what would you do? What would you do? You betray your brothers, your original brothers? Or you try to destroy the Ku Klux Klan without them knowing it? Like, oh, we should have called niggas no. Right? And some are good. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. See, we got his number. He got you deceived. He got deceived with this so holy. We know who he is. You're gonna know in a minute. And here's another one. Now see, his father's the devil. Now biology tells you, I know people don't take biology, they want to take sewing classes, and they want to be preachers and performers and everything else, anything that thinks. So science and biology don't want any parts of that. That old man's too hard. Right? But in case for those of you have been in dark ages for the last 1,500 years, or 1,000 years or whatever, you know, this thing is DNA. This thing is sperm and egg. Sperm comes from the father. That's the sperm, that's the seed. That's why the mother takes on the father's name. They may not realize why this is happening, because you're trying to trace the seed. You're trying to trace the seed, because that's what you are. You are the seed. You start as a sperm. The egg is living material, but it's not alive. But sperm is alive. And the material the sperm uses to prepare its way for life outside the womb. See? That's DNA, chromosomes. And they have microscopes. They can see the process. And damn it, no one's ever seen no God waving, hey man, what's happening, bro? I'm thinking I got this, man. Oh man, you made it. Man, look, you distracted me, man. Now that baby's gonna be retarded. Because you distracted me. Man, look, I'll check you later, man. See? Or that's gonna be a Siamese twin. Or that could be born blind. Or you distracted me, man. I'm working here, man. See? And not only that, man, but I got millions of other ones I got to work on, take care of it in the next 5 minutes.
That would include the animal wounds too, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? But I'm a God, I'm a man. And I can't do so much. I'm a man. So I gotta take care of all of this. I gotta make all these babies in the womb. It don't matter who their mother and father is. And like, you don't need no sperm. I don't need no egg. I'm the creator. I'm the creator, man. You see the bullshit? But see, Farrakhan, that's where he said to get around the fact that his father's a devil. He admits his father's a devil. So he said, oh, no, it don't matter. Because God makes it in the womb, so it don't matter who mother. And that, have you heard of biology? Did I spell it for you? See? You need to get a microscope and look at the process. Maybe you said, Mr. God waving back at you. Then you say, hey, man, I seen God. I seen God. I looked at the microscope, man, I see God down there, man. He was making my baby for me. See? How can you believe that shit? Call it where it is. There it is right there. The sperm gets to it, and then it shuts the door so no other sperm can get in there. And that's it. Bottom line. That's all. From then on, it's all mathematics to begin with, but on just it's DNA mathematics. It's all mathematics to begin with, but now it's just DNA mathematics. All. That's all it is. Ain't no mystery God up there. So, and the man's mom was God. Yeah. And you say the mystery God means, damn, he got to be damn busy, man. No wonder he don't sleep or slumber. And how you getting everybody's womb? I mean, now tell me that he's the one that's making these babies. That's his sperm. He's can't believe in all these women. Is that what you tell me? And the animals too. Because I mean, if he's in the womb for the humans, he got to be for the animals too. Or is there a special animal mystery God for that one? You see the bullshit? See? Even if it was tense darkness, brothers and sisters, you know what I mean? Some things you still, I mean, I don't care if there's no light at all, man, you blind. If you still can't distinguish an elephant right from a giraffe or an elephant from a cat, man, then you're in real bad shape. Then you can't say that's a damn elephant, big ass and horns and little cat meowing, you can't tell the difference. And you can't sell this lying dog as a liar, no good skunk. Elijah Muhammad says he's a fool because he don't want to go back. Well, in a way, Farrakhan comes around on that one because those ain't his people. His people over here with the devils. He wants to stay with them. What's wrong with that? Remember in Legion, I want to stay with the swine.
Give me a minute, Bill. Says I'm going to find why it's not working. And what's happening here? Okay. Do something else here. Okay, I think I know what's happening here. Hold on. Let's try another one here. Oops. Get it working now, it don't seem to work.
As a little boy, I used to love listening to the Jewish cantors in Boston. They had a program, and every week I would listen. I was struck by the cantor, and I've always loved the way they sing or recite the Torah. Gates, citing an academic Farrakhan claims his father may have been a Jew. By J. Correspondent, April 26, 1996. Washington, D.C. Louis Farrakhan suspects that his father may have been Jewish. At least that's what he tells Henry Louis Gates Jr. in the current issue of the New Yorker magazine. Speaking of his father's white Portuguese parents, the Nation of Islam leader said, "I'm going to tell you something. You really want to know what I think? I think they were members of the Jewish community." He added, "I believe that in my blood, and not in a bad way. Because when I was a little boy I used to love listening to the Jewish cantors in Boston. They had a program, and every week I would listen. I was struck by the cantor, and I've always loved the way they sing or recite the Torah." Gates, citing an academic source, says Farrakhan's assertion about his lineage is highly probable given that nearly all people of Iberian descent in Jamaica and Barbados are of Sephardic Jewish ancestry. Farrakhan was born in 1933, the son of May Clark, who was from Barbados. He was named Gene after his father, a light-skinned man with straight hair from Jamaica. His father, Gates writes, was a philanderer whom the family rarely saw. "If in my lineage there are Jews, I would hope that in the end, before my life is over, I not only will have rendered a service to my own beloved community of black people but will also have rendered a service to the Jewish community," Farrakhan was quoted as saying. In the interview with Gates, which reportedly lasted 9 hours, the Nation of Islam leader also made reference to wise Jews who plan evil, the international conspiracy of Jewish bankers and overwhelming Jewish complicity in the slave trade. Jewish groups expressed outrage over Farrakhan's latest public statements. Farrakhan's effort to make it appear that he is merely criticizing the evil he finds in his own Jewish antecedents is a reflection of the bizarre and ludicrous nature of his entire behavior towards Jews, Phil Baum, executive director of the American Jewish Congress, said in a statement. Meanwhile, A planned protest against the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith fizzled last week when Washington, D.C., police denied former Nation of Islam spokesman Khalid Abdul Muhammad entrance to the B'nai B'rith office. Flanked by 4 bodyguards in black fatigues, Muhammad took a moment to rail against the ADL and the Jewish community before he departed the scene. This is a criminal organization and a criminal enterprise that has lied and spied on black leaders and black organizations, said Muhammad, who was dismissed as Farrakhan's spokesman in 1994 in the wake of a national controversy surrounding a vehemently anti-Semitic speech he delivered at Keene College in New Jersey. Muhammad called the ADL and its parent organization, B'nai B'rith, one of the main arteries of improper propaganda and nefarious activity that has greatly influenced the larger American Jewish community. In brief remarks to reporters, Muhammad said the black man and black woman are the chosen people of God and we want to put an end to this lie of the so-called Jews, these people who crawled out of the caves and hills of Europe just a few years ago claiming our birthright. Standing astride Muhammad was Malik Zulu Shabazz, the leader of the Washington, D.C.-based Unity Nation who gained notoriety for leading anti-Semitic chants at Howard University student rallies in 1994. Shabazz said the ADL is an oppressive organization that comes from a people that are by nature evil and wicked. Tommy Bear, international president of B'nai B'rith, called the protesters messengers of hate that are harming relations between blacks and Jews, and between blacks and whites. We would prefer that there be serious dialogue between responsible Jewish and black leaders who oppose this hateful rhetoric to improve relations and discuss important issues, Bear said in a statement. Muhammad said that by locking their doors, B'nai B'rith and the ADL showed that they are afraid to deal with us head-on. He added, "It would be better to just deal with me because there could be an occasion where we would return with an army." After the abortive protest, another rally against the ADL planned by Muhammad and Shabazz fell flat when officials at Howard University announced they would not be allowed onto the campus. The two have been barred from the university since 1994.
That's the link, brothers and sisters, to that interview. Let's move on. Now, there's Farrakhan's father, Percival Clark. See resemblance? Same here. Can't see. He says father raped his mama. Says mama tried to born him 3 times, yet he's a holy child. He's a holy child. But again, right? Well, how can his father be him? I thought his father was the God that's making him in the womb. I mean, I'll move on, brothers and sisters. Because I tell you, you get a heart attack, listen to this crap. Because you be laughing so hard, man. So what happened to you, man? You had a coronary. Wow, because I couldn't stop laughing at these clowns. There's this devil's son on the side, on the left-hand side. That's what he loved doing. See? Hang around other demons. I talk about demon storm, bro. So that's what he likes doing. See? There's no story together, bro. So move on. You know, he hadn't produced a damn thing. There it is right there. See? Elijah Muhammad said he'd be his worst hypocrite. See? Elijah Muhammad didn't recognize him. Maybe he did at the end. I don't know. Right? He's a demon. Love devils. I mean, that tongue kiss in there? Wow. Having the kiss in the mouth. Really? The devil? His best brother? Because he's a devil too. He's skin folk, he's not kin folks. He's a devil too. That's why I love devils. See, they try to get you to love devils. But now, he's a devil who's got control the NOI, like a black person can control the Ku Klux Klan. He's dismantling it, destroying it. See, the thing is that Wallace was stupid. Both of them stupid, actually. See, because they got rid of Nation Islam. I mean, Elijah Muhammad, his bed was still warm. That's how fast they turned this thing around. I was there. Right? They got rid of something called Balelius. They got rid of NOI. They took us and raped it, right? And sculled it. Took all the money they can get. Ishmael's mother, right? She did the same thing. She ain't no damn good either. And they ran to Mexico. Why was she hiding in Mexico? Because they was afraid that British wouldn't get them because they stole everything the believers worked for. They didn't work for it. They stole it all. Farrakhan used to drive around in a Rolls Royce when he was a minister at Temple 7. How the hell he could afford a Rolls Royce? He's just a minister at Temple 7. A lot of questions need to be answered. I've answered some of them here. But he's toast. He's toast, right? Shit toast. That's him. Demon, half devil, half man. You see here? Now, Elijah said, the scripture says, the covenant says, we're going back here. But Pharaoh said, no, we ain't going nowhere. We're going to stay here. That's totally against everything Elijah Muhammad taught. I showed you the video. What you need? So that means he's calling Elijah a liar. He's calling the God a liar. Right? Because God says that's a covenant. You will return home. Back to Arabia, it tells you exactly where it is. You have to figure it out. The Pharaoh said, we ain't going nowhere. We'll stay right here with the devils. We're not going to separate. Then he said, oh, we're going to get reparations, we're going to get 6 states. We know, ask yourself, if he believed that, how come he's not paying people? Are you prepared to take 6 states? Who's going to run electricity? Who's going to do the farming? Right? Who's going to do the matter? Because you black folk Moses can't even put up their damn pants. They can add 5 times 5. You can add how much 25 divided by 3, right, times 4 without just running to a calculator. So who's going to run it? That shows he's a goddamn lie right there. Because if he was playing, like the Quran says, if he was going to the battle, you've been preparing for it. So if he believed that we're going to take America and all this stuff he's saying, then he should be preparing people for it. He should have them go in schools, be engineers, electricians, and everything else, right? He didn't do any of that because he's a goddamn liar. And he's been exposed. So I want to do it. I'm not sure. Let me see what you got here, boss. Okay, I'll do this a little bit. I'm close. See, the angel something. First like a lion, next like a calf. Then you had the face of a man, Buddha. Lion represents Africa. Calf that represents India, right, or Asia. And the eagle represents Europeans. You can't go wrong with that one, right? See? But the top nation, each one has 6 wings. But top wings, I just show it right here, are the golden ones. That's the Islamic part of that nation. So like here, these wings right here represent the Shia, the Islamic part of the European community. And this is Islamic part of the African community. That's what the gold would be. And that would be the gold here, be the Islamic part, which would be the Arabs, the Asian community. Right? Golden calf. That's where it comes from. That means Sunnism. Aaron heavy word is Sunnism, and that's exactly what he's doing. Okay, take or leave it. Here it is. One like a lion, face of a man, Buddha, lion, Africa, Asia, and Europe. And the golden part is the Islamic part of it. Golden calf, Sunnism. Oh! Ain't he cute? You don't get to cross the river, right? And it depends. He's a eunuch. You know what a eunuch is? That means you ain't got no boss. They're in a battle somewhere. See, that's a curse. You can't come back from that. They can't graft anything back on you. See? And it's the disemboweled. See? So it took all, he had no manhood to begin with. It took it all. That's what it says in Malachi, there be 3 individuals, the messenger of the covenant, and one that's cursed, that's robbing God. He's been still from the Nation of Islam. For 40 years, he hasn't produced a damn thing yet. He's a multi-millionaire. How did he become a multi-millionaire? He didn't produce anything. How you work Sunnism, Scientology, and everything else. And so, if he was not protected by God, because he said nothing happened without God's control, right? So, because God, he's cursed. Ask anyone on the planet, is that a curse or not? Being disemboweled, may turn to a eunuch, is that not a curse? They say women's our heaven, so he has no heaven. That means if you're not in heaven, he's a mess. He's a child of hell, son of perdition. Perdition means hell. He's son of perdition. He's not a son of heaven because he has no, right? He has no heaven. He's cursed. See, he's here. Look at him. So we got people doing Scientology, getting reward Scientology or Dianetics. Ain't that pathetic? Scientology was around when Elijah was around. I know. Because I checked it out, right? Well, Elijah was around. And he never turned to me. He didn't know about it. And what's wrong with Islam? Why ain't he Scientology? Or Elijah didn't know about Scientology, so he had to consult L. Ron Hubbard, right? To make you a perfect Muslim. There's a lot to say about that, brothers and sisters. Okay, we'll close out here, brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters, going to be in panic mode in a minute because when this war starts, everything's going to change dramatically, brothers and sisters. The economy's going to collapse overnight. There's no man food anything. Right? You're going to get instructions. Right? Because I know you ain't listening now. But you will get a warning just in time. David's blowing his horn. Violence, desolation is going on right now. The watchman here. Suleiman Rahim, Messenger of the Covenant, watchman. The watchman, brothers and sisters. Have a very, very special presentation. And I'm going to be talking about something that I've never talked about before. In fact, I stayed away from it. It's about the last 2 chapters of Daniel. Boy, you talking about a headache? Headache. Severe headache. Right? And I struggled with that for, I said, let me back off and work with some other stuff, because I be stuck, I won't get anything done, because I'll be stuck with this forever. And so I backed off and put it on the side, back burner, other things, right? Until not very long ago, I finally said, okay, everything else is pretty much knocked out. Let me go ahead with this headache. Went into it. And I got it. And like all things in you say, oh man, like I said before, of course, we don't know what you're looking for. As a matter of fact, I want you to give me a giraffe, but you don't know what a giraffe looks like, so you show these animals. Which one are you talking about? And the other thing is, as far as my enunciation and my voice, it came to my attention that I'm as bad as I was before. And so I was going to pay close attention to that and just work on it. And we said you can't teach old dogs new tricks or whatever. And so I kind of like, I know it's the last presentation, I could not understand what I was saying myself. So I'm conscious of it, so let me work on it some more. I'm going to try to, especially today, I expect this to be a short presentation, but I always expect that. But first, GPS. We're going to get to the main few minutes. It says in the Quran, says, those in an elevated place know all by their marks. I know most of you don't understand what that means, if any of you understand what that means. There's some people that they don't have to tune in, but they enter action, they can just observe, right? And characterize you based on the observation and your actions. Now, the question has been in the last few days about, this thing called pushmobiles. And why am I keep talking about that? Because that's why the Levites are going through tribulation. They had 2 opportunities. Elijah tried to resurrect them. No spirit. In other words, no breath, no spirit. No motivation. That's what it means. No motivation. No engine dead. Couldn't start the engines. How you know it's true? Because Elijah, once he stopped pushing them, they stopped. They ain't going anywhere. They sit there. They said, nature I'm failed. They sit there. I witnessed it. And so, when you have children, you expect your children to go to the next level, right? You're on the first floor. They should go second floor. I mean, that's, when a tree, you plant, you plant seeds, but seeds came from another tree. And so you plant seeds, that's the seeds of that tree, and this seeds supposed to adapt to the new reality. Move on to the next level. See, if the tree's not bearing fruit, that means it's not moving on to the next level. It's not producing anything. And we won't have that in the hereafter. The command says every tree that does not bear fruit will be cut down. We won't have that. See, the problem is that that's not our nature. And that's why you've been getting this kind of attention, because you was told submit, you did, and part of that was, right? They would dumb you down where you wouldn't want to think at all. They say if you want to hide something from a black person, especially a black man, just put it in a book. Because you don't think, you don't want to think. You have no desire to think. And those of you talking about breaking the gravitational vortex, how do you think you're going to do that? You want to come in a new reality, but how's that reality go? Okay, why would you leave America, right, and go into the jungle and live like a wild beast? You better off staying here. Because that's what would happen. Because if these devils was to die overnight, that's what you had, that's what you left with. Because you ain't doing any thinking. You ain't producing anything. You got your pants hanging down, got braids. You don't know anything. You ain't learning anything. I mean, he didn't get these computers and cars and planes and trains by prayer or prayer beads. Yeah, by thinking. Now his thinking is elementary, but it's more than yours. Yeah, you don't have to think very hard because you're not thinking at all. And he's made that way and you're comfortable with it. You're totally dependent upon the devils for everything. So you can't tell me that, hey, you against the devils and you're 100% for this program when you totally under the devil's control. Mentally, you're totally under control because you're push mobile. How are we going to bring, like they're talking about these 6 states, reparations? Who's going to run those states? Silas, we're going to get rid. Who's going to run those states? You, Silas? What, you going to run you crying your tears? That's going to move things? Do you ask these people these questions? Who's going to run it? Oh, Master, come back and run this stuff for us. That's what happened to Liberia. Those black folks left here prematurely, went to Liberia, right? I think it was back in the early 20s or late 1900s. I mean, late 1980s or early 1920s. During that period of time, a lot of black folks say, okay, we're going back to Africa. Premature. Liberia. And their flag was American flag. Their money was American money. And right now, I understand the Africans that back in India finally got rid of them. They spoke English. So they might as well stay there. It was a joke. And there was oppressing the Africans over there. The Africans finally, if I understand, don't hold me to it, right? Because the last time there was documentation on that, documentary, right? I think 60 Minutes did one, and where the Africans, the actual Africans that was there, they overthrew them and got rid of them. So I'm not sure if Liberia even exists right now. I'm not going to look it up, but it's not that important right now. But the point is, so I mean, why change your name? Why not remain Jason Knickerbotham? Why? You don't know anything. You ain't trying to know anything. And you come with devil do anything for you. You don't know that's a trap. You don't realize that's a trap. See? Like someone, they mess around and get sick and they're in a wheelchair. And he come in that wheelchair after a while, 10 years later, still in that wheelchair. Then you got to get out of there. Oh man, I like riding around the wheelchair. Now you're stuck in it. Now you're stuck in it. Okay? So now you totally depend upon them for thinking. Elijah Muhammad tried to break you out of that mold. Right? He tried to break you out of it. And people thought he broke you out of it, but he hadn't. Because you were he was pushing you. And he pushed hard. I was there. Okay? And when he stopped pushing, you stopped. You didn't go any further. You didn't move to the next level or anything. You stopped. And then until someone else came along and pushed you, right? And now he pushed you in the direction he wants you to go. In fact, he actually pushed you backwards because you unraveled. That's his word he liked to use. You unraveled everything. He unraveled everything he liked Muhammad taught. There was anymore. We ain't going anywhere. We're going to bring him to NOI. We're going to sit down and make peace with him. That's totally opposite of everything Elijah Muhammad taught. Because you're pushing, you're just going in a direction. See, I was trying to explain this. I said, You think in the direction and at the speed you're moving. Now, I know you may not understand that, but that's a fact. Right? And if you're a negative thinker, right? See, then you'll be going in a negative direction. And every time you come with a decision or something, it's going to have a negative connotation to it because you're a negative thinker. If you push my bill, whatever decision you make, it's going to have that connotation of not doing anything. Not doing anything because you're pushing a bill. That's a conclusion to it. So that's going to make sense to you. So Elijah Muhammad had a nation full of pushmobiles. So the one that mentioned the covenant that would take to the next level. He was self-motivated. And if you look at his history and everything he did, that's proof of it. Because no one gave him the angel. No one gave the messenger of the covenant that mission. He wasn't taught by anybody. He saw it and moved on with it. Took control of it. Handle it. Self-motivated. Because he looked and said, hey, because he could say, oh man, well, yeah, I'll just lay back on this. No. He went forward. Right? What they call it, that's what they use, I forgot the word they use, right? Proactive. Proactive. See? You've been proactive all the time. That's why he says the firstborn amongst the dead ones. The dead ones are the pushmobiles. See, the first one born amongst the dead ones. So they can get together and they can meet and everything they want to, but the decision is going to be, oh, let's not do anything. For whatever reason. Because they find a reason to justify it, and that makes sense to them, and that makes it sound like good, like, hey man, I didn't want to make any mistakes. So they don't do anything. And people's lives depend upon you. And I say they can go further than what you push them. Right? So you can teach them all you want. But then keep coming back to you, asking you, can you go to the store with me to help figure out how much change you want to get? Yeah, how much is 5 plus 3? Oh, 8, because you memorize it. How much 3 plus 8? Oh, 3 plus 5, right? Scratching the head. They push mobiles. And I've always had a problem with push mobiles. I refuse to do that again, ever. I did it for a while. I've been thinking about that one. But I'm not going to have that legacy. Dr. Muhammad did all that work for years, and as soon as he stopped, they stopped. No one turned the engine on anything. Because that Suleiman, he took it next level. Got his engine started, and took it next level. And nobody's pushing them. I gave an example like, you got this guy, right? You got 2 people, for example. He says, hey man, I want to take a trip, man. I'm gonna go to says I'm gonna go to Seattle or something, right? And there's a highway that goes that way, and there's another, way you can go, right? It's not as fast, but you're familiar with it because you've been there a few times. And now you got a super highway, and you're not familiar with it. And so you say, wait, man, the highway, man, that's fast, but man, I'm not familiar with that one. I'm not sure, this other will take a few more hours, man, but I'm familiar with it. I know what to expect, right? I know where the gas stations are. I know, what sleeping, whatever they call those things, or rest places. I know, I know the whole thing. I know people along the way, right? See, but not just highway. So it's okay. Okay, well, I say I'm gonna take the path known. Maybe more, maybe hard, not easy as quick as slick as that. But I'm familiar with that. I know I can handle that one. So he gets to moving. Then got another person come along and say, hey man, you got the same situation, right? Yeah, man, I know that highway. I don't know, man. I'm as faster, man, but I'm not familiar with it. I mean, what does it go through? If something happens, is anybody, I'm on the path that I could probably check in with if something happens, so, I don't know. That path I know. Maybe it's the other path here. I know that one. I've been here several times. But let me just sit here and think about it. I think I'm going to take it and think about it, and I think it will cause people to check and see, have they ever had experience going that other one, and yeah, so I'm just gonna sit here, check. See, he got a different attitude. See, he ain't going nowhere, so he gonna check. But he ain't going anywhere. He can't. He gonna sit there. Who knows how long he sit there? Okay? So, because he's a pushmobile, so he's gonna find a justification or whatever, and not do anything. See, because I had people work with me, and I'm telling them, I say, look, go with what you know. If all you do is add subtraction, go with that. Just what you know. If you don't know the calculus, don't do it. Maybe do that later, but go with what you know. Get things done, right? Yes, I get backwards with me. I didn't do anything because I want to make sure I got it right. Well, yeah, but did you know this? The simple path. Did you know these simple things here? Did you know that? And did you memorize anything? You could just repeat it. Things that you know was said that was okay. I mean, you could do something because then that doesn't occur to them because their thinking is dead. They're really thinking. I explain to people. You have to understand what thought is before you can say you're thinking. They're not thinking. Our people are not thinking people. They don't have any spirit. They're not thinking. You think, I'm going to figure out how much money I got, bills I got to pay, and how to get it. That's not thinking. That's just instinct on a high level. Birds, right? They get things done. They know what to know between north and south. Bees can make honey. So forth and so on. They build things. We're out there with gophers or whatever they call beavers. They can build dams. What would you call that? How they learn to do that? How tigers learn to hunt, go downwind. It's not thinking. And I think they're doing thinking. And I know I can't communicate with our people because they're thinking. And that's my job, to get them thinking. See, Elijah Muhammad gave me what they call him a jump when you have a car. You couldn't give him a jump, right? I don't know, maybe different parts of the country got a different word for that, but take your car and start up, put some cables onto their car. Sometimes it doesn't work. Jump, give him a jump. He gave him a jump and nope, didn't start. He left and they stopped. He was just sitting here, right, waiting for somebody to push him. Here come Farrakhan. So, okay, push him in the opposite direction. And they're not complaining. Why? Because it had to think. Because everything Elijah said, we had to know that Farrakhan's a damn liar, a goddamn liar. He's not teaching Elijah Muhammad, but you have to be thinking to do that. They can be taken in a minute because they'll be forced to or die. That's what tribulation's all about. See? You're going to have an angel. I'm preparing a special message for you. Right? You got the 5 pillars of Islam and the matter ones. You have to think. Because nobody's going to. Because the devil, remember, The devils, they're going to be attacking you. With what? Your fight will not be hands and legs. I keep telling you, that's what a war is. You have to outthink them. First, you got to think, outthink them. If you ain't thinking, then you're going to be on the menu. You don't get it now, you'll get it in a minute. Those don't get it, right? Just be lost. Right? They perish. It says many will perish. Okay? You think in the direction you're going, right? At speed you're moving. And positive and negative depends on you. And black folks not moving anywhere. You see, ain't going anywhere. You think black folks' conditions changed? How does it change? It's got worse. We don't walk around in panties. Yeah, might as well be panties. I'm surprised what he made. I shouldn't say anything because that might be the next move. I mean, at that point, right? Everything's exposed. First you got panties on, it got so tight, you might as well have anything on. So why just cut to the chase? Just get some black shoe polish, just paint yourself. What's the difference? What would be the difference? I'm not accusing you, I'm just saying. This is the condition you're in. That's why it goes to tribulation, because Elijah desperately tried to get you just, jump started. I've been 30 years trying to get you jump started. Right? And I had a group of people for 4 years, constantly, plugs, everything. I mean, charges, the whole 9 yards, and nothing. And I cut that chase. That's like I said. Recently, I said, okay, I'm putting your hands. Because they saying they got it, right? And right now, all hell's breaking loose. I mean, even YouTube is saying it. I mean, you can listen to YouTube and they're scared, right? Pilots, airlines being canceled, flights being canceled, right? Iran's already told they said they're gonna take your gas. They already said they don't care if it starts World War III or not. They're angry. Like I said, don't get the Hulk angry. Turn green and start kicking ass. And Iran is the Hulk. You ain't never seen Iran. They didn't get angry when they was fighting Saddam Hussein. And now they got angry. And they said they're angry. Whoa, don't get me angry. And they said they're going to retaliate. They said they're going to retaliate hard. They said, I don't care. And I know. I keep saying, I'm not going to say we anymore because I know. I can't speak to other people because I have no indication they really know anything. Right? But I know how it's going to turn out. And some things will turn in a minute. Will make you think that I know exactly what's going to happen, but I can't say exactly what's going to happen. And be close. The only one know the exact day and time is Matthew Muhammad. I think I came in pretty close. You'll see in a minute, right? Because I'm just stepping out there. I mean, I've been cautious, right? Because a lot of things happen back and forth in the Middle East and everything, year over the years. But this one, I'm going all in this one. This is it. I cannot see how it cannot be. I say when Iran makes a move, it's going to be devastating. America and Britain will be canceled in the Middle East. They will come out there flying in agony, burn on fire. The ones that make it, the ones that don't make it, ooh, there'll be no pity on them, none whatsoever. And false Israel will be under siege, and there'll be no pity for them whatsoever. I said, none will escape. The whole economy will crash. They will have no food. That's like they doing to the Palestinians. All food will be cut off. See? And they're not going to sit around and starve like the Palestinians. They ain't do that because they're too weak. See? They're going to start eating each other. fathers will eat their sons. Oh, it's going to be panic. So we'll talk about that in a minute. But that's what tribulation is for, brothers and sisters. Like I said, sisters that want to go, they can go. But the point is, they still got that issue. They still got that issue. They still got it. They got it. Because that's what gods are. They still stars. Gods don't pray to anybody. They buy you a God. Anyway, because they just over there. And they, whatever Farrakhan crap he put in their mouth, that's what comes out. Right? They got their head so far crap that Farrakhan's ass. You know, they got a mouth full of, and that's all that comes out. Hey, whatever they say, because they push more bills, not thinking. Because anybody that can think, and like I said, I don't know who I'm talking to, because the only person I've met in my entire life, only a black person. I met a lot of white people that think, because I work with them. Right? And they always thought of me like I had a degree or something, because they always thought I was unusual. Oh man. Oh, myself. That's my display here. Oh. So I'll keep this short. So first, let me get my displays back in. There's some unusual things that happen lately, brothers and sisters, and I got an explanation for it, but I don't like the explanation. Even though I think the explanation is 100% right. I'm not going to go into it today because it's a special subject, but some of the things it's too late to talk about anyway. It's too late to talk about anyway because they expected hell to break loose in the next day or so. Somebody saved today. No. But Iran said they don't give a damn. They don't say it. Everybody's trying to talk Iran down. They said, hell no, not this time. Okay, I got it. Okay. Not this time. I'm all in on this one, brothers and sisters. The time, everything is, and you'll see in a minute why I'm saying that too. But the purpose of tribulation is the finishing process. To finish the process of turning from angels into gods. And if you somehow get your tribulation and that transformation hasn't taken place, then you're in a bad situation. Right? Oh, shame and appallment. Just think. Say, for instance, you went to school, but you couldn't even learn to read and write. I'm talking about right here. You couldn't learn to read, and your English really bad. Couldn't read or write. See? People ashamed of you. They're appalled at you. You'd be ashamed of yourself because you couldn't hold a job, nobody bothers you. Next day you're on the street with a sign. I'll get somebody, give me some food. Keep that in mind because that's pretty much how you, that to some extent, and that's mild, what you're looking forward to when you get home, if you get home. I'm just, nobody's going to come back and blame me and charge me with buttering this up and not telling the truth. I'm telling the truth. Now, because when you end up like that, you know, you was told, because say, oh man, let me tell me that. No. I told you. And it's not easy. If you read in there, I'm not going to that, I explained it. It says, Suleiman, he was sweating tears, sweating blood. He's in agony to get that brain started, charged. Right? Turn the ignition key on. Turn the ignition, whatever, right? It wasn't easy. I wouldn't want to go through that process again. Like I said, guy come out of the gym, even female, man, look a lot of muscle, oh, man, they muscle down, ass hurt. What do you think? You was scratching their ass in the gym or sitting around eating popcorn and drink pina coladas and they came out like that? No. They put a lot of pain to achieve that. Pain. No pain, no gain. Move on, boss. That's I'm gonna keep that short. Okay, here we get to it. I talked about Daniel 11, was actually Daniel 8 and Daniel 12. Another one I'm not sure I'm hitting on that, but it's a little, this was especially difficult because you had to reference this cross with the angel. And that threw me for a while. And I'm not sure if I need to mention that here or not. But it's been, what, 76 years since false religion was set up. 76 years. 1948. Now remember, scripturally, the year starts in March, spring. Keep that in mind. That's how I was able to say what would happen in October, what would happen in September. Because September's the seventh month, according to scripture. Because spring is the first month. That makes September 7th month, the seventh month. So that's a little thing you have to know. Let's go on. Let's see here. I heard one of the saints speak, and another said until that certain saint was spake, how long will be the vision, shall be the vision concerning the dying sacrifice and the transgression of desolation, right? From that side to that situation, right? To give the sanctuary and host to be trod underfoot. Right? So in other words, the transgression and desolation, let's look at this carefully. How long will be the vision concerning their sacrifice and the translation of desolation? I mean, from one to the other. To give both the sanctuary and the host to be trod underfoot. So how long will it be from, right, their sacrifice from that point, right, until the transgression. And it gives you, it says the sanctuary and the host be trod underfoot. So in other words, that sacrifice meant it's going to, whatever spiritual, something got stopped. That was somebody else. So I'm not going to, we'll see. He said to me, 2,300 days, then shall the sanctuary be clean. So for 2,000, sanctuary is going to be not clean. Okay? It's going to be filth in there. Something not clean is going to be there. And see, and also it's going to be trodden underfoot during this time. Both sanctuary, both sanctuary and the host, the sanctuary, that means the land and the people. Sanctuary and the host be trodden underfoot. And it says 2,300 days. I mean, 2,000, yeah, if you do that, you find that comes out to approximately 76 years. Because 2,300 days, right, that comes out to, let me go to the next one. Let me go to the next one here. There's 2,300. 30 months. That comes out to 76.6. See, that's 76.6 years. So I mean, that's particularly hard to do the math to understand what they're talking about here. Because you say he's 230, he's divided by 30, right? That'd be like 76 months. And we know from the Injil, right, 76 months typically means 76 years. 76.6 years, right? So now if we go from 1948, remember 1948, right, to 2024, that's 76 years. 76 years, right? Plus approximately 6 months or half a year, right? It's an approximation there. So it could be 5 months, 6 months, whatever. It's approximately, it's about half a year, a little more than half a year, right? So if we just round it out, right, then we say, you got to say 70. Remember, but you start off from 1948. Now, false Israel actually was May. So they established May. So they say May to June, July to August, September, October, November. Go that way, right? Say May, June, July, August, September, October. Right? So say May, June, July, August, September, October. If you say 6 months, yeah. That puts you in October. So it says, from the time it was established until this, would it be underfoot and everything? Until desolation occurred. That's when it would occur. Hold on, sisters, let me see what I got. So I'm getting a problem here. No, good. Let's go back and read this again. Make sure we understand this. Okay? Concerning the sacrifice was taken away, right? So it was taken away in 1948, and in transgression and desolation, both the sanctuary and the host be traveling on foot. That'd be for 76 years. During that period of time, it would be 2,300 days. And then it'll be cleansed. Right? Okay? And that puts you at 2024 plus it. So that means sometime between now and October, right? False Israel will be gone. I mean, in other words, they won't have control over you no more. That's what it's saying there. Because it'll be cleansed. So it depends on how you calculate that. Because I said, I can't do it exactly because this is an approximation here. So you say, well, if you go from April, March, how you calculate it. So say, right, well, no, it won't be in September. But the war, and in other words, they will be overcome, false Israel will be overcome, right? Now that's the second phase of the war. So it says they will be overcome during this period of time. Sometime between, depends how you calculate, you make it come out August, right? You say March, April, May, June, July, August. I'm going with August. I'm going with August because I know it's not going to be September. So it says that's when they be defeated. Do your own calculation, brothers and sisters. That's what it says there. Okay, let's move on. Abomination of desolation. What it says about that one? Okay, let's see about that one. For the time the daily sacrifice is taken away and the abomination desolation set up, there'll be 1,290 days. The daily sacrifice. Let's back up here. Make sure we don't make a mistake here. You're talking about the same thing. Because here, see, the vision concerning daily, how long will be the vision concerning daily sacrifice? Right? See? And the transgression of desolation. So be careful with that one, because is there two visions there or what? But daily sacrifice here and the transgression of desolation. Only transgression of desolation be 76 years. So daily sacrifice, right? What's that? Okay. Daniel was hard, but that was like, okay. And from the time the daily sacrifice was taken away and the abomination desolation set up. Okay. So when the daily sacrifice In this case, Moses wanted to set up. It says it would be 1,290 days. See? I'll invest it. Well, this is a little complicated, brothers and sisters. Remember, we the one making the sacrifice. And when was that sacrifice over? 2020. Right? 1619, 2019, 2020. Right? Remember, you got to go by March is the first of the year, not January. Mm-hmm. So I'm looking forward to my sacrifice too, right? Well, that's also when Suleiman could see it at the same time. That gets so complicated for you, bosses. I'm not going to go into here, right? So, because you're probably not going to understand this. Okay, 1,290 days equal 43 months, right? Okay, so if you go from 2020 in March, and it's 3.6, approximation again, we got that approximation, right? So how do you pin you at it? But if you go from 20, from right, and you had 3.7 if you want to, where I put you? I put 2023 October. That's how you get that approximation. It could be September. You know when it could be September? Put 3.7 here, 3.6. It says approximation. So the sacrifice was over 2020. Officially 2020. And the first of the year, right, is actually March. And it says abomination of desolation will take place 1,290 days after the sacrifice ended. From the time the sacrifice should be taken away when it ends, and the abomination set up. And that's when it was set up. 2020. 2023, brother. October. Do the math, brothers and sisters. So let's go. Apocalypse end. Right? This is more future. From time the other sacrifice was taken away, and the abomination that they set up, there should be 1,290 days. We already talked about that, right? Blessed he that waits and cometh to 1,335 days. What does that mean? Is that right? Which word I'm going to use? In other words, are they good? I can't think of what I'm going to use here. Right? Anyway, if they at the same starting point or just afterwards. See, it's not clear here. Let's see, because some people say, right, that the 1,335 days, right, is just started with the 2,000 and just 45 days more. See? But that's the case, why don't you say 45 more days? Or is it from that time forward? From the time of the abomination of desolation forward. Okay? I'm taking that away because what it's saying is that that's 1,235. That's approximately 3.5 years. Again, you have that approximation, right? And so if you go from October when the abomination of desolation started, that put you at 2026 plus, which means, right, that be into the apocalypse. Because you still got to go to tribulation, you got the goat war, and then we finally got the war, the lion and the bear. And it said, it's all be finished. 2026 plus, because the approximation there. Sometime near the end of the year of 2026. That's out there. So you do the math. This is enough. I put it back, but I couldn't touch it. I didn't know what to expect, and those dates, you know. And when I first looked at it, right, I did not know, right, at that point, when I first looked at it, the first time I looked at it, right, I wasn't aware, right, of when the abomination of desolation will start. So there's no way I could calculate that, because I'd have to calculate that based on that, right? But I did know when false Israel got established and the conception, Christ and Antichrist, I didn't know that. But daily sacrifice, what are you talking about? And the problem was, once I learned more about the angel kingdom, I had a better understanding what that meant, because the one thing about Daniel, sometimes some things in Daniel, because Daniel usually defines itself, but there's something that's very difficult it does, it takes, and you have to look at the angel, because it won't explain it. Daniel, they say, what's this? You can't, because you can find anything that related to. That's one thing about Daniel, you got to, like I said, we say threes, and threes have a certain significance. And that's no story. So I'm going to keep it short, brothers and sisters. I don't know if I need to go back over that again. But, you can look at it and do the numbers. Check them out for yourself. So what it's telling you, that's what I'm telling you. I'm all in. I think it's going to be this month, because that's what it's telling me. I think the second phase is going to take place this month. Well, that's the time and a half that backs up, but I'm not going to deal with that right now. So yeah, when the abomination will take place. October 23. Right? I said, what it is. Oh no, I missed something. I missed something. I get something wrong here. Oh, okay. It tells you that's when it will start. Right? Here. So the sacrifice of transgression of desolation, when will it start? Translation of desolation, right? See? They refer to abomination of desolation, right? To get us both sanctuary, and it's be during that period of time, right? The sanctuary, that means Jerusalem and right, that sanctuary, Jerusalem and Palestine will both be trodden underfoot. Them and the people. They just they got the land, they got land occupied, they got people occupied too. Under their foot. And so that would take place for 2,300 days. And then it'll be cleansed of them. We understand that. And that tells you, if you add that up, right, that's 76 years. Because it comes out to 6.6 months. Comes out to 6.6 months, which we know would translate to actual years. And that's with us, 76 years now, right? And so it says, right, that's when it'll start. Read it again. Make sure I'm not getting anything. It says, concerning, maybe I said that wrong. And get both sanctuary and the host be trodden on the foot for 76 years. And what was he referring to back here? He's referring to transgress desolation. When will that start? Serving the dead sacrifice, transgress desolation, get both sanctuary and bright. So it's about, right? So when did that start? It will last for 76 years, and it will last for 76 years, 76.6 years, and the desolation begin. At that point, after 76, then that would, desolation will take place. So let me go back again. Make sure you understand sponsors, because these bad translations, but anyway. Which spake how long the vision concerning daily sacrifice, right? Okay? And then you gotta be careful with daily sacrifice, right? Because it refers to lamb specifically, but anyway. In the transgression of desolation, right? Until then. The sacrifice until then, right? Until the transgression of desolation it is. And during that time there be the sanctuary, both the sanctuary and the host be tread on the foot. So you gotta read this carefully, right? See, one more time to move on. Right? Okay. Period of time would be the sanctuary and host on the foot, that's 76 years. Right? That will lead up to the transgression of desolation or the abomination of desolation. Then after that, the sanctuary will be cleansed. See? So I said, chapter 11, chapter 12 is very difficult. In fact, if you're going to read other stuff about it's very difficult because you have to parse the words and figure out who's they're talking about, what they're referring to here. Because it sounds like, well, let's look at it from another point of view. How long shall be the visions of vision? Concerning daily sacrifice, okay, it's concerned about a daily sacrifice. See, and lower them that daily sacrifice is this, right? This during the time, right? When we're going through tribulation and we're going through Holocaust. Because we don't want to make daily, but it's a daily sacrifice. But it's, anyway, I'm not going to, anyway, and it's, okay, so the sacrifice, yeah, so it's during the time about sacrifice. That should be enough right there. It's during the time about sacrifice, right? And transgression, desolation, abomination, desolation, right? See, to give, and then there's another event, and then to give both sanctuary and host be trod on foot. That's another event. So you got 3 events there. Okay? And so for 76 years, they're going to be, the land and the people are going to be trodden on the foot. Until the transgression of desolation, and then the sanctuary be clean. So how long, then you got to figure how long transgression of desolation, right, takes place, right? But then to my daily sacrifice, and that's a hard one right there, displayed to you. I'm gonna leave it there. I was gonna go into it, but I said no. I'm gonna keep it short. Maybe tomorrow I'll go into more deeper. So there you go, right there. See, 1948 to it's 76.6 years to 2024. Right? And that's right. Previous. They put you 24 as each year. That's when it be cleansed. They'll be wiped out. They'll be finished. That's what it's talking about right there. See, the 76 years, all this will be going on. Hope you understand, bro. All this will be going on for 76 years. That means they'll be trapped on the foot, right? And the abomination of desolation will take place in that period of time. And then it'll be cleansed. So the abomination of desolation is about to come to an end. And that's what this next one tells you. See, it's about to come to an end now. Go ahead and tell you that will last. Right? And talk about the sacrifice again. Taken away, that sacrifice over. Sacrifice over now. 2020. Okay? Sacrifice over. But we go for the first of the year, which is March. It's over. Sacrifice taken away. That's why you gotta read this carefully. And so that sacrifice is taken away. No sacrifice anymore. And said that would be probably 3.5 years, which puts you at 2023 October. Maybe say November. Like I said, it's close in there, but we know it happened actually October. That's when abomination actually started. It's desolation. Okay. So let me close out, brothers and sisters. Now it's talking about pushmobiles. Now see, you got those, I tell you, all the people with Elijah, they was pushmobiles. You got them out there right now. He stopped pushing, they stopped moving. So they haven't went any further. Oh, I got the message of black man. Okay, that's old news. That's not moving forward. You haven't advanced it. You haven't took it up to the next level. You're still Negro butt. Not Negro butt, but you're still, well, you're probably Negro butt too, some of them are demons. But the point is, what I'm saying is, you're still a pushmobile. Because that's what I'm saying. Besides all of them, with Elijah, they stand still, they haven't moved forward. Only one's moved forward is Master. The only one's moved forward is Suleiman. In a big way. Not only to explain Elijah's teaching, but took the next step. And now I got the angel. But everybody stuck because they were more pushmobiles. And I said, oh my God, you okay? Yeah, fine. Because you haven't went any further. Have you went any further? You took those lessons any further? Because that's what happens. Pushmobiles, they don't go any further than you push them. In thought or in action. See? You teach them addition to subtraction, they remember it, the timetables, but whatever. Right? But they don't. 5 plus 3 is 8. Yeah, how much? 8. 3 plus 5. They pushmobile, all of them out there. And they liars and thieves because it says they should be seeking the son of the messenger of the covenant. But they're not thinking. And they push my bills. I got Elijah. It's really the same thing right now. They put me in push my bills. I got a problem. Yeah, but we moved on. Whole world's moved on. Sunnis has no impact on the world today. I don't care how many people followers they claim they're getting. Who's ruling the world? Adam is. And he's ruling with this. But now you got a brighter mind on the scene that's destroying his mind. Greater light destroys lesser light. It's just that's where it is. And so he said the angel starts out just like the sun. It comes over the horizon, just those rays. But before long, it's noon, and everything's lit up. And that's what's happening. It says, pretty soon when that war, it says, this next phase, everybody's telling you the next phase is about to happen. They don't call it that because they don't understand, like I understand, but they can see with their eyes. This thing is about to blow. It's getting worse every day. It's getting worse every day. It's about to boil. You see it bubbling already. And when it happens, it tells you all things that happen. It says, NOI is coming to me. Because some people gonna wake up there, and they already got a little coup going on right now in the background. Oh, there's some things you don't know, brothers and sisters. They already got a trouble. But they got trouble in paradise right now. Farrakhan's about to be overthrown. There's waiting. What's the cue? They're waiting for the trigger. To be sure. I don't know why they need to be sure he got him, but to be sure, because when they said war breaks out, because they know Farrakhan's lying, he tried to jump on it now. They know he's lying. That seals it. He's the messenger of the covenant. He said, "Come run to me," and they tear Farrakhan to pieces. Oh, he's gonna survive it because he's gonna be part of the demon corps. Right? But he may need 2 wheelchairs because they're gonna buzz his ass, right? And Ishmael and all the rest of them. If they know like I know, they be getting the hell out of there right now. Right? Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. This is what you're facing, and I said, I'm all in. They say things supposed to happen, maybe happening right now, sometime in the next 48 hours. And they already said, Hezbollah and Iran said, we don't care. But we don't care if it starts a World War III. Reasonable war, we don't care. Oh, wow. Don't get that whole angry. They never talked that before. And we know, at least I know how it's going to end. Not being good for them. But they can't help it. Because I told you how pressure works. Because they're the weakest, the collisions are more fatal, more vital. Good thing I talk a little longer. I told you they're going to be attacking us now. Have you noticed? Have you read the news lately? They're attacking blacks over in Britain. So it's not a little premature. They're actually attacking. They got a race, somewhat of a race war going there. They're actually attacking blacks. They got little street corners. If you come past there, you stop for the light or whatever. If you ain't black, they put you out. If you ain't white, they put out the car and beat your ass. I heard about them killing anybody yet. But they got a little race war going over in Britain right now. So that's a preliminary. Because what happened here? Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Okay. So, people that walk in darkness see the great light. That dwell in the land of the shadow of death, upon them hath the light shine. You understood the angel key, understand that. See? Think that time. I mentioned this is down to my time. This one was very difficult because you cannot figure this out just in Daniel. You have to know how Daniel interacts with the angel. And the angel time and half is very difficult. They ain't figured out an angel. And I'm not going to it now, but it refers back to chapter 18 when the total economies collapsed. See, I heard that man clothed in linen which was upon the waters of the river, which held in his right hand and left hand to heaven and swore him that lived forever and ever. There should be times half when he shall accomplish to scatter the power of holy people, holy things should be finished. Now this is very difficult. Let me give you a little taste here. It says that it shall be for a time, times a half, when shall have accomplished to scatter the holy people. Now, what's happening? This is the abomination of desolation, right? That's when it be finished. So it says, when shall have accomplished to scatter the holy people. That's what's finished. But when those of you that ain't paid attention to the angel at all, knows this to myself says, he will nourish the woman for times and a half from the face of a serpent. But that's what Suleiman goes in on. See, that's why I don't want to talk this, because there's confusion. And when does that happen? See, it happens when the war's going on and, right, abomination, desolation's over. That's when the second phase kicks in. And that's when that kicks in, that's when Iran takes control of the Middle East and all the economies collapse. That's chapter 18. American economy collapse, European economies collapse. See? And that's it. That's when abomination of desolation is over, because Iran just defeated Israel. That's what it says. And when they shall accomplish, scatter unholy, right? And something like this, I know, let's give you a little brief on that one. So I'm not going to give you a time frame when all this will be happening. See? Because it mentions, it starts as, that's when Suleiman would go to when he takes control in the eye. And when that happens? That happens when the war's going on, and Michael's angels, or she'll take control of the Middle East. False Israel's under siege, right? By the Palestinians, so they not, right? See? They're not under false Israel power anymore. Remember the one treading underfoot? It's over. We shall accomplish. See, there had to be accomplished. That's over. For shall be for a time now when he shall have accomplished to scatter the holy people. It's finished. See, shall have accomplished to scatter. See, but that's part of that. That's part of what's the dynamics of Palestine. They forced them to scatter them all over the Middle East and everything else. That's over. I'm gonna leave it there, brothers and sisters. Okay. But it says, I don't know if I mentioned it. It says, remember I told you that that's when the pop is over? So I said 3.5 years or whatever. So all that's over. If you're still alive, if you still made it, and you ain't abomination, you ain't what do you call it, shaving the parliament. It says blessed. Because now that's officially paradise. It's all over. Apocalypse is over. That's from the covenant. I'm gonna let it go, brothers and sisters, right here, because we talk about this quite a bit. So I'll just go ahead and tell you what land is. Messenger of the covenant. We don't talk about this. See, he's a messenger too. A temple. When they say temple, to my, he says that some dish was set in a temple. That means he set in Elijah's seat 42 years. Who's doing that? Not me. Okay? They're talking about the one robbing God. He's cursed with a curse. That's Farrakhan, a eunuch. Okay, let me close out here, brothers and sisters. Okay, brothers and sisters, the watchman out. Watchman out. Assalamu alaikum. Suman Rahim here, Master of the Covenant, Breaker of the Seven Seals, the Crusher. Brothers and sisters, I have a special presentation. I've been working on it a while, and I'm very reluctant to even give this presentation because most of you are not going to understand anyway, even the ones that are studying Injil. It's probably above their heads because there's so much about the Injil that I have never been taught yet. Because, you can't start teaching calculus if you can't get past algebra. But I'm going to touch on it because it's very relevant, and I'll put it out there. I say I've been very resonant to even have this presentation. But let me say a couple of things first, brothers and sisters. This truth is so simple. Elijah Muhammad said it himself. He said the truth is made so clear. Even a fool cannot err. But why are people erring? Why are people not paying attention? When this is so clear. It's clear. Anything out there, anything that they're hearing from anyone else, they're hearing their ear ticklers. They're listening to what people saying, what they want to hear. They call them ear ticklers. The Bible refers to as ear ticklers. So they say what the person wants to hear. Like Cheflo Dollar and all those people, T.J. Jakes and Farrakhan. They say, well, in his case, he's actually manipulating what the people hear. But he's still saying what they want to hear, but he's manipulating also. But in other case, he's saying what people want, because they want that money coming in when there's nothing in the scriptures, all the prophets and messengers never asked anybody for any money. Elijah Muhammad. But he was told by Master Muhammad to take money from them to start building their own nation. But if you go back to the so-called, that you claim Jesus 2,000 years ago, he didn't ask anybody for any money. He was constantly giving. And Elijah Muhammad really didn't take, he gave. They tried to pretend he was, no. Because that's why they went to court. Because all the money was in the Nation of Islam. It wasn't in Elijah Muhammad's name. That's why they went to court. So they're trying to disguise, Elijah Muhammad was so rich, all his money. Then why did he have to go to court? Because it would actually be down to his children, right? I mean, they would inherit it. It was in his account. He dies or whatever, he leaves, it would go back to family. But it couldn't. That's why he had to go to court. Because it's in the nation's name, Elijah Muhammad, and they trying to, he was living luxuriously and everything. That's a lie. I was there. It's not secondhand information. I was there present from 75. I saw the place we were living there when I arrived. That temple they have over there now, they call a mosque, that wasn't there. The fact the temple, Elijah Muhammad was in an old, it was in a veterinary hospital. That's where they rejuvenated it, right? And then, and the house we lived in was just what you would say, it wasn't anything special about it. It was like a normal, like a three or four bedroom house, I believe. I think it was on Norwood. It was the believers that got together and said, no, we want to give him a better house. This happened in the 70s, just prior, maybe 2 years before he actually departed, to put him in that house that Farrakhan claims to be living in now. And it's really still, it's not luxurious by today's standards. It was somewhat of a mansion, but I don't think you'd even refer to it as a mansion. Right? There's one house, and across the street, I think it was 3 houses for his family. That was a smaller version, right? And then we knew that he was going back and forth to Arizona because of his health. And so it was the believers that decided to go to this fish program to get enough money to buy him a private jet. This all after 40-some years of working hard to build a nation that he had built to a certain degree. The last couple of years, they put him in a nice, semi-luxurious home and bought a private jet. He go back and forth. The last couple of years, after 40-some years of going, sacrifice, going to prison, all kinds of things he was doing, that Farrakhan never suffered. Only he suffers the curse of disembowelment because he's the one that's robbing the nation. So I'm not going to do all that, brother and sister, because if that's what you want to believe it. See, because you think we're here to force you into belief. No, we're not. You think we're here to save you if you willingly ignorant No, we're not. Because we want you to stay that way. Because we don't want you. Because we built all things well and all things new. And that means you don't have a mental capability, right? Or a spiritual capability to deal with it. Because if you can't deal on this, most of you can't even deal on this level. And we go home, it's going to be totally mathematical. Islam is mathematics and mathematics Islam, and mathematical Islam is not practiced any place on the planet. I'm the only one teaching you mathematical Islam. There's not any place on the planet. Elijah Muhammad said, Islam is mathematics and mathematical Islam. That means you should be studying Islam, mathematical Islam, not Farrakhan's philosophy. He pulls it out of his ass and calls it to you honey. Because they're only getting in philosophy. The scripture tell you that's what they be following, philosophy instead of the truth. It says those who are perishing because they love not the truth. They love mathematics. They don't know it. They walk around here and you ask them, you ask them how much is 25, right? 2 plus 5 times 5, right? Divided by 5, and they have to go to the calculator. Tell you what the answer is. 2 plus 3 times 5 divided by 5. They have to go to the calculator to figure out what's going on. See? Because if you don't understand, this world is going to be more complex. The world we bring in is more complex than this one. We make all things new. We're going back to on the farm, horse and buggy. But Master, I'm sure you got those wheels up there. How you tell those wheels are built? Or for prayer? Supreme mathematics, super mathematics. And that's what you're going to have to know. You can't operate on the mathematics. Most of you you can't operate on this plane. So how the hell are you going to think you're going to go to the next one? You think, oh, I'm just going to hereafter, I'm going to heaven. I'm going to lay around all day and vape. Right? And lay around in the bed, doing your thing. And that what you think? No. You're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. You can't escape the gravitational vortex of this world. Think about going next. You can't do it. That's why it says the angel is your new mind. Because if you can't understand the angel, you can't get to the next world. Because that's the basis. That's the cutoff point. That's how complicated, what you call Revelation. It's a mathematical book. I proved it over and over again. I'm going to show some of it today. It's a mathematical book. It's make you think mathematically. And if you can't get that, if you can't get past the first grade, how in the hell do you think you get to the second grade? And that's basic. That's the baseline you have to get into the hereafter. Because you have to have at least that basic knowledge, which is supreme, superior, sophisticated mathematics that we're going to be applying in the hereafter. It said to be a God as wise as heavens and earth. That means you'll be able to go any place in the universe like that. Not 20, 30, 50 years to get someplace. How you going to be able to do that? You can't even figure out how much is 5 plus 3. It's not 53. It's 8. I'm telling you. And the reason why, it says there wouldn't be all the elder folks, they wouldn't be able to make it, because I've been teaching for 30 years, because they didn't get into it, so their minds are not ready. Their minds are so firm and so locked in, there's no way in the world they can grasp the math and the science that's necessary to make the hereafter. So that's their fault. They should have been on this 30 years ago. Start studying, get their mind working. But they didn't. They wanted to go out and vape, watch NFL and that kind of stuff. So now they won't be able to make us hereafter. They won't be able to, that's why you got to go to tribulation. And they won't be able to get through that. I keep telling you, everything is mathematics. And every second of your life, you're solving a puzzle. You're solving a mathematical puzzle, whether you realize it or not. Because you deal with people. That's all mathematics. And if you don't solve it, then you start falling back in time, because they try to tell you what time is. They try to explain time. They don't know what time is. You create time. We're creating time. Time is transforming energy from one form to another. If you don't transform it, there's no time. Nothing happens. Everything stands still. So we create in time. You're either creating bad time or good time. You're going into a positive future or a negative future. A future that's going to be your destruction, or a future that's going to be your liberation or your success. So who's better at that is the victor. Who's better at that is the victor. Because Master Muhammad is making all things new. And Suleiman is with him. That's why you see in the angels, there's two of them together. They changing minds. They're creating time. How do they create time? Because they're giving you a superior knowledge. Period mathematics. If you keep up with it, you see things that change. Because how is the world now? If you look at what I was been saying for 30 years, look at the world now. Exactly the world, exactly how I said it would be. Look at what Farrakhan was saying 30. Look what he said 2 years ago when he's going to now he's going to reform America. Maybe he's going to make Nineveh repent. He's going to do all that stuff. He's going to be devils in the eye. Now all of a sudden it's a different story. Why? Because what he's saying didn't pan out because he don't know what the F he's talking about. So now he's changing gears. I haven't changed gears. I got the proof. Go back and check. I got videos going back 2 and 3, 10 years as far as since YouTube's been out there. I don't go out and delete them. And see if the world I was speaking of then is not the world that's happening right now. And now they tell you, even like the brother said, the rocks are crying out. They tell you right now, war, China, Iran, Russia. Been saying for years. And now they know at the verge of it. So the truth is simple, but they don't want it. So it's okay, we don't want you. You got the wrong idea. We're not speaking to you. We're speaking to those young brothers and sisters right there that you're trying to confuse, you try to distort their minds to keep them from rising. Right? Accepting their reward. See, they have a mind. See, like my master Mama said, you can never turn. You have thorough knowledge of self. They have ability to have thorough knowledge. You don't. Part 90% of the reason most of you not accepting it is because you're too stupid to understand to begin with. 90% of the reason why most of you don't want to deal with it because you're too damn stupid to understand it. And so we don't want your dumb ass. You don't see me begging for followers. You don't see me asking you for money. You don't see me doing any of that. Anybody knows me, you're more likely to get thrown the hell out of here than to come in here. Because if you ain't right, you're out of here in a second. Maybe some people have seen that since they've been around. Hey, I see that you ain't got the ability. Yeah, you got to go. Because we don't want you around. Because we're not going to push you around in a wheelchair. There's not going to be any my care or whatever you want to call it, things and you have to take. No, that's not happening. See? You have to be able to keep it. Like I said, 104,000. They follow the name wherever it goes, so they understand it. See? You don't understand, brothers and sisters. So I keep telling my brothers and sisters, it's working with this, trying to study it. Some are trying to study it, some are studying it. See? I tell them, don't worry about those people. They're not worried about those folks out there. That's why you have believers and disbelievers. The believers are the ones that can accept, that can see the reason why they disbelieve, because they don't understand it. The Quran tells you that. Please explain to me what he was trying to say. What was he talking about? And the believers want to understand it. So that means their minds, they start creating a future that's successful. The disbelievers are building a future that's just the American dream. It tells you Jesus is leading to destruction. That's the American Dream Airlines going to crash and burn. It's crashing and burning right now before your eyes. There's a purging, right? Culling effect. You see? You don't get it. See? The Quran tells you, those are Allah guides, and those are the only guides. So what's that all about? Let me speak on these sisters again. The thing is that even if the Quran was the last book, the people that got it, they have a damn no effing idea what it means. They don't. That's what Prophet Muhammad said. After third generation, he wouldn't know them, they wouldn't know him. They have no idea what it means. They put the female down, but the Quran says, from one being, all life came. Well, if that one being had to be able to reproduce itself, that means that being had to be both qualities, male and female, to reproduce itself. I mean, that's ABC stuff. That means when the foundation of this reality, thought this universe was laid down, it was a universal mind, male and female mind. It was just one mind, had both attributes. So it was laid out on both principles. What's so hard to understand about that? This universe didn't come in just because your man ideas. It was a combination. It was a universal 360-degree mind. One had the strength, one aspect. Just like right now, you have two sides of your brain. Right now, you're going to dismiss one side and love the other. You got two sides. Like the closet, everything come in pairs. You got two sides of your brain, analytical and spatial. You need both. Right now, we have inside the spatial, right? And we, on one side, for part of us, another group has emphasized the analytical. But we still need both sides to be able to communicate with each other. The Shia, they're analytical. The analytical side. They're original, but we emphasize the analytical. And the Shabazz, we emphasize the space. So we have more creative and more technical. The technical increases technical. It's like you take a person and both of them ambidextrous, hands up, right? And you say, okay, now you emphasize one. Well, he got all right-handed, all left-handed, right? Well, and that means now he's stronger. He's weak on his left side, but he's strong on the left. See, so we may take because it was balanced, ambidextrous. So we did that where the Shia, they would be, right, super technical more than before, and we were super spatial, more creative than before. The being it is. That's why he's right there, right? The being it is. You got both pairs. So the female, right, now you want to put her down like she had no part in the creation, when she had a fundamental part in the creation. The beauty came out of her side. The beauty you see out there came out from her expression. The strength you see out there came out from our expression, but it was one at a time. You lack her beauty, but you don't lack the emotionalism that's the mother of it. You take out you try to turn them into females, and then all of a sudden they start acting like females. Then you want what's going on here. You don't see the beauty start disappearing, and you know what's going on here. You see, you got moving in Saudi Arabia, and you took the beauty all the way away from them, totally covered up. No beauty. They should be covered, that's right, decked out. Because these females, when they decked out with their clothing, they like shining stars. They don't have to walk around like these devils with nothing but a string up their butt and some shoe polish between their legs and call themselves clothes. Why they got to do that? Because they need to get attention, because they have no beauty. The most beautiful woman on the planet is that original woman, period, bar none. They go out, they do all that to get attention, because they can't get attention with their beauty. Because a sister walks through, man, she don't need to do all that. She don't need that, because she got the beauty, not her physical, but her mind also. They got to walk around in their clothes to get attention. No clothes on. They wear more clothes in bed than they wear on the street. And now they try to get our sisters to do the same thing. Understand that. That's why Suleiman will come back to bring balance to the creation. Elijah Muhammad said, equality, justice, freedom, equality for all. But you don't think that, and you think for 1 minute that Farrakhan got control of you in the so-called 6 states, that he wouldn't, if he already tell you want to take back Sunnism, he would enforce what they doing over there on you. He already tell you got a whole bunch of wives and carrying on. Didn't he mention that in the so-called swine song? You sleep with some of his sisters? Why? Because you can, but he would throw you out if you was doing, it's all. Don't think for, but see, the thing is, I got a mixed bag on that one. Because some tells, sometimes I said, we should just let this thing go on another year or two. Let the devils have their way, right? So you can see exactly what they would do, what Farrakhan would do, what all they would do. But no, we can't. We ain't gonna let it happen. Because you almost want to, because you want them to just see. But they're gonna see it another way, in a more dramatic way, with the demon war. Because you're gonna see the devils close up. You see demons close up. Close up. Some of you are gonna see close up and personal. Because this scripture is so clear, brothers and sisters. They said make it so clear. Everything I'm saying is very clear. You don't have to take my word on anything. You can just verify everything if you just follow scripture. You follow the map that you was given. But you don't want to do that. You don't follow Exodus. You just go with philosophy, what Farrakhan's telling you, what ear ticklers. So you're going to get what you're going to get result. You're willfully ignorant. And we don't want you. We're not shedding tears over you. We're not cry over you. Because we go to paradise. Paradise is about not mourning, not looking back, not regretting. So looking forward. And be glad that all those dumb Negro butts and whatever you want to call them are gone. And demons are gone, and devils are gone. They're under your feet. See? That's what's rejoicing. He says that the angel tells you that's time rejoicing. Because it says what? It's time about rejoicing because the accuser of our brethren is cast down, and the devil is cast down with them. Period of rejoicing. So I understand that, bro. Says I'm gonna move on to that presentation. Like I said, I want to say a couple of things here. I probably say a lot more than I expect to say. I usually keep doing that these days. Like like I said, I would really debate even have this presentation, bro. This is really. I'm still debating right now. That's why I guess when I'm talking, I'm still thinking about why should I even do it. Why should I even do it? Because most of you ain't gonna understand it. I keep telling you, you had to get your mind back. Wait, what mind? You think you're going to get your mind back from Scientology? So we had to wait for L. Ron Hubbard to get your mind back? It's astounding. So L. Ron Hubbard's going to give your mind back. He's the devil, and Farrakhan follows the devil. He's going to be your anointed. So you should be giving all praise be to Dr. Yaqub, not to Dr. Shabazz, because Dr. Yaqub made the devil. So from his seed line came a Messiah. That's not what it says. It says in the line of David. David is directly from seed Abraham. Not the line of Yaqub. And that's what Farrakhan follows the devil. How could you miss that one? You know? That's like, you couldn't figure out ABC. They talking about ABC, D, E, F. I mean, if you can't get ABC, you can't go any further than that. You can't figure, hey, man, you having trouble adding 1 plus 1. Forget about multiplication. That's fundamental. It follows the devil. He admits it. And that should have been case closed right there. I mean, how can you get around that one? Well, we don't make God in the womb. It didn't say God's a man. I mean, how can you get around this bullshit? Because you're stupid and you're ignorant, and that's why we don't want you. You can't handle this message because you're too stupid and ignorant to handle it, because it's very simple. It's very mathematical. There's no philosophy here. And I tell people that's with me, stay away from that philosophy, some of that guessing, all that kind of stuff. We don't do that here. If you can't prove it, don't say it. And I'm really going to push that one. I won't hurt anybody, but somebody will get hurt. Because I tell them, you don't be guessing here. You don't be guessing. You put mathematics. If you don't prove it, don't say it. Period. Now, there's exceptions here. You say, well, my opinion is something that's something altogether different. My opinion that this is that or that, that's my opinion based on this or that. But it better be based on something. No. But to go out and say, this is that, and you don't know, you bet, no. Otherwise, we might stay here with the devils. That's Farrakhan and his BS. They talk a lot, they put a lot of shit out their ass, call them honey. They have no idea what they're talking about. All that stuff they said last Sunday, it was not bullshit. They have no idea what they're talking about. They talk about the Lord's Prayer, they have no idea what that means. They talk all this stuff they talk about, they have no idea what any of it means. They try to talk about how, about time. They don't understand what time is. They're trying to counter what I'm saying. That's fine. We don't want Farrakhan, anything having to Farrakhan go away. He's gonna get kicked out of there where he is. But because he's good. because he's attracting all those ignorant folks and plus all the devils and demons. He's attracting them. And that's what he wants. Because he said, remember, it's going to be, it'll be a harvest. How's harvest going to take place? You don't understand harvest. You think some man just walk and say, well, are you a demon, you're a devil? No. By the time harvest take place, like the Quran said, and lo, they're separated. Most of the separation already be done. Because you better read Exodus again. How did Elijah get the separation? He says, those with me, right? And those with Aaron, they stay with Aaron. See, they mixed that up. I'm gonna move on, brothers and sisters. See, they were saying, oh, well, Moses and Aaron, right? They presented before the children of Israel 2 ways, life and death. You're gonna go with this or that. They don't read the whole thing, they don't understand it. They were saying, you're gonna choose between me and Aaron. You saying, you're gonna choose between me and Aaron. Which one of you gonna choose? Me and Farrakhan. They don't even get it. Because why Aaron had to be in a picture when he said, you choose, why did Aaron have to say anything? Elijah was talking. You don't understand anything. He said, you're going to choose, you got 2 ways here. Who's the 2 ways? Him and Aaron. What Aaron did, read the rest of it. Aaron led him to a different direction. He did try to hurt hearts back to Egypt. Read it. He had worshiped the golden calf. Read it. He led people to destruction. Read it. You can't add 2 and 2 together. You can't connect the dots. He was saying, you're going to choose between me and Aaron. Because that's what happened. Because he went back to the camp. Who was controlling the camp? Who was controlling the camp? Aaron. He went back to the camp and said, those with me. So why you got to say that if everybody was with him? If everybody with Aaron was with him, why does God say those with me? And then there was separation. And then they went to war, and he had to kill all those who were with Aaron. Who else were they with? Who else were they with? They was with Aaron. And he had to separate his from Aaron. There was only one group there. It was all with Aaron. And he'd say, those you still with me, and he pulled them out from Aaron group. Who had the group? Aaron had them. I mean, that's simple. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Before I move on, let me get something. I've got to get something for my voice. I keep doing that, brothers and sisters. So let me deal with that for a minute, and then we get started. And I'm still thinking about whether I'm going to do this or not. I think I'm going to do it, but just give me a minute, bro. So I'll take a small break here. Still think this thing before I do it, and give you a couple things to think about while I'm doing it. Brothers and sisters, like Elijah Muhammad said, the truth would be so clear in the food in there. You know, those fools over there at oh boy, you know, I laugh at them. I sometimes wonder why even watching it, but the point is that they're doing the job. They're separating they're separating right back, brothers and sisters. Hold on for a second. Okay, brothers and sisters, I think I'm going to do the presentation. So let me get here. I think I'm gonna go ahead and do it. Let's see. What's this here? Okay. Okay. So situated here. Okay, see. Okay, here we go, brothers and sisters. One other thing about Exodus, Exodus is like a remedial book, a lesson, because it's like it puts Angel in a very simplistic way to get you pointed towards Angel, because Exodus is very simple. If you can't get past Exodus, you know where you get to Angel, because it's right there. I mean, it's stuff is so simple. First of all, we going home. Farrakhan said we ain't going nowhere, right? Right? You get Elijah comes, and then you got this leader will lead the people in the wilderness for 40 some years. Aaron, he was okay along the lines. Elijah was there. He did all this stuff in Elijah's absence. Then you talking about what Elijah he did while Elijah was around. No, he did all this dirt while Elijah's absence. He turned people all around. He did all this stuff. And the thing is, and then he blamed the people. He was accusing the people. See? And it's so much simple things there, brothers and sisters. It's like I said about when Moses came back or Elijah came back, right? See? Who had charge of the camp? That's very simple logic right there. But your logic is lost. Some of your Negro butts and Elijah been told to destroy it, and you build your think logically. Parents have done that with that Christianity stuff. The whole idea of Christianity is to stop you thinking logically. That's the whole point of it. Because there's nothing logical about it. So if they came back to the camp, who had control of the camp? Aaron did. So why he have to say, those with me? That means that all of them wasn't with him. There's with Aaron, all of them was with him. All the ones with Aaron, all of them with him. So the ones that was left were still with Aaron. You don't get it? The ones left were still with Aaron. He went back to camp. Everybody in the camp was with Aaron, right? And he had to ask, who are those with me? That means some of them wasn't really with Aaron. They was like going along with the program, right? So he says, those with me. So they came over to him, and the rest of them, obviously, they were still with Aaron. And they went and got rid of all Aaron, all his people. I mean, damn. God damn. You that goddamn stupid? We don't want you. That's ABC stuff. Oh, he's foul. No, I'm not foul. The people I'm dealing with are foul. I'm dealing with pigs and swine and rats. The only way you clean them up, you're going to get dirty with them. To clean them up. And then all you got to do is take a shower. And Master Prophet Muhammad's going to give us all a shower in a minute. Takes back home. We're going to be cleaned up. But right now, we in the dirt. Like Muhammad, he had to go in the dirt. He had to get in the dirt with you. Master Muhammad had gotten there with you 3 years. He said, the hell with this. He got out of here. We're in a swine pen. We're in hell. We're in hell right now. Been in hell 40. And Farrakhan's trying to tell you, right, that hell is the promised land. I mean, what's wrong with you? When every scripture said everywhere, we're leaving out of here. He said, no, we ain't going nowhere. He says, hell is the promised land right here. But you're going to make all things new. So why we want this? If we're going to make all things new, why we want this? And all earth belongs to us. Then why we want the worst part of it? I mean, how goddamn stupid are you? You're that stupid. We don't want you. Please, we don't want you. Stay away. Stay away. We want you to stay away. We don't want you. We ain't gonna waste time trying to clean you up. You better be still about the rusty locks. Okay, brothers and sisters, I'm gonna go into this, and this is talking about basically, well, it's not basically, it's a timeline. And that's one of the problems we have here, because the timeline, that story about Jonah, to tell you it's timeline, Jonah wouldn't give you a correct timeline. He was forced to do it. Because it says no one knows that day and hour but the Father self. Father's David. That's where he got David and Solomon's story. Solomon, Suleiman. He was son of David. David's matched for Muhammad. He's a spiritual son. Suleiman, son of man, that's where it comes from. So, Elijah, well, you can call it whatever you want to. Elijah, it says in the lesson that he didn't get all right. That was his opinion. He didn't break the 7 seals. So he didn't break 7 seals. I mean, he was guessing. He had some precise knowledge. Master Muhammad gave him the lessons. But when he could be outside of the lessons, that was his opinion. But I'm not going to knock. I'm not knocking him. You go with that, fine. If you can't understand that, fine. See? They say, oh, I got message of the black man. No. Okay, you go with that. See? It's like the story. I got the Quran. I got the last book. And you got the false. I got the Old Testament, Detroit. Okay, we'll go with that. Quran keeps telling you better stop that bull, but go on with it. See? Go on with it. See what it does for you. See? We're moving on. We're creating time. And we're fighting the thought atmosphere. They try to even talk about that. Oh, it's all about the mind war. Really? That was what you said in the past. See? Because, see, you have to understand, action rules reaction. Action controls reaction. Action commands reaction. Because reaction is consequence of your action. That means your action created the reaction. So who's the command? They are constantly reacting to what I'm saying. So who's the command here? Why are they reacting to what I'm saying? So I'm in control. You don't understand that. That's very fundamental. If the world is reacting to what I'm saying and it's coming into focus what I'm saying, who's in control there? How do you know the wind's blowing? You see the leaves shaking. So anyway, Suleiman, even if he knew, he wouldn't tell you. Because it says because it says the master's sitting there, the dragon's sitting there, all of them devoured the child, so who's born. You don't understand that. It says they was waiting, they was watching. They got plans to destroy you. The minute they think that you're gonna get loose, you'll come together. The minute they sense any form of unity, they're gonna destroy you. They got plans to do it. And just because you got some old black face up there in this Pentagon, he's the chief. He's a demon. You had Obama, he wasn't even a demon, and he didn't give a damn about you. He's a Levite. He's the one went along the deal. If you read Genesis, or you go tell, y'all go ahead and eat tree, you're going to eat of it. You don't understand that story. You don't understand these stories. Because you need an angel, but some of them are just like remedials that, to help you get some basic, some foundation so you can go to the angel. But some you can't handle that. Because you can't, the Exodus story, if you follow the Exodus story, anywhere in hell you'll be a Farrakhan, not for 1 minute. So that tells us how stupid you are. See, because you think, because you know losers, that's not the knowledge you're going to have to. Okay. Go back to 200 years ago. 20 years ago. And tell me somebody from 20 years ago could ever handle what's going on in this civilization right now. They thought they knew a lot back there, didn't they? Just 200, say 100 years ago. Say 100 years ago. They knew it through a lot. What, that was 20 years ago. 100 years ago, what does that be? 1920s. See? They know about computers. They know about all this. So, and they thought they knew a lot back there. They know about atomic bombs, anything back there. So tell me, if you bring somebody forward in time, they'd be able to handle this. It'd be confusing to them. So that means you got to constantly help them and send somebody, show them that, do it on. Nobody got time for that. And we make all things new. We're going to a superior level. A God as wide as the heavens and earth. That means we can go any place in the universe. That's what it says. Don't you understand that? A God as wide as the heavens and the earth. It wouldn't be a God if you couldn't get out there. So the technical ability, the mental ability, right? The spiritual discipline will be so much greater than this. Because this would be nothing. Just like what they was doing 20 years ago, horse and buggy, that's nothing to us now, man. That's simple stuff. Right? You look back to 20 years ago and say, that's simple. but it was complicated to them. And so it's telling you, we bring a new civilization that's way superior than this here. They tell you right now, when they study those wheels, they say, man, those things like a million years ahead. They can't comprehend it. And that's what Injil's trying to bring you up to that level. So you have to get your mind back. That's what Injil, so you can study it, don't study it. But if you don't study, that's your problem. You don't qualify. Because you got to be in the Lamb's Book of Life. What did the Lamb do? He break the 7 seals. 140,000, they rose up to the level, they was with him everywhere he went. I mean, how complicated can this be, brothers and sisters? Now, I gotta say this, that this don't go full blast with the sisters now, because we know the sisters, they have other responsibility, they gotta take care of children and all the stuff they went through. No, that's not gonna be a qualification for them to have the full understanding of Injil to get home. That's not for them. All they gotta do is want to go home. That's all they gotta do is want to go home. That's all they gotta do is want to go home. That's all they gotta do. Because once you get home, then we'll give them the information they need, and bring them up to speed. They have the ability, but they gotta take care of children and stuff. They can't spend 24/7, take care of the Injil and all that kind of stuff. They can't do it. I ain't stupid. I know they can't do it. If they can, that's good. They got other things they have to take care of. And they're responsible to even have a nation go, we took what we did, we didn't take care of them. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have a nation. Because they wouldn't let you, the master would sleep with them, they didn't want you to do it. They'd sleep with you. And if they was caught, they was killed. And the baby was, if the master of the baby was your baby, you kill it. Or other things. There's a whole lot of stuff was going on, brothers and sisters. Now they did let some of that go. They had studs to produce because they wanted strong stud farms, and they would have them sleep with all that kind of stuff. It's unbelievable stuff that people was doing. But they didn't have no families. Let's get this straight here. And we got the videos to show it. They didn't have no families like you see these stupid movies they have. You didn't have no family. You didn't have no plates. You didn't have no stove. You didn't have no fireplace. You had none of that. I know it firsthand. Because I talked to my uncle from North Carolina when I was a child, about 8, 9 years old. I was always inquisitive. They said, you always ask us questions. Nobody else asked us questions, but I was asking. He was living in like a 2 or 3 bedroom, small house, one floor, right? And he told me, no, that was Master's house. He said, we slept over here in this little, like, what would you call it? It was no bigger than like a shower. You know those showers like 3 feet, 4 feet by 4, something like that there? Shed. He said, that's weird. They had no floor, anything, no blinks, anything. They lock you in there at night. All the states lock in there at night. No bathroom, no running or anything. And you did your bit on top of each other. All night long. They lock you up in there. Make sure you didn't run away. That's where it was. He said most slaves never had any shoes. And I knew that because when I went there, my aunt used to walk around those shoes all the time. Not just her, but she was one of them. I said, why are you doing that, Emma? Well, she was my aunt, right? Well, she was used to it. They tried to get me to walk out of those shoes. That wasn't going to happen. And if she's eating red dirt, why are you eating red dirt? I didn't know to the reach. Try to look up later on that slaves would eat red dirt because they had they had no food. They wouldn't feed you. They had you work you 24/7. They didn't want to feed you. They fed you shillings. That's what it was called, because that's what it is. Shillings, cow chips, cow manure. It says right in the Bible they'll feed you cow shit. It says it. Want to see? I can show it to you. See? Or they defecate in your mouth as a punishment. One slave defecated in the mouth. That's why you got that little metal thing you see in the mouth sometimes, those things. They don't tell you what that's for. How they going to put it on your mouth in this so-called movie, Birth of America, Birth of Nation, whatever, right? You saw him had one with a thing on his mouth, but you had to try to feed him. How you going to feed him if you got something coming in his mouth? No, they're trying to keep what's in. Okay, they defecate your mouth and they put it on this so you could spit it out for 2 or 3 days. We got books to prove all this stuff. This is what they was doing. And you be out there cold and everything, and no shoes on, and be exposed, and allow you to die because you have no clothes and it be cold. And but you got to pick that cotton, female or male. You be pregnant 20 months, you still going to pick that cotton. That's how cruel. And this was North and South. Trying to make it was South. I'm not going into that detail here, bro. It says it was the North and South because Harriet Nunn was a slave in the North, and Wall Street was a slave. Was called Wall Street because it was a big slave selling place where they lined slaves against the wall. It's called Wall Street. So they try to make like say, oh, well, some of us, no, all of them. You know what I'm saying? Like the scripture says, a fire contract put on us says none righteous, not one, none of them. That's why Abraham had a problem. He couldn't find out one righteous person. None of them are righteous. All of them are devils, period. But finding out somebody, no, because he's a devil. He don't want you don't call him. He knows he's a devil. He knows his father's devil. He knows he's a devil, but he don't want you calling him devil. He don't want to call his children devils no more because that's what they are. Everybody said, we ain't devils no more. It's a lie. There's lies, mama. I was there. Never seen such thing. He only told Farrakhan. What about the rest of the ministers? They have no knowledge of it. Anyway, brothers and sisters, move on. The sisters, right? They have for the creation. If you got rid of all of them, first you wouldn't have no more children. You're holding that race die out. But you wouldn't have any beauty either. See? Because we primarily about strength. And then we use that strength to beat them down. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? I know that strength gets overcome you. You know, you think that's why you're beating them, because you got to think with muscles. You don't think with your brain. So when you think from my heart zone, you think what you got in your muscle. So now you're beating everything down. And we're going to put an end to that. So if you got a problem doing it, you better make it right fast. Because you show up like that there, and sister call you out, and we show that she's right, you had it. You had it. Don't think I'm just talking out of, and because look, I understand these sisters. I understand their man. I understand the stuff they do. They do stuff, boy. Yeah, but the point is, are they justified in doing it? Are they justified in all this crap stuff they do sometimes? After all hell they went through, and we didn't protect them? Hell yeah, they're justified in being mad. You better be happy they ain't mad than they are. They still love you on top of all of that. That's why they got good hearts. See? So understand, brothers, says we're going to correct all this. We're going to put everything back in balance. See? She's 180 degrees of the creation. We do 180 degrees. We don't use our strength to suppress. Come on, brother, what's wrong with you? Because you use your strength to suppress your sister. We're going to do that to your mother? Because that's what you're doing, ain't it? Okay, let's move on, brothers and sisters. Okay, 2023, I talked a lot. Wow, a lot more than I expected. We got into it. I guess I'm still trying to convince myself to get this presentation. So I'm going to go ahead and do it. Okay, brothers and sisters, where we at here? Oh, there we go. Okay, we're going to start here, brothers and sisters. Now, this is the angel key here. Now, well, I'm going to explain more later, but I'm just going to go give you a visual here. But the witnesses are Syria and Iran. So they put on the foot of nations. See, so we're going to show you the because these, this key, you have to, chapter 4 and 5 tells you about, first like a line, like you got to put that together. That's how you form the key. So this key is not just rinky dinky or whatever. It's put together. It's precise, and the movements are precise. You can't just move anything any kind of way because angel tells you how this thing moves about. Anyway, they're the foot of the nations right now. Well, they wanted the foot of the nations for 42 months, 3.5 years. That was a JCPOA. But we're going to talk about that as we move on. So let me see. Let's go on and see what we got here. And watch this closely, brothers and sisters. See. So So I'm gonna explain it a little more as we get to the next phase of this. Now, after they're on the foot of nations, they rose up. So it said they'd be on the foot of nations, and then for 42 months, 3.5 years, and then they would rise up for 3.5 years. See? That's where we are in time right now. So at a 7-year period, but they went on the foot of nations in 2015, right? In 2015. So it's almost 2016, right? So if you add 7 years to that, remember, 42 months, 3.5 years, that's 7 years. Right? So from 2016, basically 2016, because it was the end of 2015, that puts you at 2023. 7 years. Right? Am I doing that right? From 16, we're going to say 2016, because JCLP came in effect in the end of 2015, so just say 2016. Right? That'll be a 7-year period where they'll be on the foot of the nation and they'll be rising up. That 7-year period would put you at 2023. Because it says they were prophesied for 42 years, 1,260 days, which is 42 years. 1,260 days was 42 months. In this case, about 42 years, right? And 42 years would be 1948 to 1990, when false Israel came, because they prophesied against it when they came in existence, 1948 to 1990. And then the beast would cast them down. That's when America and Britain and false Israel took control of the Middle East, so-called Gulf Wars and everything. This was talked about. So that'd be 42 years, and then for 24 months, for 24 years, right? See, they would be before be 24-year lax, and then they would be put on the foot of nations. So from 1990, right? So remember, it's 2015 we're talking about, right? In 2015, beginning 2016. So you take 1991, they probably to 42 years to 1990 to 48 to 99, it's 42 years. So 1991 is when the war took place in the Middle East. They took control. So you have 24 years of that, because we said 3 days and a half. Half of what? Half of the 42 years talking about, that's 21, that's 24. 24 years to put you at what? 2015. In 2015, the numbers are accurate, and they'd be underfoot the nations for 3.5 years, which they were, and now we come to 7 years. So after 7 years, that's when the war would take place. Okay, that's what I'm saying. I'm kind of jumping the gun here. So then it says, and there's a lot of ways to talk about this. I'm going to talk about this particular way, right? That's when Suleiman, right? During that time, that's when he would come and clean out the nation of Islam and throw out the demons. The Suleiman represents the sun there. Master Muhammad is the God that's controlling, in that position as a God. Suleiman represents the sun, right? He's the son of Am that breaks the seals, right? That's when he comes, it says, because at this point, they're at war. At this point, they're at war. See? Shia is covering. I'm see if I can show it. I did something. Why is it not doing that? Okay, something went wrong here, bro. So anyway, see, Iran and Syria, they overtop America and Britain. Well, I think I'll show that in the next. Okay, so they overtop. No, they're in conflict with each other. We're going to show it in a minute, right? See, they're in conflict with each other. So they're contesting, both of them contesting for that position. Because if you look under Syria, it'd be America and Britain and false Israel under them. They're contesting that war. A war which is about to happen. At the same time when Suleiman will come and clean out the nation of Islam. Clean the demons out, okay? So at this point, that's when war breaks, that's talking about when war broke out in heaven, right? That's what we're talking about, war broke out in heaven. And so, and the Shia, Michael's angels, they defeated America and Britain and false Israel, and they kicked them out. They threw them out, and they threw them out. See? Which, I'm not going into detail here, but I explained it earlier. That's going to trigger the famine because when they kicked out, because America is totally dependent upon the oil in the Middle East. They have some oil reserves here, but not enough because they were Biden's already depleted their strategic SPR, strategic petroleum reserve. So they primarily dependent upon the oil in the Middle East. So is Europe. That's why Chapter 18, Europe collapses, the economy, and America also, because that causes a famine because they can't get food to the market. If they could, right, it's going to be astronomical. The price will be astronomical. It's astronomical. Plus, they're at a war because they're going to immediately go into war, Armageddon. So they got to prioritize what oil they do have. They're going to have to give it to the military. That means you got starvation on a universal scale in America. Total, 100% starvation. They're going to run the stores, run the farms. Then there's going to be no food. And no food in the future because the only place they're going to be able to get oil from is Russia. Or you talking about Venezuela, that's another story altogether. Because right now, they're really allied with Iran, ain't they? And Russia, ain't they? The only place they're going to be able to get oil, they can't get it in the Middle East now because Master Muhammad controls it. Only they get it from Russia, and they're well with Russia. That means Europe is going to have to go out make amends with Russia. They keep them freezing them even to go to war because they don't have enough oil to even fuel their military. And there's a whole lot of things behind that I'm not going to talk about. They do some stupid stuff now because they're stupid people. But anyway, that's the deal. It's universal famine here. Anyway, so now they kicked out. So don't worry about this. I'm going to explain a little more, and we're going to go further because we're going to go over this again in another way. But like I said, you're probably not going to understand it, bro. Some of you probably with me up to this point. And that's when Falls was taken down because they were under siege after American British come out. They was under siege. And they went into starvation. They went into cannibalism. That's why it says men's hearts be failing for fear those things come to the earth because the powers of heavens are there. In the Middle East, shaken. That means America and Britain, as far as their powers are shaken out of there. And so now they've been cast out, defeated. As far as Israel, we see Jerusalem surrounded by armies. Notice destruction is near. That means it's not redemption. So they're under siege and they're eating. The result of cannibalism. The whole world's going to see it. And now people are going to say this is about to come to America. What's happening? Because they see what's happening. Because all of a sudden, the oil is cut off. Only supposed to be Russia. Russia didn't give it to us. They were Russia. So they're going to have to prioritize the oil, which means they're going to the military. That means there's not going to be any oil for civilian. That means you're going to be starving. Cannibalism within a fortnight, within a couple of days actually, maybe in a day for some people. They're going to have to flee because you're fleeing from your neighbors because they're going to eat you. Okay. So that's what happens here. They kicked out. That's chapter 18, right? That's why you're fleeing. Like I said, wait. Okay. So you're fleeing to keep them being eaten. All blacks, you're fleeing to keep them eaten. That's why you're fleeing. It says don't go in your house. Why tell you to flee like that? It's not the military, it's not the police force. They have time to get there. You're fleeing from your next door neighbor because they eat you, because they're hungry, they're starving. That locust war they talk about, that's the war of the demons. And they're going to be eating you. That's what you're fleeing from. So you're fleeing as the four winds blow. I show you, see here, was also called winds also. That's what we're talking about Ezekiel. When the four winds blow, that's the resurrection comes. All black folks will come together. They're going to run to inner cities. Right? Come together, okay. Where am I going, brothers and sisters? And that's what it's talking about. When you see Son of Man in the clouds, see, all come together. All come together, that's when you see. Because they also call clouds. Also referred to as clouds, also referred to as eyes. You gotta understand the symbols. The original red nation, including the demons, that's demons are the results of rape. It says three parts of our nation was turned to demons. They was corrupted because they was called unclean spirits. Because the original nation is called the seven spirits. So three of them became unclean. They're the demons. That's the red one, the green one, and the white one there. They're unclean. They're demons. But it's still clouds. Right? So as we see them coming in the clouds, right? And it says what? Every eye. They also call it 7 eyes. I know you understand these symbols, brothers and sisters. They also call it 7 eyes. I would say every eye will see him. And I told Master Muhammad, right? Wow. Says, oh. Brothers and sisters, I'm going to look for there you go. Every eye will see him. And tell Master Muhammad, they're talking about Suleiman there. Right? He's the son of the man, Suleiman. He got lamb's wool hair. Not Farrakhan, not Master Muhammad. This stuff is so simple. Why do you think they get that description? And why do you think Farrakhan would have, they knew that Farrakhan would have straight hair, knew Master Muhammad have straight hair to make sure you couldn't error, so you couldn't be mistaken and confuse either them as son of man, because Suleiman be the only one that had lamb wool's hair and the only one break the seals. I mean, they can make it so clear to you. He'd also be conceived at the same time. The star rise in the east. What star rose in the east? 1948. The so-called Star of David. They were conceived at the same time, so his conception will be the same time as that. I mean, there's so many things there. So if you're confused, that's on you. We don't want you. If you're that stupid, you can't put this together, right? Then this is like the separating fork, right? You know, like the plow that separates. This is what separates the lamb from the wolves, right? Or the lambs from the goats. So they're from the sheep, the chaff from the wheat. This, the angel. Your mind can't get that. That means you're on the wrong side, or we don't want you. Your mind's on, then we got you. So again, right? We give special hand to the sisters, right? But that's the buying. You brothers out there, that's your, you can't handle it. You confused, too bad. Fight with the devils. Get on their side. Fight like hell. See? Because I don't know what you're going to do. Because this technology right here is crumbling anyway. Because once that oil's cut off, this whole thing is coming down. All this was the source the source that keeps this, that fuels this reality you have. Once that cut off, this whole thing comes down. So I guess going back horse and buggy. Okay, let's move on, brothers and sisters. Every eye will see him. And we're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about this in a minute, right? And then we go home. We separate the demons out. That's the war of demons, right? Now demons are cast out. Farrakhan, he won't lead it. He'll be a spiritual leader. They cast back their devil daddies, and they have war with them. They cast back their swine dads, that's meat mark. They go to fall off the cliff together. And the Shia takes their place. So they're not coming over here, we're over there. That's when Michael says, Michael delivers. Farrakhan said, we ain't going anywhere. He's not going, he's telling the truth about that. They're not going anywhere. We are. So now we're back home. When the demon war takes place over here. During tribulation. You know why? They're going to tribulation, they're still in the water. Because that's the ark there. What you see. Okay, I don't want to go too much detail here, brothers and sisters. Okay, so here we go. Here we get into it now, brothers and sisters. This is the part I've been debating whether I should even talk about it now. Okay, take a little pause here. See if I can water my throat. Okay. Now we're going to try to talk about this a little more and more complicated way. Because I said nobody knows, and I'm going to show you how the angel explains that, because all that stuff comes from the angel. The angel explains all of it. No one knows, right, the day and the hour. Father only, not even the Son. Okay, let's start back here, remember? And we're going to read chapter 11, right? In the courtyard, the outside of divine habitation reads kind of quirky because this is transliteral. They're going to try to figure out what it means. Let's translate the letters, right? Throw you outside and not you should measure because it's given to the nations. The city of the holy, they will trample city of the holy. So you're talking about the Shia, right? They would trample on once 42 months. So that means they'd be on the foot of nations. That's the JCPOA, because under control of what they call the United Nations or whatever, they was under control of nations. And that's what it means on the foot of nations. The JCPOA gave them nation control over them, right? That's what JCPOA is, right? So I mentioned here, I said effective start, and the effective start with that was 2016, right? Effective start. But it says implementation, that means it actually took place, right? But January 2016, I was telling you, and it's 2016. So it takes 2016 and 7 years from 2016, right? We'll put you 2023, January 2023. Right? Am I saying that right? Yeah. 7 years on that. 4 years would be 2023, more years, 2023. That'd be January right now. That'd be 7 years, because it would be that 42 plus another 3.5 years. We're going to get in that in a minute, right? So that'd be 2016, right? Well, I'm 7 years. I'm talking about 3.5 years. They'd be under 42 months. I did 7 years, but come the whole period. I'm just talking about the 3.5 months, right? 3.5 years. That puts you at 2019 by June. 2019 by June, around there, right? And they would be under foot of nations, right? And then Trump would come and end it. He would end the JCPOA. Okay, keep that in mind now. So after that, they start rising. They only been on there 24, only there for 3.5 years. Then it started rising. See? So for the last 3.5 years, they've been negotiating with. Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulaiman Rahim here. Measure the covenant, break of the 7 seals. Brothers and sisters, I want to keep on the theme of the mathematics behind the scriptures, mathematics behind Islam. Because Islam is mathematics, mathematics is Islam. So I add a few things. I want to take a little time to explain things a little more carefully. Very important to understand, because if you understand the mathematics of Islam, you understand Islam. So forget about these imams and Farrakhan, people telling you they teach philosophy. If Islam is mathematics Islam, they should be able to teach you the mathematics behind it. Or the mathematics of Islam. So we're going to move on, brothers and sisters, because I'm going to get to the point here. The point I'm really going to try to make here is understanding how pressure works. Now, when you take things and put in it, like you cram people into a smaller space, like an elevator, right? The more people, the more pressure it is, because that's volume. The more volume in the small space, the greater pressure. The more the volume, and that, the greater elements in that volume,